This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official
And it's
charity
a
partner,
warm good morning
Share
to
the Meal
everybody
by the
watching
United
from
Nations World Food
around the world.
Programme.
Great to have you with us. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network for the first time during the Central Europe Cup. Welcome everybody to the lovely Vinoge Cricket Ground. The sun is shining. The players are out there in the centre. We're looking forward to the third day. That's right, the final day of the Central Europe Cup here for women. And what a tournament it's been so far. It's been some fantastic action already. And there's been a few firsts as well during the Sea Cup. A lot of good things happening there on the field for all teams. And it's been wonderful to be a spectator here. And as you all know, I've been scoring the last couple of days. But this time today, I finally get to have a bit of a chat and a bit of a yak, which is going to be fun. So I think we're almost set to go here for this first match this morning. It's going to be Czechia taking on Luxembourg. And thanks to Rado for all the toss news. And I can tell you now that the Czechia women, they won the toss, elected to take to the field first. And we are moments away from starting. Just a few more seconds to go till the clock ticks over to 9:30. I make it about 10 seconds, maybe 15 seconds. So we're just waiting for the official good to go. And this is going to be a very exciting game. Very, very tough game coming up here for both teams. Czechia looking to make it 3 wins on the trot, and Luxembourg looking to notch up their first win of the tournament. And it'll be great for them because this is their final game of the day. This is their final match for Luxembourg. Czechia will have the afternoon game against Norway, and that is going to be huge as well. And it looks like we are good to go. The new pill in the hands of Talamala, who's led really well this team. Here we go. On this very, very warm Sunday, we start things off with an errant delivery there, a wide, just to get the scoreboard up and running. So good morning to everybody who's watching. Wonderful to have you all joining us here today. Hope you're doing well, wherever you are watching from around the world. Central Europe Cup, one of the showcase tournaments of the Czech Cricket Federation, one we all look forward to. And big shout out to Danny, Joban, and Vinny, who've been handling the commentary for the last couple of days. And that's been hit nicely around the corner on the full. It gets past the fielder towards the backward square leg. It's going to race away. It does pull up. It didn't have enough behind that one to get to the boundary. But they will complete a couple of runs. Nicely done. The first runs off the bat. A couple of runs to Elena Gebhard, who batted very well yesterday. Really impressed with her efforts with the bat for Luxembourg under very, very tough conditions. This is a looping delivery and it gets through the defense. Well, give the girl a rev up, and that's what happens. Goes straight underneath the bat, and she is clean bowled. And Talamala has struck in her first over, and this is a big, big early breakthrough for the team Czechia. Bit of get around there for a few high fives as well. Really good start for them to remove a very dangerous in-form batter. Elena Gebhard has to go just 2 to her name. And just give a big shout out to that young lady on your screen right there, Talamala, captain for Czechia. She has led really well. She's brought some very good experience into the team. Let's watch this one more time. What did Elena miss here, apart from the ball? It's a looping delivery, and that's where the confusion was for the batter. Looks a little bit forlorn as she tucks the bat under the arm and has to head back to the pavilion. So Agrawal at the non-strike stand, yet to face the ball. Just strides out to meet Shifra Lawler, the new batter, coming to the crease now. Wonderful player is Shifra Lawler. I had the honor of watching her play last year in Belgium during the women's ECS that was going on. There was a team from France, Luxembourg, and Belgium, made up of players from various different clubs. And that's the first time I was able to sort of commentate the games that Shifra was playing. And excellent opening batter, top order batter, and very handy bowler too. I'll talk a bit more about her bowling in the second innings because I think that would be something definitely worth discussing. But she faces her first delivery now. Very strong defensive player she is. Anything on the stumps, you watch her play that kind of shot all day, every day. Give her a bit of width though, and just watch how she just moves into position, gets the swivel on the shots to leg side, and opens the face for the offside. Very accomplished batter. There you go. Just opens the face a little bit, just pushes out towards leg side for a quick single. Off the mark. Good backing up there by the Czech fielders. You probably couldn't quite see that in shot, but from my angle there, I could tell you now there were two fielders looking to back up the throw. These small little details that have crept into the Czech girls team is really, really good. Just these small little things they've started to perfect. And that's what perfection is. It's doing small things correctly. And when you get everything done correct, that's when you can start talking about perfection. These little details are so important. And hats off to Sadia Gladson, the current coach of the Czech women's team. He's put these little things in place. And it's, well, you can see that the proof is on the board with 2 wins from 2 games over this weekend and looking to make it 3 from 3 in this game. Leg side wide there. So once again, good morning to everybody who's watching on the European Cricket Network. Wonderful to have your company. You've got a fair bit of cricket on today. There's obviously some action coming to you from the Balkans. Rico Full, my good friend Rico, down there in Bulgaria, leading you through the Balkan Cup. Had a bit of a chat with him this morning before proceedings. Doing well. Hopes everybody here is doing well too. Everyone tuning in. Of course, got Mr. Maximo himself, Vidi Santo. He's doing the comms there for the Portugal local domestic competition too on the European Cricket Network. So how about that? ECN back with an option, an absolute smorgasbord of cricket today. 3 locations, 3 venues, 3 streams. Hope you're enjoying your weekend. Strays on the leg stump, gets punished for that. That's going to find its way, I reckon, to the boundary. Wait for it. Oh no, I think it just gets saved. That's a really good save on the boundary there. Just going to watch the umpires there. Get through for a couple. So it is a good save. Didn't quite get enough on that one. I can tell you now there's been no weather whatsoever. No weather. No bad weather so far. It's we've talked a lot about the heat here. I'm not going to go on about it because I know a lot of people watching around Europe will not need to know and be reminded about how it's been. So yeah, it's been no rain. There may be some rain tonight. I checked the forecast on the way in, and just asked for the scoreboard to be updated, only to realise that the scoreboard numbers were hidden under the commentator's desk. That's a bit cheeky. That's a bit cheeky. Apologies there to Luxembourg dugout. Been a pleasure seeing the Luxembourg girls here as well, and also the Norwegian girls who will be here this afternoon to play their game. Been fantastic to be able to host them. Speaking on behalf of the Czech Cricket Federation, wonderful tournament, the Central Europe Cup. It's got a long history, the Central Europe Cup. In the last couple of years, we've made sure that it features the women's teams from around Europe who are invited down to battle it out for supremacy. The men's competition has obviously been going on since about 2012, 2013. It's nicely struck out. Chase is on. Fielder should get to it. Does get to it. And can't stop a couple of runs. So a couple more to the score. Luxembourg 7 for the loss of 1. Agrawal, sorry, up to 9 now. Agrawal, very busy player. Chiefra Lawler, as I said, patient. T20 really does suit her style of play. She's very patient on the straight ball. Jessica just gives that one a bit too much flight. It's full toss. Fancy footwork, doesn't look fancy at all there in the covers. Or in the mid-wicket area. And a quick little apology from the fielder there to her teammate. Says, sorry, yep, Pro could have done better. But it just goes for the 1. So not too much damage there. She had a bit of backup there behind her in the deep mid-wicket area. Like the deep fielders, I can tell you now, as a deep mid-wicket. And the other fielder out is on the out deep cover boundary. More of an extra cover, actually. So Jessica Moodley to continue. That's drifting down leg side. Gets away from front of the keeper, who's done a fantastic job as well. Need to give a shout out to Susanna. I think she's been terrific with the gloves for Czechia in this tournament this weekend. Taking some good catches there on Friday. I believe she affected a stumping yesterday as well. So she's had a very, very good time with the gloves. really finding her role here in the team as the glove woman, the keeper. That's another wide. Jessica just straying a little bit here. I'm sure you've all heard me talk about Jessica at length over the last, well, probably the last couple of years, to be honest. I was able to bring her on as a special guest during my time in Portugal a couple of months ago, talking about the CE Cup and talk about development of women's cricket as well. A good friend of mine, we both worked together on with Czech cricket through a few different areas of, well, she's pretty much development, I'm ethics, so it's sort of two separate things, but we work together quite well, and she's a good friend and done so much for women's cricket in this country. It's been punched out. It's going to find the gap. That is going to be a lovely shot to the boundary all the way. 4 runs. Nice shot, that one. Punched through the leg side. Just straight there. For a while. Helps herself to a very handy boundary. There's a little bit of a shoelace-related situation going on there. I think he's absolutely fine. The heat has been quite oppressive the last few days, and today's not going to be any different. In fact, today's scheduled to be the warmest day of the whole 3. You could be pushing into the 40s, top temperature today in the 40s. So out there in the centre, add a few more degrees to that, and that's what it feels like. So the afternoon match especially could be a little bit rough. Nice shot. They plugged the gap now. Deep mid wicket has just moved around a little bit square just for that shot. Protects the boundary. And once again, the throw back to the bowler was a good throw. Bowler missed it, but there was somebody backing up. Again, just go back to that point, at least small little things that the Czech fielding team has done. And I kind of feel, and Danny said this yesterday too, he felt that the better team in the field has been Czechia. And I would agree with that. Great bit of work there. Captain Talamara with a good little quick run around from that deep wicket area and a good arm into the wicket keeper. Staves off any chance of another run there, and that's going to be the end of the second over. 18 on the board. So good brisk scoring here. Going along at 9. 18 for 1 after 2. Well, at 5 from 5. Agrawal 7 from 5. And Jessica's over there. Just a few runs off that one. 11 runs from it in total. Hello to Chris Smith in the chat. Good to see you, Chris. Appreciate the shout out. Oh, and thank you very much for the score there. Let's have a look. Ooh, okay. So, well, keep me updated on that, please. That's interesting. So it looks like the Roos are going to get over the Bombers there in Melbourne. Good example of forward defensive push there. Well, not interested in that delivery, trying to score runs. Good straight ball there from the skipper. I love this new graphic we have on the side of the screen there. See there you go, the big smile from that bowler. Nice little new touch we have of the individual players being shown for you there on the right-hand side of the screen. Lovely work there. That is another single to the score, so score goes up to 19. Talamara's been impressive with the ball. Impressive with the captaincy. Leading the team well. Czechia currently sitting top of the tables at the moment after 2 days, after each team, 2 teams, that's Norway and Czechia, have played. Czechia have played 2 games. Norway and Luxembourg have played 3 games. And Czechs currently sitting top of the table with a very healthy net run rate too, a positive 3.5 approximately, but I think about 3.4 actually. So net run rate's good. Points are good. What happens here is very, very important. If, I only say if the Czechs can notch up a win here, it does well. It's going to make the last game today really exciting no matter any way you cut it. It's literally going to be a mini final. Luxembourg are not going to be part of the conversation of who's going to end up winning the trophy. It's going to be between Norway and Czechia, and it will definitely depend on the outcome of this game and the next game. And it might even just come down to just purely the next game. So let me tell you currently with the standings, and you can find the standings and all the stats and information at ecn.cricket. In terms of the standings, Czechia women sitting top of the table with played 2 games, won 2 games, and they're on 4 points. And their net run rate positive 3.6. There you go, Phil. Not quite 3.4, but 3.6. Norway in second place, played 3 games. They've got 1 game to play this afternoon against Czechia. They're also on 4 points, and their net run rate is a positive 0.4. Luxembourg women yet to get a win. They have been very competitive, been very good. Maybe just lacked a little bit of firepower in their batting. But they have not disgraced themselves in any way, shape, or form. It's been a pleasure to watch them play. 3 overs gone, 20 on the board, 20 for 1 on the board. 2 runs from that over. Once again, Talamara bowling a beautiful spell. There's a shot of the men who are playing over on the Scott Page field. What we'll try and do, we'll try and get an updated score maybe halfway through this one, just to see how the men are faring over on Scott Page field. But for now, it's all about the women. And so far, I have to say, Luxembourg with 20 on the board, just lost 1 wicket after 3 overs. That's pretty fair going for them. Czechs be looking for a good tide over here just to start to put the brakes on. But Talamara has bowled out of her skin, bowled so well. Jessica starts off with a wide at the start of the 4th over. Have to have that one again. Smith, just reading your comments. You're a very, very busy person, you are, aren't you? That's a nice shot. Taken off the pads. Good work there. Who does the fielding. She has been placed out there pretty much. Well, it's a squarish deep mid wicket, not quite deep square. Actually, pretty much, yeah, it's probably deep square. I take that back. Punch to the mid wicket, no run. 22 for 1. Chris Smith, you're reminding me of Greg's. Another dot ball. Good comeback here from the bowler. At 11 runs taken off the first over. Started off with a wide in this one. Just bounced back nicely with a couple of dots. Struck well, but again, just flicks the hands of the bowler on the follow through. Good work there from Jessica. Keeps it to another dot. Good scoreboard pressure building here on the Luxembourg win. That a bit wider. I think it's I think that came off the keeper's gloves onto the stumps. I think on the angle you saw there on the live feed, you could see it just ricocheted off Susanna's gloves onto the stumps. So, of course, that was not out. Well in her crease. Punches this one into the mid-wicket area. Erica comes off the boundary rope. Field that one. Can't stop the single. Another one to the score. $23 for 1 after 4. We'll take a drinks break probably at the end of the 6th. See if they can get through the next 2 overs. The drinks break sometimes gets around a bit. Scoreboard being updated just next to me here. Big thanks to Luxembourg Dugout taking care of that one. Oh, Chris, some good information there coming from the Balkans. 1-yard damage. 4 for 4. Wow, how about that? Thanks, Chris. Thanks for the update there. So 117 for 9 from their 20 overs. Bulgaria. Oh, that's an interesting one. And full time between the Roos and the Bombers. Thanks again for that. Alamala in again. Bit of width this time outside the off. That's been lovely square driven. That's going to go for 4. That's a great shot. Jumped onto that super fast and crashes that one through the vacant point area there. Just gave a little bit of width. Have a look at this. Replay tells the story. That is absolutely crashed. Schiffer has nailed that one out of the middle of the bat. Wonderful shot for 4. As I said at the start of the innings when she came out to bat early on, very patient batter. Happy to wait for the loose delivery. Happy to just block out the straight ball. Very protective of her stumps. It helps build her confidence when she finds a loose delivery she can put away just like that. See how the bowler responds. Tossed up once again, just outside the off. Doesn't quite get enough on that one. And it goes straight to the fielder there in the covers and got. Halfway through the 5th. Talamara in again. Full delivery. Misses that one. That's the one she's got to watch out for. If that had been on the stumps, there would have been all sorts of trouble. Swing and a miss. Eyes must have lit up. She thought that's a full delivery outside the off. And I think it just started to taper back in again a little bit. Have a look at this. Get a chance to see the replay one more time. I think we will. No, we won't. Talamara then. Little bouncing sort of step she has in her run up there. Another good full delivery. So having been hit for a 4 off the second ball of the over, she's come back beautifully with a couple of very good deliveries. 3 dots in a row, just mounting that scoreboard pressure up again. So 1 more to come to complete the 5th. And she gets a little feather edge on this, does she? It pierces the gap. A couple of players running after it. They're going to turn and come back for 2. They hesitant on the second, but the second was always there. The fielders hadn't even picked up the ball. It was just that moment of Agrawal who held her ground and was looking back at Schiffer saying, do we want to? And Schiffer said, we absolutely want to. Well run for a couple there. 29 for 1 after 5. Projected score is around about a 116 at the moment. Not too bad, but that is a good solid start for Luxembourg women. So end of the 5th. It looks like we'll take a drinks break at the end of the 6th. And, of course, that'll also be the end of the power play as well. Let's see what happens here. Will it be Jessica to keep bowling? Czechs would love to try and find another wicket here. Lawler's starting to get into her stride. 13 from 19 for her. Agrawal going on at a strike rate of 100 with 9 from 9. Both batters doing a great job. Tough conditions here. It's already probably around about 32, 33 degrees. In fact, when I got up this morning, I noticed that the temperature where I was in the city, in Vinarati area, it was already 32 degrees at 8:30 this morning. How about that? It was too early to put the air conditioner on as well, so I just had to put up with that. Almost set to go. Jessica to continue to bowl her 3rd. Oh, gets this hit straight back down her throat for a nice caught and bowled. She picks up her 2nd wicket, and that is a huge breakthrough, a massive breakthrough there for Czechia as they remove very dangerous Agrawal. And the drinks are going to be brought on. Might as well do it as well. Massive breakthrough that one. Luxembourg now 29 for 2, just as the momentum was starting to sort of shift in their favour ever so slightly, just bit by bit. But that last over from Talamara really sort of did the damage for me, I reckon, because it was a 4 off the second ball of that over, and then 3 dots, and then a 2 off a wider delivery that could have almost been put away, but managed to open the face and get a couple of runs there. And then we start the 6th over with a wicket, which is a huge, huge wicket. So, need to restart again. Shbu Kampal comes out. Very accomplished batter that she is as well. And she would love to try to get stuck into the bowling here now. She's got a good platform here for Luxembourg women. They're 29 for 2. She would love to be sticking around for as long as possible, get a good partnership together with Shifa Lawler between the two of them. Really sort of fire up with a good 3rd wicket stand here. Notice with Kanpal, her batting style, she's usually late on her shot. So a ball that hurries onto her is the one that causes the problems. But she's very comfortable just waiting a little split second longer than maybe a lot of batters might wait. And that sometimes is exactly what can happen. The quicker ball can get through, and that's exactly what happened there. She loses a wicket. It's a second ball duck, unfortunately, for Khushbu. And she has to go, and Luxembourg now are in a fair bit of trouble at 29 for 3 in the 6th. Jessica has turned into the destroyer. Helped herself here to a handful of wickets. Talamala has got 1 wicket. Jessica now gets her 2nd wicket. As Arti Priya comes to the crease in an attempt to try to right a few wrongs here. Kanpal looks absolutely dejected as she's walking off just to the side of me here. I'm very upset about that. I can understand why too. She had a real platform there to step up. Let's have a look at this one more time. It's a good straight ball. She's late on the shot. It just goes through bat and pad, smacks into middle and leg. And that's just a good delivery. Completely missed. I think if Kanpal's going to come in at the top order like that, maybe with her batting, she needs to work on a little bit of footwork movement, something for the coach to have a chat with her about. But having said that, though, let me also say this. I think that the standard of Luxembourg women and, to be honest, the Norway women and, of course, the Czech women has just picked up in leaps and bounds over the last few years. And to me, that's an exciting sign for what's going to come in the next few years as well. So it's great to be in at the ground floor. Women's cricket here in Europe, absolutely fantastic. Well bowled again. Can't get off the mark. Good quick work there in the outfield. Looks like that's Turka who's fielding there in that backward point area. Push back for a dot there as well. Pretty tough going here at the moment. Well, tough going if you're Luxembourg. If you're Czechs, you're going to be very happy with the score thus far. 29 for 3. 1 more to come to complete the 6th. It's a quicker delivery. It's outside the off. Batter rocks back and tries to punch this one into the gap. It doesn't go. So Arti Priya is going to be still stuck on her duck. She's on 0 from 3 deliveries face. Shifra Lawler 13 from 19. The score is 29 for 3. There we go. There's a few spectators around the traps. They've got their covering there from the very strong sun. Good to see some spectators here supporting not just the Czechs, but supporting the Luxembourg girls as well. They've got a good fan base who've come over in the fleet of players. Obviously, we've got Luxembourg women here, and obviously on the other field we have Luxembourg men. And I believe that they'll be all heading home together. Raquel there, just getting rid of something. Good to see her disposing of rubbish very carefully. Oh, there we go. Spot the spectators. Best place, get in the shade and stay out of the sun. That's the best thing you could possibly do. Stay hydrated, stay out of the sun. Unless, of course, you're a player, in which case you can't really stay out of the sun. But obviously the goal here is to make sure all the players are well hydrated and they're not going to be too keep an eye on them. That's all I want to say. We're keeping a very close eye. And the stumps have been rattled yet again. It's going to be Erica Kuntsova who picks up a wicket straight away. She gets a hug for her troubles as well from her skipper. And that is a big, big breakthrough. And it's a big moment of the game too, because now Luxembourg go 4 down. And it is going to be Shifra Lawler who just misses a straight one. Said before at the start of her innings that she's usually very good at keeping the straight ball out. And this one, she doesn't keep it out. Stumps a rock back. And she is on her way. So it's just not going the way for the Luxembourg women. They need to dig in here at 4 down in the 7th, start of the 7th. Their projected score has dropped right down to sub 100 now. Let's have a look at this one more time. Erica, stump to stump. Keeps a little bit low as well, to be fair. Cannons into middle and off. Great bit of camera work there too, by the way. So, yeah, maybe just didn't quite get up as high as some of the previous balls. This pitch does usually bounce pretty true. And maybe just slightly died a bit there. But then again, Erica doesn't generate an awful lot of pace. She's just a very straight, accurate, knows where to put the ball. Seems to put it there every time. Got a very good record for bowling and for batting. She's actually an excellent all-rounder. Here she comes in again. And this time it's Jagrati Debay who just blocks that one out. Luxembourg women can't afford to lose another one. Energetic work there. Erica loves her cricket. Running back to the top of the mark. Wants to bowl the next delivery straight away. Hungry for more. This time it is a leg side wide, so maybe spend a bit of energy there running back to the top of her mark, only to then put it just a little bit wide. But she will still show you that enthusiasm, that energy. Part of the Cricket Academy crew who's come through over the last few years. And a shining example of just how good and how valuable that Cricket Academy has been for Czech cricket. And nicely just pushed back there. There she is, jogging back to her mark again. I'm also aware that the fielding team are already just a little bit behind the 8 ball on the timing. So I'm sure the captain's probably just said to the bowlers, look, and the fielders, let's get through this. Let's try and catch up a couple of minutes here and there, because we don't want to be penalised getting towards the end of the innings. 30 on the board, 4 wickets down, still 2 to come. Nicely tucked around the corner there. Just going to be the one. Good strong throw to the bowler's end. That was a very good throw there. Very good throw there. Hello to Scotty from the European Cricket Network Supporters Club of Australia. Good to see you in the chat. Hey, I was wearing that ECN top that you sent to me a few months ago via Danny Hudacek. Had a few people ask me where I got it from as well. Wide ball there. So Scotty, just once again, big shout out to you. Thank you again for that. It's a permanent part of my clothing wear now. Not necessarily a Peacock Friday shirt, but something I like to wear all the time at the cricket now. And obviously, we love the support coming from Melbourne. That's the ECN Supporters Club of Australia, and that is going to be a no ball for height. That's a bit of a beamer. Played away. Oh, it's a bit of a mess there in the field. I think it's going to go all the way. It has. It is a no ball for, and Luxembourg are going to be saying, well, thank you. Something goes our way. So finally, a little bit of something to cheer about for Luxembourg. Look at this. Oh, and Sydney Harbour Bridge and all, and straight through. Erica will have to bowl that one again. Free hit coming. Looping, tossed up, and dots up as well. So a good comeback from the bowler there. Finishes off the over in style after that no ball 4. And it's going to be 37 for 4 after 7. 8 runs from that over as well. That was a better return for the Luxembourg women, although they did lose an important wicket. Have a look at the graph there. Look at the chart. That was just on the screen before of the bowling. It's been sensational stuff here. And Deska, of course, she ripped out a wicket maiden in the previous over, in case you missed it. As I said at the top of the day, there's been a lot of firsts here in this tournament. A lot of firsts, not just for the Czech team with their first ever T20I win. Also a few good firsts for the other players as well from the other teams. A couple of half centuries scored yesterday, again on debut. First time we've had the Luxembourg women and first time we've had the Norwegian women here playing. So that's a first. Temperature in yesterday in Prague got to, I think, 40.3. That was a bit of a first as well. So there's a lot going on. A lot of records being broken around this part of the country. But there's going to be a bit of respite hitting sometime later this evening. Might even see some cloud coming over towards the end of the second match, but we don't expect that to interfere with the matches whatsoever. Goes for a tickle around the corner. Ooh, now that was interesting. Batter, I was almost about to set off there. Jagrati was in two minds whether to take a run, not to know that wicketkeeper Susanna had the ball in her hands. What's Jagrati here? Yeah, she was thrown a bit there from Priya, who'd set off. And the ball was just inches away from the gloves of the wicketkeeper. Strange thing there. Obviously didn't quite see it. 37 for 4. Couple of dots to start the 8th. Pushed out towards the covers. Bit nervy, Luxembourg women. These two will be a little bit nervy for the next few overs when it comes to the quick singles. You won't see a lot of quick singles, I don't think. That was a good example there. Pushing into the covers there. Went pretty quick, to be honest. I think if it had been a quick single, would have to set off straight away and put the head down and really, really go hard for the strikers end and non-strikers end. In the end, it was turned down. Keeps out the full-length delivery. Very good over this too. Viola Commodore has been so impressive with both bat and ball this weekend. Really putting a hand up for a player of the series for mine. I think she's been sensational. She hasn't dominated with the bat. She hasn't dominated with the ball, but solid effort all around. Really impressed. And again, on debut here. Have a look at this. Dotting up beautifully here. Scoreboard pressure mounting on Luxembourg. They just can't seem to find the gaps. Excellent bowling. One to come. The chance of a maiden over has been spoiled there. The throw to the non-striker's end hurries the batters up. But they managed to get through for one. And that is an excellent over by Viola there. Just the one run from it. 38 for 4 after 8. I have to say the Czech women all over this game looking very, very good indeed. People in the chat giving a shout out to the Czech bowlers. The Czech bowlers are doing a cracking good job. Indeed, I agree. Very good. And Scotty suggesting a collector's item for that shirt. You know what? It is a collector's item. And the thing with me with collector's items is that I'm really bad when it comes to not using them and not wearing them. I've actually got, and obviously I think a lot of any Australian and maybe Melbourne-based and AFL fans will understand what I'm saying here, is that I've got I won it at auction years ago, a Matthew Richardson signed Richmond Guernsey. Richardson, obviously a very big famous player for Richmond in the AFL down there in Melbourne and across Australia. And yeah, I won it at auction. I can't remember how much I paid for it. It was a lot. And I wear it. His autograph is still on the front of the Guernsey, but it has faded slightly. I haven't washed it, but I do wear it sometimes. Goes to tuck this around the corner. Can't quite get that one. Probably helps the ball from being called a wide by getting a little tickle on it, but doesn't get through. 38 for 4, just at the start of the 9th. That projected score still sub 100. You've got to wonder where the run's going to come from. Opens the face, goes to guide it, but it guides straight into the hands of the fielder, who's placed perfectly there at almost a gully position. It's a short backward point. I'd opt to call it almost like a gully. Really good field placement here. Good full bowling. Straight at the stumps. Can't do much apart from block that one out. Excellent bowling here from the Czechs. Excellent bowling. Erika Kuntseva is a very dangerous bowler. She picks up wickets when she bowls. That's just the way she plays. She's always amongst the wickets. She gets amongst the runs as well. This one's a bit fuller, but just drifting onto the pads and just glanced away. The throw to the non-striker's end was very clever because the batter was back on the play, not really watching the fielder. And I wouldn't say she ambled through, but a straighter throw could have been problematic. In the end, it's just the one. Clipped nicely. Or the foot fielding doesn't work this time, and they're going to get through it for a comfortable single as it's just pushed towards that backward point area. Score is 40 for the loss of 4 wickets after 9, just 2 runs off that previous over. Welcome again to everyone in the chat. Thank you for joining us here today. Hope you're doing really well. It's a very, very, very warm day here in Prague. It's early in the morning. It's just ticked past 10 o'clock. I'd say it's probably already pushing 33, 34 degrees at the moment. Maybe even hotter out there in the center. Go to my little weather wall app I've got here. Nope, tells me it's 32, but it feels like 37. This weather apps have this feels like sort of thing going on, and currently it feels like 37. So out in the sun, that's what it feels like. Because as you know, when you look at the temperature on all the different apps and gauges around the world, it's always the temperature taken in the shade, not in direct sunlight. So direct sunlight's adding 5 more degrees. So imagine that, 10 o'clock in the morning, it's 37 degrees out there in the center as we start the next over. And we start with a wide. Tough going here for Luxembourg this morning. Remember, this is Luxembourg's last match. They are currently winless. They would love to drive away this afternoon from the ground with, of course, the men's team as well, as they will both finish their campaigns here in the first matches this morning on this brilliant Sunday. They'd love to drive away from the ground with a win against the home team if they can. Remember, cricket's a game of 2 halves, always is. Whatever one team does, the other team can also do it as well. So far, it's pretty tough. Chris Smith says it's absolutely hammering down there. Oh, wow. Okay. Lucky you. I think we're going to get that over the next couple of days, starting probably sometime overnight, then going through tomorrow, and then Tuesday. I think we've got the big storms hitting us Tuesday. So it's definitely taking its time to get across from the UK to us. And Johnny Heason, good to see you too, as he wishes Jas a goodbye. And I think that's entirely appropriate. Thank you, Johnny. And good to see you, as always, in the chat. Good to see everyone in the chat. Appreciate the fans of women's cricket jumping in, saying hello, enjoying, well, Central Europe Cup for the women here. The men's competition going on the neighbouring field. Try and get you an update during the next drinks break on how that's going. Punch through for just a single. So a couple of wides this over from Commodore. Single takes the score up to 43 for 4. Almost got all the 4s. Another single, and a few people might lose their minds. Be able to call it number wang. Bowler in again. Goes to push this one away. Just doesn't quite get it. Susanna Ranova with the gloves for Czechia has done a fantastic job this weekend. I think her glove work has been superb. I know Vinny, who was here commentating on Friday with Shaban, who's next to me doing the score and doing a great job as well, by the way. When they were here, they were praising her glove work as well. I think she's done so well, taking some good catches and been just very, very handy. Found a good place in the team for her, which is behind the stunts with the gloves. Very confident, very competent with the gloves. Another dot ball. So a couple of wides here, but also a couple of dots as well. And the score now is 44 for 4. I can now say that. If I try to say that in Czech, believe me, I will probably cough and splutter and fall over in a mess if I try to say it. It's just one of those, isn't it? Am I right? Am I right? Thank you, Annie. Thank you, Shabad, sitting next to me here agreeing with me. It's just one of those words which everyone who's never said that word before will just trip over. So let's hope we can get to 55 for 5, because that's so much easier. So 4 in Czech is, I'm going to try it. There's different ways that us Westerners pronounce it. Stegi? Or the Slack ways to say stegi. There's so many different ways to say it, but it has no vowels. It has a Y, but then it's got accents. Google it, you'll know what I mean. So try saying 44 for 4 after 9.4 overs in Czech. Good luck. I wish I had a Czech person here to do it, just so they could do it. Going to get off that score now. Watch the umpire here, whether it is no ball and buys. Runs important for Luxembourg. Any way they can get it, runs all important here. Score ticks up to 46 now. No ball. Free hit. It's a free hit. There's a few players saying go. There's a few players saying no free hit, no celebration. That's really funny. Desica, who was in the mid wicket area, was saying no, it's a free hit. And even the captain, Talamar, was charging in, cheering as we look at the replay one more time and watch this. Look at this. Talamar in the middle of your screen at the back there, charging in and suddenly realizes, oh, free hit. Big U-turn, heads back to her fielding position. A little bit red-faced there. It happens to all of us. Good follow-up there from Viola. Let's see how she goes here with the next delivery. And just dots up there. And that is going to complete the 10th over. And the score is 46 for 4 after 10. It's tough going there for Luxembourg. And for the Czechs, they are right on top here. It's going to be a drinks break. They all head out there with their drinks and refreshments for the players and the umpires. And I'm going to take a short break as well. Don't go too far. This is Phil G for the European Cricket Network and for Czech Cricket as well, as we are now halfway through the first innings of match number 5 in this Central Europe Cup. We'll see you back here in about a minute. Welcome back after the drinks break. 46 for 4 Luxembourg after 10 overs. Well-deserved drink break taken by all players and officials. Let's not forget the officials. They're doing a great job under very difficult circumstances. I've really enjoyed their work over the weekend. I think they've done a cracking good job, and they deserve a shout-out as much as the players do. The players, of course, they deserve a massive, massive shout-out because they have had to toil under very tough conditions. Very, very tough conditions. Thanks to Johnny here. I just saw your comment there. Yeah, it's my first chance to get on comms since the Czech ECS. I kind of feel like I've been away from the microphone for a little bit, but it's good to be back. Calling the action here as we start the 11th in the second half of this innings. Opens with a little push to the offside for a single. But yeah, good to see you in the chat, Johnny. Always good to see you. So score jumps up now to 47 for 4. Projected score still under 100. They'd love to get that projected score back into triple digits figures. But these two need to hold their own, especially with Erika Kuntseva coming on to bowl her third. She has been as accurate as you like. Another good delivery there. Currently, she's got 1 for 11 from her 2.2. Arti Priya and Jagrati Dubey with a fair bit to do here. They've done well so far. They've seen off some very good bowling. They need to continue this, but also you need trying to find the runs, keep that scoreboard ticking under very tough conditions. Opens the face, no run there. Straight to, it's like that's Teresa Kulsanova who's fielding in that position there. It is indeed. Teresa, very accomplished fielder. She is very fast, very quick on the throw back as well. Really enjoying that. Got a message from my good friend Danny Hudacek, who was regaling you yesterday with the solo commentary. Did a fantastic job as well. Again, under very tough conditions here. Looking after the Saturday action he's just giving me a message just to say that on the neighbouring field, the Czechs 87 for 1. And that man, Sahil, has got himself a half century. Captain of the Czech team, got himself a half century. So thank you for that, Danny. Thank you very much. Get the old scoreboard open there, so I can keep a close eye on that as well. Very important weekend for the Czech national teams, both men and women. Drifts that one down the side, looks to sweep around the corner. On that, there's a big gap there on that leg slope. She get a paddle shot around the corner, and it goes fine. There's going to be a lot of runs in that part of the ground as it runs slightly downhill towards the car park. And unfortunately, unable to get something on that one. Erika in again. Outside the off and left alone, and that is going to be the end of the over. So it's 49 for 4 after 11. Let's have a look and see what's going on the other field. There you go. There's the action on the neighbouring field, the Scott Page field. Czechs going through for a couple of runs there against Luxembourg. Try and get the score up there and tell you what's going on over there. So it's getting towards the end of the 10th over. The Czechs are currently 105 for 1. With Luxembourg in the field, obviously. Luxembourg won the toss, opted to field first in that game. Sahil Grover is currently on 55. Sabon Divisi is on 27, and it's been a pretty good partnership with those two, having lost an early wicket. So back to the action here with the women as now we start the next over. Viola continues. And dots up on the first ball. 49 for 4. Luxembourg very happy to try to get themselves to that mini milestone of 50 on the board for the team and then kick on. Right now, that projected score is only sitting on 88. So these two batters, they've done well to keep the wickets away. Just tries to place it off the toes, skews up in the air, but the Czech fielders are all over that. Throw back to Viola is good. Viola looks so comfortable. The way she just reached out with one hand there and snatched the ball out of the air as it was almost going to go past her for the return throw, and nonchalantly just walked back to her mark to bowl the next ball. She looks very accomplished, very confident. The whole Czech team looks very confident as well. Just one of those things. Confidence is just one of those aspects of the game. You can't teach it. It's just something that comes. And when you've won 2 from 2 and you've already got this kind of start, 50 up, by the way, for Luxembourg, 50 for 4. Yeah, the confidence is it's brimming. Their cupeth runneth over. Appropriate for a Sunday morning to do those sort of quotes, I guess. Next ball goes a little bit wide. Have that one again. Chris Smith, I just saw your comment there about the weather at Optus, Freo and Suns game. And you're blaming Vinny. Fair enough. Well, actually, it's a really good point. And Johnny Heesom's just made a good point there too, Chris, that yes, Vinny is in the ECN studios in the leafy suburb of Vorshovica, on the edge of Vorshovica and Vinohrady, just down the road from where I'm from. Well, where I live, I should say, not where I'm from. It's kind of handy having the commentators from ECN all sort of bunched in the same area. It's kind of weird. Another wide delivery there. But just to dispel any kind of rumours or any kind of conversations there, I know that Vinny has mentioned a few times, and I think I've mentioned it a few times as well, is that Mr. Maximo, myself and Danny, we all live not too far from each other, pretty much on the same side of town. In fact, it's about a 5-minute walk from my place down to Vinny's. And when we all sort of head out together, which we don't do a lot of, because obviously, we spend a lot of time together at the cricket. But when we head out together, we don't do our commentary voices when we're down at the pub ordering a beer or something like that, or sampling the local fare or doing a touristy thing. Mind you, that I'm yet to go 10-pin bowling with Vinny and Danny. Danny and I have been 10-pin bowling together a couple of years ago. Need to do that again, actually. And it'd be good to get Vinny to come along. Just I'm kind of scared that it'll turn into an ECN commentary gig. Imagine what that'd be like too. Oh, Phil G comes in. He's got an underarm problem though. He's gutted that one. Good solid bowling here against a couple of batters who are a little bit protective of their wickets, but at the same time, they're not getting that scoreboard ticking over and relying heavily on extras. And at the moment, there's been a few wides bowled now, as Viola's just losing her radar a bit here. Just looking to try to close out this over. Still one to come, 53 for 4 on the board. And just defensively pushed out to the offside for a dot, and that's how it's going to finish then. So 12 overs gone, 53 for 4 on the board. Tough going. Chris and Johnny enjoying my little description there. Yeah, but you can imagine that happening though, couldn't you? It's just one of those really weird things. I don't think we've ever done it, although, I mean, just an example of just sometimes how silly us commentators get is that Danny and I were here at the up at Vinohrady last year for I think it was the semi-final of Division 2, the local Division 2, and we just started commentating, just randomly commentating, but it was we added a lot more colour to the commentary. Let me just say it like that. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, Danny and I we do a lot of stuff together outside of cricket. We live very close together. We've got similar interests, similar group of friends, so we do hang out together quite a bit. And we don't sort of dive into that kind of thing. But you can imagine though if it was like that. But then again, I mean, people have heard myself and Danny on commentary together. You'll know what we're like. We're like the two old guys from the Muppets, just yabbering away, trying to make each other crack up laughing, which usually does end up happening. We start the next over. Swings hard at this one, goes square on the leg side. Good work from the fielder. Very good quick work there. And a sharp throw towards on striker's end. Score goes to 54 for 4. Fawad now with the chance with the ball. Nice bit of fielding there, in close. Good to see they've got close infielders there. It's a very, very short, well, it's almost a mid, I was going to say mid-wicket. That's more of a very short mid-off position. Very clever bit of pressure fielding placements there. Czech women right behind the bowler here. There's a lot of cheering and applauding going on around the ground. Not sure if you can see that on the shot there, but I can tell you now that every dot ball is being applauded by the outfielders. That's going to be a no ball this time. A no ball. White just strays there. Score goes to 55 for 4. Chris, yeah. Yeah, when Vinny gets in the mix. And also Shoban as well. Shoban and Vinny have come along to my quizzes, my one-on-one, my quiz at Down Under last year. And sometimes Vinny turns up to my quiz as well. And then randomly, Danny and I will turn up to each other's quiz. So sometimes when that happens, it gets a little bit silly. Obviously, there's a few of the local Vinarati guys who rock up to the Down Under. Shabat Batya is one of them. A couple of the old Barbarian players like Eric Walker, who's now one of the office bearers for Vinarati. Of course, that's Vinarati's home pub as well. So when you get a few of the old, cricketing people involved, it's always a good night out. Always a fun bit of silliness. A few cool beverages. Bar white dots up here. Well bowled. One more to come to complete the 13th. And completes it, they do, with a defensive push and a dot. 4 runs off the over, 57 for 4 after 13. That projected score still hanging around about an 88. And at this point, I would love to get triple digits. Real psychological push if they can get beyond 88, maybe towards 100. That would be massive if they can do that. So we've been playing now for an hour under very warm conditions. Just ticks over 10:30. 13 overs bowled, 57 for 4 on the board. And the Czechs looking good here. This is a good partnership, though, between these two. They came together quite a while ago now. They've really managed to keep things together and hold things, which is very, very good. Remember, these are international matches between these teams. These teams pretty much fledgling teams. The Czech team this is I believe their 22nd T20I they've played. And they are, what are they? They're 19 losses and 2 wins. For Luxembourg, this is very early on in the development of the Luxembourg women's team. They haven't been around very long. I don't have it at hand to tell you exactly the numbers. I can tell you now they haven't been around very long indeed. I don't know if they've got a win either. And for Norway, once again, Norway. I mean, these teams have only been together for just a handful of games. So this is very, very ground floor, grassroots sort of start for these teams. Full delivery, just kept out there. Chris with a good one there. You banned them from work. You banned quizzes. Yep, fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, just a shout out to everyone in the chat. A few people making comments. Obviously, we enjoy the comments coming through in the chat, and obviously we're interested in what you have to say. But please, as our moderators have just pointed out, that these are not professionals. They're not played like the senior players you see around the world playing cricket. This is not even remotely close to that. So if your expectations are at that level, and you probably need to revisit those expectations, understand these are people who have jobs and have families, and they've got a lot outside of cricket, and they do this because they love the game. The local federations dig deep, find the money to get them around Europe to play these competitions and to help with their rankings. There's a fair bit going on here. Hello to Vinny, who joins us there. Good to see you. Thanks for the shout out. And thank you for updating me there. Luxembourg, 8 wins from 20 matches. There you go. So thank you, Vinny. Very good, timely for you to come in there and give us that bit of data. That's been struck uppishly, but over the top. Oh, had to get back in a hurry there as the runs turned down. A lot of runs being turned down here by these two, but in the end, you have to say, probably fair enough as well. Score up to 61 for 4. We are 4 balls into the 14th, still 2 to come. Quite a bizarre comment there in the chat from Mohammed. I'm not sure about your logic. I mean, I'm not a professional cricket player, yet I love playing cricket. And if you love playing cricket, then why shouldn't you play cricket? Your logic, Mohammed, is that you can only play if you're a professional. That doesn't really hold any water whatsoever. Your argument is completely invalid. And that's what I will say about that comment. As we continue here. Swing and a miss, trying to put a bit of pepper on the wide ball. Can't connect with the wide ball. Luxembourg batters, they've been pretty handy for some of the Czech bowling, which has gone wide. They've been chasing some wide deliveries. They've been connected with a few as well. 63 the score goes up to. As Pavlichkova is just struggling to close out the over here. 6 runs from the over so far. That projected score has jumped up to 92, so they are pushing towards that ideal score of 100. This has popped up in the air. It's going to land safe. Had a bit of hang time. The throw to the keeper's end was clever. Talamala there with the cleanup and the throw. They do get through for single though. Every run counts. 64 for 4 on the board. One more to come to close out the 14th. Well, Mohammed once again has an absolute zinger, which just sort of proves there's a lot of illogic going through that man right now. He says, no need to broadcast matches like that. Well, there's no need to watch matches like that. You're more than welcome to tick over and maybe watch the Balkan Cup going on right now on the European Cricket Network. Of course, there is some wonderful cricket going on there in Portugal as well. So the options are plentiful, and I invite you to choose whichever one you prefer to watch, of course. The score is 64 for 4. Thank you, Vinny. These people play because they love cricket. We broadcast it because we love cricket. And I'm very excited about the prospects of women's cricket and the leaps and bounds that has happened in this sport on the continent over the last few years. The growth has been incredible, and it sets up for more years of incredible growth. Think about women's professional cricketers, where they were 20, 25, even 30 years ago. So think about that. And remember, it's a marathon. It's not a sprint. And if you come tuning in to watch women's cricket on the European Cricket Network, where we're showcasing these teams, and you're expecting IPL level, Big Bash level cricket, then you will be disappointed. You should probably think about changing the channel, because you're not going to see what you want to see. Therefore, I invite you to watch this, bask in the early stages of this sport that's developing so nicely across the continent here, and getting better and better with every game, every ball bowled, every catch taken, every run scored, every match played. It just gets better and better bit by bit. And you can see the growth. You can see the changes. And also, please remember that currently out there in the center right now, it's not quite 11 o'clock in the morning. And I'm going to give you a temperature check from my weather wall app, not quite the Tony Gregg weather wall app. It is currently 32 degrees here at Vinoj, and it is, what it feels like is 37 degrees. Yeah, you heard me. It feels like 37 out there in the middle. It's not even 12 o'clock. So I would ask people to just consider many, many factors before passing judgment on the cricket out there in the middle. I'm enjoying it, and I know a lot of people watching are enjoying it as well, and I know the players are also enjoying it. For me, that's the big thing. Chris Smith with a good one there. Lux, 72 in the rankings. Bulgaria, 71. Czech, 67. Serbia, 60. Norway, 55. Thank you, Chris. Thank you for that bit of data. There we go. That is a wicket. Finally, the partnership is broken. They've held it together really well, Debay and Priya. A bit of a middle order protectionism going on to make sure no more wickets are falling, because Luxembourg were in all sorts of trouble with 4 wickets down very early on. She's chopped on here, and she's a little bit of a hop, step and jump as she walks off there. You can tell she's a little bit upset with herself, just not getting the timing right on that one. But Farwa gets a big breakthrough and breaks this partnership as well. So Jagrati Debay has to go. Priya still out there. She's going to be joined in a moment with one of her counterparts. But Luxembourg in a lot of trouble. In a lot of trouble. 5 wickets down, middle order exposed. Shivani Sati is going to be the new batter to stroll out to the centre with a job to do. Her and Priya need to really sort of sort things out then. So 67 for 5 is the score. Watch the replay one more time. Yeah, look at that. Just on the follow through, gets a little bit of a bottom edge there. So Sati comes out now to face the heat from Barber. So still 2 to come in the over. Drinks have been taken. That's why I just got a little bit of an extra little delay here. The drinks would have been taken at the end of the over, so they're taking the drinks break now. Makes sense. Projected score is currently 91. Again, I've said a few times, they're going to want to get that up to triple digits. You should think that with a rush of blood in the next few overs, they should be able to get there. But still work to be done. I can tell you also on the neighbouring field, the Czech men taking on Luxembourg there. Luxembourg won the toss, opted to field. Czech men win the batting. They're 143 for 2, getting towards the end of the 13th. Nope, it's just ticked over to the end of the 13th. It's 149. Sahil Grover not out on 65. Sazibuyan has joined him. He's on 13. 149 for 2, 13 overs gone. That's the Czech men versus Luxembourg on the neighbouring field. Here on this field, 2 to come to complete the over. Out for leg before turn down. Anisati just breathes a quick sigh of relief there. Have a look one more time. Yeah, it looks like it's definitely going down leg. Good decision there for the umpire to turn it down. So no, continue. So last ball, the 15th. Pushed, quick single taken, throw to the bowler's end. Not a bad throw, well backed up and well run for a quick single as Sati gets off the mark and will retain the strike going into the start of the 16th. 15 overs gone. It's 68-5 on the board. So definitely chasing 100 here. Definitely trying to chase 100. I'll let Thomas Martinez as well. Just to confirm that score is 68 for 5 after 15. And yeah, Thomas Martinez, good to see you there in the chat. Very good to see you. Thanks for explaining that we are neutral. Commentators are always neutral. The only reason I probably know a little bit more about the Czech women is simply because I'm also involved with the Czech Federation as ethics officer only. I was league administrator for a couple of years, operations manager for a couple of years, but now my role is ethics. Got ball to continue with there, but yeah, absolutely neutral. Of course, we are neutral. How else is the best way to call a game of cricket? Utter neutrality. Definitely a chance to get over the ton here is Luxembourg, but they need to find a rush of blood here. That projected score is at 90, it's 68 for 5, just started the 16th. Not interested in the leg side wide there. Happy to take the wide and take the fresh delivery that comes her way. That's Sati. Got a few bowling options, do the Czechs. Talamala's still got one to come. Desica Moodley's got one to come. Erika Kuntseva has got one to come. And Viola also one to come as well. Won't be surprised if that's how they'll finish. Maybe with one apiece from those. Although Raquel Pavlichkova is bowling very well at the moment. Only gone from 8 from her 1.2 overs. You never know, she might even bowl all the way through. Give a chance for the other bowlers to take a rest. Remember, the Czechs will have the second game this afternoon, so retaining a little bit of energy is pretty much important for them. Remember, they won the toss here in this game, elected to bowl first, during which, ironically, I'll call the coolest part of today, which is the first innings of the morning. Temperature just steadily increasing bit by bit. So I think it was a good move from them to win that toss. Good toss to win. And they've got Luxembourg at 69 for 5, halfway through the 16th. Nicely placed. Gets past the infield. Got to go for two, and they do. Well done. Fielder chases, picks up the ball, realises they were always going to get two. That's a nice shot. Opens the face of the bat. Sati, very accomplished middle order batter. I think she'd probably do well, maybe even batting up maybe a couple of positions higher. Small in stature, but she's a very busy player. And looking to play the shots, looking to work the ball around. It's gotten through keeper. It's gotten through the backstop as well. Just for one. Let's see, did that collect anything on the way through? Umpire says that was runs. Just making sure it didn't come off a deflection there. So 72 for 5. 4 runs off the over so far. One more to finish the 16th. Swings, gets away from Susanna behind the stumps there, but just going to be a dot ball, and that's how the score will finish after 16. 72 for 5 are the Luxembourg women after 16. It's been a great bowling display and fielding display from the Czech women so far in this match. See if they can complete it as well. So just ask people in the chat to maybe just watch the language in the chat, please. We like to keep the chat PG friendly for everybody to enjoy. So maybe just watch some of the language and some of those expressive words that are coming through there. I know the moderators are keeping a close eye on things, and my big shout out and thank you to the moderators in the chat who do a wonderful job. Thomas Martinez, Johnny Heesum, and of course Chris Smith. Just amongst 3 of them I've seen so far today. Thank you guys for all your very, very good work. Being an ex-mod myself, well, I still consider myself a mod. It's a hard thing to shake here. Quick single, 3 stumps to aim at, and she hits 2 of them, and that is a very good run out. Just took a split second to line up the throw, and the throw is dead on, and that is a really, really good bit of fielding off the bowling. Awa Barber hits the stumps. Doesn't need any assistance, just goes bang. Happy people around there. So 6 wicket falls. It's unfortunately going to be Sati who has to go. Let's have a look at this one more time. Here we go. Farwa charging in, sorry. Pushed out. Oh, apologies, it wasn't Farwa. I thought Farwa had fielded for a bowling. And gone by the proverbial country mile. So apologies to Farwa there, and apologies to the fielder. I thought it was Farwa for own bowling. It wasn't. It was close in fielder who pinged the stumps down, and has affected a good run out. Very good work there from the close infielder. Erica pinged the stumps down. She's very good with the bowling, and that's why she's very accurate as well with the field. It was always going to be a very dangerous run to a close infielder there. Always dangerous. See what happens there with a run out. 72 for 6 now at the start of the 17th. That projected score looking a little bit tough now. A little bit tough. Goodbye to Chris Smith. Has to head off to work. Thanks for joining us here this morning, Chris. Really good to see you again. Take care in the heat or in the pouring rain, no matter what it is. We'll see you again really soon. In again. Just swings at this one, hoping for something. Gets a single. Ricochets off the leg of Erica Kunsava, who is very busy there in that short fielder position, also backing up the stumps for the bowler at the non-strikers end too, getting into the play as much as possible. As it is Arbus now facing her first delivery. Stifled shot for leg before, definitely going down leg. Survives. 73 for 6 is the score on the board. Checks all over this one. Luxembourg in a bit of strife. But still, Czechs still need to come out and chase these runs. Don't forget that. Hits it uppishly, gets a little bit of airtime as they scamper through for one. It's just going to be one. Good quick fielding there and a good throw back to the ball. Again, well drilled the fielding team here. You can see that the close infielder on the side, that's at the short mid-off position. Erika Kuntzevat, she's drilled to get to the stumps and take the throw from the fielders at the stumps at the non-striker's end. Just small things like that. Notice that. Keep that in the back of your minds. That's a very good bit of coaching work there for the fielders to know to do that. Also something very basic of indoor cricket. Always used to talk about that as well. About in indoor cricket, someone has to take the stumps at the bowler's end. Always someone to take the stumps. So good little signs here. Again, swung out towards deep mid-wicket. Oh, bit of a fielding blue there. It's going to allow him to get through for another one, unless it goes all the way. I think that's been collected before the boundary rope, only just. And they get a couple for their trouble there. One turns into two. Big cheer from the dugout next to me here as that one got turned into two. 76 for 6 on the board with those two. 17 overs gone. Still 3 to come. Where can they get to with the score? Where can they get to? That's the big question. Can they try to break that 100 mark? They're going to need a couple of big overs if they're going to break into triple digits. Still possible. And from a psychological viewpoint, they love to see that. Arti Priya is still out there. She's got 13 from 24 deliveries faced. And Sana Abbas has only joined her just recently. She's got 1 from 2 deliveries faced. So these two got a bit of work to do. But they are pushing down towards the unrecognised batters for Luxembourg. The Czechs, I think, will be very happy with this display so far. Only giving up 76 runs at a run rate of 4.5 in the T20I. That's a very good return for the Czech women so far. Still got a ways to go. Hope you're enjoying the cricket wherever you're watching from around the world. Thanks for joining us here on the European Cricket Network, showcasing one of the big tournaments here from the Czech Republic. It is the CE Cup. Been going on for many, many years. Both Danny Hudacek and myself, Danny who was on commentary yesterday, and myself, we've got a long history going back in the CE Cup, not just with commentating, but also with organising as well. Going back about 8-9 years now with our good mate Terry O'Connor, who's not here in Czech Republic anymore. He's back in Brisbane. And of course, with even people way before Terry as well, organising CE Cup. Yearly event, except for in 2020 when we had the COVID situation lock us down and we had to cancel the CE Cup literally a week before the scheduled time. And we had, I think, about 5 international teams ready to come over. And then things just got worse. That was the one year we couldn't have it. Struck nicely out towards the leg side. Doesn't get all of it, though. It's going to just dribble its way out towards deep square. And just the single. Hello to Helix as well. Joins us in the chat. Good to see you. Hope you are doing well. Thomas Martin there saying, agreeing. Pretty much what I've been saying all along is the improvement with the Czechs, but also the improvement with the Luxembourg women and with the Norwegian women as well. It's been an improvement across the board. And you know what? In terms of the rankings for the European, I'm talking about mainland Europe, in terms of the ranking points, it's about the teams that improve the quickest. And, you know, the fact that these improvements can stay with these players as well, which is a tough thing to do. You know, we're talking about amateur players here who do this in their spare time. They do this because they love the game. They're not getting paid for this. There's no perks. There's nothing else that comes with this. They do this because they love playing cricket. So there is no professional level here at the moment. None. So you need to understand that and respect that. And that's why some of the comments we've seen this morning so far are just completely invalid. Their arguments completely invalid in terms of the play. I think what's happening here is absolutely fantastic. It just speaks volumes. It speaks volumes about the people who are involved behind the scenes as well, the coaches for all the teams and the senior players from the men's division who get amongst, you know, the women players and teach them and show them and say, this is what I've learned. This is what I do. This is how we do it, you know, where we are. You know, that sort of thing. There's a couple of the Luxmen walk past. Good to see you guys. You heard that through the effects, mate. 79 for 6. Just a handful of overs left now. 18 overs are gone. That projected score still at 88. It's been thereabouts 88 for quite a while now. Deska bowls herself out there. She's got 2 for 17, including a maiden, a wicket maiden. Let's see who's going to bowl now. It looks like it's going to be, is it Skipper Talamala is going to bowl the all-important 19th. It all happens in the 19th. So, 79 for 6. A couple more to come. Helix with an excellent comment there. You're absolutely correct. You have to crawl before you run. It's a long way from being professional. 100% correct, Helix. You are bang on correct. It is a marathon, not a sprint. Wardy, Christopher Ward joins us in the chat. Good to see you. Few questions being asked here. Umpire's saying no. Stop ball. Wicketkeeper was confident. Bowler was confident. Have a look one more time. Slams into the leg as she steps inside the line, and they're asking for a leg. It's a good shout, but I think the ball was doing a lot. Umpire's in the better position than anybody else, and the camera angle there is, well, it's not straight. So we go by what the umpire says, because that umpire is in the best position to see that, as dots up next delivery. $79 for 6. They're stuck on that score at the moment. Oljana Talamara, captain, leading by example here. She's got 1 for 15 from her 3.2 overs. Bowling very well, very accurate. Bowling very full. Brings an edge, flies away. There's nobody in a deep slip position to get that one, and ends up being 1 run. And that 1 run is being cheered on by the Luxembourg dugout. They're very excited about this score. 80 now on the board, 80 for 6, with 9 legal deliveries still to be bowled. Every chance to get a ton. They would love to get 100 here. A bit of a fumble there in close that allows the run through. Just lost the ball just for a second. I think Erica got a bit excited about a possible another run-out opportunity there, and just had a slight little fumble at the critical time, and that allows the the batters to get through and scamper through for a quick single, cheeky little single there. Talamar with 2 to come. 81 for 6 on the board. Just pushes this one. A full delivery on the feet. Katarina, she again, just a touch of the fumbles there. She couldn't find it at first. Had to do a complete 360 on her knees and then go, oh, yeah, there it is. Yep, that little white thing, that's what you want. Sort of threw her head back with a big smile on her face and said, yeah, I know. Probably could have got that a bit cleaner. 82 for 6 on the board. Last ball of the 19th coming up. Priya facing. She's been there for a few deliveries for her 28 deliveries in total, including 1 boundary. Wouldn't she love to finish this over with a boundary? Cuts this one nicely. It's in the gap. There's a race on. That ball might win that race. Or is it just going to pull up? It's actually going to pull up, would you believe? It pulls up about a metre inside the rope. And they need to get their skates on, and they do get their skates on, and that is nicely run. They do run 3. In these conditions, 3 run is pretty good. Pretty good indeed. So, 85 for 6 after 19. Luxembourg just need to find a bit of a rush of blood here towards the end. Everything they can get here, everything they get here is going to be monumentally important. So, what's the chase going to be like? Where's it going to end up? Look, there's a couple of the Luxembourg people just watching. That's coach plus a couple of their players just watching closely from the lines there. Keep an eye on things. Batters getting one last bit of refreshment before they face this final over. It's tough going out there. It's very, very warm conditions, as it's been all weekend. Player safety is our paramount concern. So batters get a very quick little rehydration break just for a few seconds, and then we're ready to go. Harmy in the chat saying, need to take some risks, need to get 10 runs in this last over. Yep, that's a pretty fair assessment, I'd say as well. Might as well take risks. You've got 4 wickets in hand. You've got a handful of deliveries to try and make an impact here. And how good it would be if they could try to find another 15 runs. Even 10 runs would be great. 15 runs would be amazing. They got 5 deliveries to do it now. Hit and run. Throw to the keeper's end. Good work from the keeper for Susanna, who's done very well with the gloves to get everything behind that so it doesn't get past her. And it's just a single. Sana Abbas now. Arti Priya. 19 from 31 with 1 boundary has Arti Priya. She's been there for a while. Tough going for her. Sana Abbas has been there for 9 deliveries. Goes for the sweep shot, but she's been caught plumb in front. Absolutely plumb in front. Umpire had no hesitation there and says, yes, you are done there. Erika Kuntseva, once again, who bowls stump to stump, picks herself up another wicket. She gets 2 for 13 now for her troubles. And this last over is turning into, well, it's turning into a bit of a Czech girls show here. As Clea makes her way out to the centre there. I love that little shot of her with the dark glasses, pulling down, saying hello there on the side of the screen. I love this little addition to the fun. Well, that hits her on the back leg, and umpire has no hesitation to say, yep, that was going to go crashing onto the stumps there. As we are introduced now to Clea, who comes to the stumps. She has to negotiate a couple of deliveries here. 3 to go in the innings. It's 86 for 7, 3 balls to come. Saw Clea batting very, very conservatively yesterday with blocking. He's happy to watch the ball go past on the leg side and accept the wide. Doesn't chase after it. If she wanted to chase after it, if she gets it past the infield, it is runs aplenty. As Karan Dahami said in the chat just a few moments ago, need to take some risks here. Need to find some runs, and I agree with that. Probably need to chase those deliveries. And she does this time. It goes fine. Unfortunately, she can't pierce the gap. It's fine, and it gets stopped. So, good effort there. Good intent. Just couldn't find the gap. 87 for 7. Score up to 88 for 7 now. Ticks up 88 for 7. 2 to come. Arti Priya then. Let's see how she handles these next 2 deliveries. Oh, goes to cut a wider ball. It was there for the cutting. Once she gets it through that infield, there's a player who's in extra cover and a player just slightly backward of point, ever so slightly backward of point. Get it past those 2, be a 4 all the way along the deck, and she's just missed that one. Last ball of the innings. It's on the full. That's a great strike. That heads out to the boundary. Excellent work on the boundary rope there. Back for 2. And just back for 2. That was very good work on the boundary rope. That was Clara Kisava, who's patrolling the boundary rope down there. Gets down and makes sure it doesn't get past her. It was hit very hard indeed on the full. So the score is going to finish on 90 for 7 after 20 overs. They get themselves up to 92 Luxembourg. Is it going to be enough? You think at this point it may not be, but cricket is a game of 2 halves, and it's a chance for the Czechs to go 3 and zip if they can try to knock off these 91 runs in 20 overs when it's their turn to bat very soon. Shout out to the Czech bowlers who did very well indeed. Desika Moodley, 2 for 17 with a maiden in there, a wicket maiden. 2 overs to Erika Kuntseva as well, and a wicket to Fawa Baba and to Soljana Talmar. A couple of run-outs as well. In the batting department, well, Arti Priya with a 21 not out pretty much held things together in the middle order. They started nicely. Shifra Lord at the top there. That 13 from 20 looked pretty strong until she lost her stumps to a straight ball that she couldn't keep out. And from then on, it was a pretty tough going with the Luxembourg women there, and the scorecard tells a bit of a story. Very happy team walking up in front of me here. They are the Czech women, and the Luxembourg women are going to have a fair bit to talk about with their coaching staff as we take a break, and we'll be back in probably about 15 minutes' time for the continuation of this game. So don't forget to join me. Take a short break yourself. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network and also for the Czech Cricket Federation. I'll put the both hats on. Why not today? And we hope to see you back here very, very shortly indeed. Don't go too far. The run chase coming. Czech women need 91 off 20 for the win. I'll see you back here shortly.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
And it's a warm welcome back to the Vinosh Cricket Ground for the continuation of match number 5 for this CE Cup, the Central Europe Cup for Women 2026 edition. We're halfway through this match number 5 with Luxembourg already posting a score on the board. And that was 90 for the loss of 7 wickets. It was very tough going for Luxembourg. Very tough going indeed for them. They struggled right from the very start. At one point, they were 4 down for less than 30 runs. Middle order stood up really well. Arti Priya top scored and really held things together for Luxembourg. It allowed them to get up to a score of 90. It gives the bowlers a little bit of something to work with here. It's not a massive score. It's going to be really, really hard work for the bowlers and the fielding team. But you know, cricket's a funny game. It's a game of 2 halves. And whatever one team does in the first half, the next team has to just do that little bit better. And that's up for the Czechs to do that as well. They've got it all before them, though, to take their 3rd win from 3 games if they can. Welcome back to everybody. Thank you for joining us again here on this lovely, balmy, warm day. It's already around 33 degrees, and it's just past 11:15 in the morning. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network and also for Czech Cricket as well. I've got 2 hats on today. Welcoming you back for the final day of the Central Europe Cup. And this match number 5 about to resume here. Batters are out in the centre. Umpires are almost set to go. Bowlers and fielders also ready as well. Czechs with it all to do. The Czechs. So we are ready to rock and roll with the run chase here. Czechs looking to pick up their 3rd win from 3 matches. Luxembourg to notch up their 1st win of the tournament in their final game as well. As this is swung hard, it goes out towards the back of square leg. That ball's going to win that race, I reckon. It does win the race. It's a 4 off the first shot of the innings. What a cracking start that is. And it's a long chase for the fielders to try to get onto that one. They cannot get near it. Crosses the boundary rope, and that's a cracking start there from Katarina, who's facing up at the striker's end, and Erika Kuntseva, she's at the non-striker's end. Very successful opening batting pair for Czech here. These 2 have done pretty well. And that's a good start. 4 off the first ball. Can't ask for a lot better than that, except for maybe a big 6. As a car comes driving around the side of the field. Find out who these people are who are driving around the top of the field and have a bit of a word to them. Face up now for the 2nd ball of the innings. Goes to swing this one. This time it goes a bit finer. Fielder Lawler is there for that shot, and even despite a bit of a misfield, they turn down the run. It's probably the one part of Katerina Testarakova's game is her running between the wickets. She's fast between the wickets, but she's not always looking for the quick single, not looking for the quick ones converting into 2s as well. Sometimes be a little bit guilty of that. Looks like the bowler's got a touch of the fumbles. It's the 2nd time already where the ball's been thrown back to her and she's missed it. And the fielder has to come off the long off boundary to pick it up for her. So Jagrati Dubey, maybe just with maybe some sunscreen still in her hands there, just not getting everything on the ball. We continue now. Straight up in the air. Keeper wants it. Keeper takes it. Massive breakthrough there. There's a big get around here for the Luxembourg women. They are ecstatic. The dangerous, big hitting Testaraková has to go. She skies one up. It doesn't even go that high in the air. And it's been taken by the keeper just behind the stumps. And that is a proper get around. The one fielder who was unable to get to that get around was fielding all the way down there at long off. She's running in now. She wants to be part of the celebrations as well. Massive breakthrough here in this first over. It was a 4 off the first ball, then a dot, and then a massive wicket. Oh boy. Sign of things to come. It's not going to be all easy sailing there for the Czechs. First wicket down. Raquel Pavlichkova is on her way out. So, 4-dot wicket. What a start for Luxembourg. What a start to this run chase as well. Hello to Johnny here. Yes, I had a good break. Thank you very much, Johnny. And hello there to Karen Harmy as well, who says you prefer watching ECN than watching FIFA. So thank you very much for that. It's a big compliment. We'll take that. And your comments are always welcome here in the chat. It's a full delivery. Oh, almost hits it straight down the throat of the wicket. It's all happening in the centre there. Bill Laurie be proud of that moment. It is all happening out there. The shot was hit straight down the throat of the fielder there. I think is that Dubé there? He's bowling. Straight down the throat of Artie Priya, the captain, who spilled it in that mid-off position, and then the runner almost affected as well. Gets this one on the full, gets it round the corner, gets it past the player. That is going to go past Shifra Lawler and finds the boundary behind square at a wide fine leg position. So nice placement there, despite close attention from the fielder, who almost managed to get enough on that. Unfortunately, can't knock it down, and it's 4 runs. So this over's got everything. It's been a couple of boundaries, and it's also been a wicket as well. It's all happening there in the centre. It looks like we've now finished that over. There was a no ball and one after the boundary. And so the field was just changing over there, and the batter's having a bit of a chat about that eventful first over. So we lose a wicket. We had a couple of boundaries as well. Scorers are just getting on top there. I think it might have been no ball, might have missed. We're just making sure we got the score correct. It is confirmed as 12 for loss of 1 wicket after the first. Just make sure we've got all the scores in the right place. Just double checking we've got the right batter on strike as well. I think we do. I think there was
Rachel's on strike.
I think we're almost good to go. Just making sure we've got all those things in. I think the no ball might have just been missed by the scorers. So that's just being updated. Just bear with us here. Almost good to go, but a great start to this run chase. So 12 runs off that first over and a wicket as well. A big wicket that fell too. So all happening. All happening. So good work from the scorers there. We are good to go. We are good to go. Artie Priya comes in now. Post up, makes a bit of room there. Gets pushed out towards the leg side, quick singles. And love a little bit of a skip there as the ball comes flying in. Out there, just quick singles seem to be the order of the morning at the moment. A couple of boundaries in that first over, but just pushing bits and pieces around here. Czechs wouldn't want to get too complacent here and lose another wicket. So just a cautious little start from these two. Here we go again. Priya steaming in. Oh, goes for a big swing there. Gets away from the keeper. It was a little bit of something on that, wasn't it? Let's have a look at one more time. Watch this one again. Oh, yeah, goes the wrong way. Keeper snatches at it with the right hand. There's a life. That's a life for Raquel. That had us stuck. Oh, boy. Cat amongst the pigeons time. As it is, it goes down as a dot, 14 for 1, just at the start of this second over. Tossed up, struck nicely down the ground. Going to turn for 2 here. 2 fielders combining here. The deep fielder picks up and throws in. Get a couple runs. Cheered on from the dugout, of course. Score jumps up now to 16 on the board. A loss of 1 wicket. Could have easily been 2 wickets there before with that chance put down by wicket keeper. As it is, we move on. Priya continues. Swing and a miss at a wide ball. Quite wide there. Pavlichkova eyes lit up when she saw that one outside the off. Once she punches it through the infield, it's going to run away all the way to the boundary line here. Deep fielders, there is a fielder down in the long on position. That's one deep fielder. Got a deep cover fielder as well. Interesting deep cover fielder. Shifa Lawler patrolling the boundary down there. Interesting choice from the skipper. Tell you, date actually from the other game. Just a moment from the other pitch. Some interesting stuff going on over there. In the air and straight in and out of the hands of the fielder who's there exactly for that reason. Unfortunately, Luxembourg put down another one. And this time it is Sonal Sengar who grasses a chance. Red hot chance there to pick up another wicket. It was just lobbed up very tastefully in the air for a bit of hang time. And it goes in and out of the hands and down to the ground. So it is going to be 20 for 1 after completion of 2 overs. And on the Scott Page field, the Czech men are taking on the Luxembourg men, and the Czechs scored 224 for 8 after their 20 overs, and that's including a century to Sahil Grover. So congratulations, Sahil, on an international ton for the old war horse, as I like to call him. I feel like he's been around forever. It's also because he's got grey hair as well, probably. But yeah, so 224 for the Czechs and Luxembourg to be chasing 225 for a win there. Luxembourg men currently top of the table in the men's Central Europe Cup. See, they've had better fortune than the women so far this weekend. Struck down the ground, through the bowler, through the fielder as well. Arti Priya can't stop that one. There is a fielder down deep there in the long on position and fields cleanly. Good work there. Very good work. Czech women off to a good start, though. Erika Kuntova facing up now. Debate continues. Again, goes that little paddle shot around the corner. This time she's picked out Shifa Lawler, who's fielding on the 45 in that run-saving position there. She fields cleanly. Well done. Looking forward to seeing if Schiffer gets a bowl. Working on her spin bowling, she tells me. Now, I'm looking forward to seeing her if she gets a chance to have a bowl, give the ball a bit of a rip. So the ball does tend to take a bit of spin here on the ground. It'd be great to see if she can do that. Nice couple of runs there. Nicely struck. Keeping that scoreboard ticking, the checks. Score now up to 24 for 1. Shout out to Danny Hudacek as well, who's, I think, lurking there in the chat. Has been giving me some good updates from the neighbouring field as well. So thank you for that, Danny. Hope you're enjoying your day away from comms on what is probably going to be the hottest day of the year. So should give Oki and Talia a pat for me. Hit down the ground, gets a bit of airtime on this one. There is a fielder down there, runs around from a long on position to field it. There is a long on and also a long off who's moving, well, long off moving around. They're not straight. They're actually a little bit squarer. So if you can get something flat going straight down the ground, it will probably elude the two fielders because both long off and long on are quite wide. Almost pushing around to deep cover. Defensively just push back. Nicely bowled. 25 for 1 on the board. 66 more required off 104. It looks pretty straightforward. It looks pretty academic, doesn't it? But you know what? Doesn't matter. You're still going to get the runs. You're still going to get there. Hello to everyone in the chat. Hello to Thomas Martinez and Johnny here as well. Joining us here. Another couple of runs to the score. It's a no ball. Free hit coming. Now, I think there's a Luxembourg player. Looks like she's got done a bit of a mischief. She's holding her hand. Maybe that ball might have cannoned into the finger or the nail the wrong way there. She's giving that right hand a bit of a ring, looking for a little bit of ice and a little bit of cold spray. I think is that Cleo over there who's looking like she's in a bit of strife. Oh, there's an errant white ball has just appeared on the field from, I don't know, from somewhere. Okay, there's a couple of guys practicing somewhere behind us, so need to watch out for that. Okay, just a bit of an injury moment there, but I think we're okay. 28 for 1. We resume. A couple more to come. Helped on its way. Once again, looking for that shot around the corner on the 45, and Shifra Lawler is perfectly placed there to stop that. Her throw hits poor old Raquel right square in the middle of the back. Or sorry, hits Erica in the middle of the back. And Shifra, being the sporting person she is, puts hand up and yells out a big apology. Did not mean that. That's going to be the end of the over. As it's 9 for 1. Continue then. Start of the fourth. So it's going to be, looks like it's Priya who continues. Right, Arti Priya. Starts us off with a dot, then a wide. Trying to keep the pressure on the batters here. Need to keep the batters playing at shots. The wides are just pretty much gifts from heaven at the moment. Czechs won't mind that, not one bit. Helix. Oh, Helix. I wish it was. Thank you for that comment. But yeah, Johnny, he's absolutely correct. Not while I'm on the job. Absolutely not. That will have to wait until the end of the day when I'll go for a walk up to the golf clubhouse. Maybe enjoy something cool while I wait for my taxi. Maybe take some of the officials up there with me as well. That gets through the fielders. Going to get back for an easy couple in the end. Will they chance maybe one on the arm? I'm not sure. They're thinking about it. The relayed throw is on its way in. No, they don't. Good running, though, between the wickets between these two. Very good running indeed. Still a few runs needed here, but you feel that the Czechs at the moment with only one wicket down and 30 got on the board already in the fourth over, you feel that they're in real control here of this game. So Helix, thank you for suggesting a little shot glass of amber milk. Let me tell you what I've got here, Helix. I've actually got a thermos of coffee because I need my coffee. I'm a bit like Dave B like that. I need my coffee. And I've got a full bottle of what we call Jemne Paliva. Now that's water that's slightly carbonated. Not heavily carbonated, but slightly carbonated. Czech, we say Jemne Paliva, which means slightly carbonated. Jemne Paliva voda. That bottle of water, I'm not kidding, I've only had a few sips already. It's what I would call warm. If I was bathing in this, it would be warm water. It's not pleasant. And it's been out of direct sunlight, but that's how warm it is here already. Yeah, so the water is already a bit of a problem, but I'd rather drink warm water than no water. Tossed up, full delivery, dives, full length to try to stop that one. Can't get a handle on it, and the deep fielder step up and look after it. Just a single there. So yeah, Helix, I hear what you're saying. Thanks for dangling the carrots in front of me there about the drinks and stuff, but unfortunately that's all I can do right now. Just got a big bottle of warm fizzy water, and I've got a hot black coffee as well. Trying to keep as hydrated as possible here, as much as the players are as well. Popped on its way around the corner. That's been perfectly placed. Runs away slightly downhill. She got enough on that one? No. Even the pace of the bowler was not enough to get that one down to the field. They're going to run back for a really, really well run. Really well run three there. And these conditions too, running three. Poor boy. You can understand why they'd want a drinks break straight away. But there you have it. End of the fourth, 37 on the board for loss of one wicket. Apologies, you can hear me drinking that warm water and any sort of disgust noises I make as I try to put that down. So interesting part of the game right now. Czechs right on top here. Looking forward to seeing if they can get themselves a third win from 3 games here in the Central Europe Cup. Luxembourg, got to find a way to find wickets. Got to find a way to try to put the brakes on here and try to manufacture a win here before they head home. This is the Luxembourg women's last game of the tournament for them. They're currently winless. They would love to come away with a good competitive opportunity here to try to get something. Carlos Martinez was an interesting little comment there. And Helix, your comment there about an Aussie. I Should know about the esky. Danny had a small little cool box here yesterday, a little esky. That was really quite good. He had a couple of 0 ABV non-alcoholic cool brews, a couple of fruit flavored ones, a couple of gozes, and a couple of IPAs. Kept us nice and refreshed. Yeah, Thomas Martinez makes a good point there, but yeah, I'm not an alcohol drinker till after lunch either. Actually, I find it weird. It's nothing about taste. It's just I find it really weird. And I'm a coffee drinker, and I need my 2 cups of coffee before 12 o'clock. And I'm not a cup of coffee person after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I can't do it. For some reason, it has a kick-on effect. And then at 1 o'clock in the morning, I'm still climbing walls, making jokes, and trying to commentate on late-night television, which is really weird. Just ask Mrs. G. Tell you stories which are shock you. This has been hit up in the air, catching opportunity for the bowler. She's staring directly into the sun. And I think she might have worn that one as well. It's been put down. Difficult chance, staring straight up to that shining orb. Look at this one more time. Miss hits, straight in the air, staring straight to the sun. That's going to sting. And really was on a hiding to nothing to try to hang on to that. And Sadi puts it down. Tough chance, but a chance nonetheless. Checks continue. And that looks like it was off the pitch, and it's no ball. Storming on their way to what could be an amazing third win from 3 matches, as Shivani Sati just struggling a little bit there. It's been a good over so far. Unfortunately, she did put the catch down, and that no ball as well, just causing a few problems. Pavlichkova, 12 from 12, playing very well at the moment. It was a little bit of a stuttering. I thought she was going to dance down the pitch then, and then realised that the pitch of the ball was actually better in her original position where she was, and had to sort of just hold her ground. Erika Kuntsova at the non-strikers end, 20 from 15, playing out of her skin at the moment, having a great game. Already putting her hand up for a player of the match, doing exceptionally well. In the air, uppishly. There is protection there down the ground. Arti Priya's chasing it from the mid-off position. Gets it and gets the throw back. But that is excellent running between the wickets. They run 2. And this is the difference between the teams. Luxembourg would have run 1 there. The Czechs run 2. These 2 between the wickets have got a very good understanding. We've seen it already when they came together, the scores on 4. So they've had a partnership of 40 in no time at all. And they look so confident between the wickets. Sati in again. Swing and a miss. And it is a no ball again indicated. She's got a bit of an issue there with the no balls. And I got to say, I think there's the leniency needed on these players, folks. Leniency needed. And that is because this has been 3 very, very tough, trying days. The warmest days of the year easily. It's been hit out nicely, was deep mid-wicket. Just going to get the one, only get 1 there. Good fielding, releases the ball quickly. Make sure it is just 1. That's Eleanor, who's patrolling the boundary line down there with a very good arm. End of the over now. 46 on the board. Down. Czechs seem to have it all their own way. So, yeah, interesting conversation going on in the chat with Thomas and Helix and myself. Yeah, it's interesting that, isn't it? Thomas says, I'm amazed how people can easily take a spirit shot at 10 a.m. Yeah, it's bizarre, isn't it? Really bizarre. I was in a previous life, I spent a lot of time in Romania, and some of the traditions in Romania around, especially around the villages, the old traditions of the old timers getting together at 8 o'clock in the morning and, basically downing a bottle of Palinka, which is industrial strength, Slivovitz, grappa, that kind of thing. Nothing less than 70% alcohol kind of thing. But they would just do that. And of course, being a visitor to the village of my partner at the time, she would obviously encourage me to head out with her father and his friends to enjoy a bottle. And that was incredible. And that was all before 9 o'clock in the morning. Easter especially. Easter, Christmas, any other kind of religious holiday in that part of the world, that was the way it was done. And yeah, Thomas, I'm with you. I couldn't get my head around it. Could not figure it out. I'd be screaming for my cup of coffee. So the Czech women are over halfway there in terms of the runs required. Only 43 more runs required. That run rate required too is now under 3 runs required per over. So they are cruising here with just the 1 wicket down. Edged, gets a bit of airtime, but it finds the gap. Priya's got to turn and chase after it as it gets away from her. They do go for the second on the arm. It's a chancey too, but in the end, it's well judged by Raquel Pavlichkova. That is an excellent bit of judgment on the run there. She hesitated. Both batters hesitated and waited. When Priya Arti picked up the ball and she was about to throw the ball back, they then took the run. They got back for 2. That was really, really well done. 50 up as well for the Czech women. 50 up. 50 for 1 inside the 6th. Now I think that the fielding team are just trying to sort themselves out. They're trying to plug some gaps. Sort of feel maybe that dam wall has already burst. Sonal's been put back on the boundary rope at point. And mid-on comes, well, long on comes into mid-on. And right on cue, ball goes straight to her, right on cue. So you could probably say that was a good bit of placement there in the field. He's working the buttons here, doing a great job. Seems like he's catching a cold. Hottest day of the year and he's catching a cold. Hope you're okay there, mate. A lot of good encouragement. See that one more time. Have a look at this. Edged, snatches at it. It's very similar to the in the first over that we had. Keeper Agrawal just snatching at a ball that she wasn't quite ready for. Just maybe weight going the wrong way. Almost carbon copy. This one gets smacked out towards the offside. It's Sonal does all the work on the boundary rope. Relayed throw. It wasn't quite relayed throw. She threw it to nobody and it just dribbles its way in. Another couple of runs. Good work there. And that is going to be the end of the over as well with a couple there. So 52 for 1 after 6. 39 required now. It's pretty academic. Expect the Czechs to storm home here with this one. Felix calling that one a heart starter. You're absolutely right. A real heart starter. Also suggesting, Thomas, you just put the clock forward. That's cheating. We're going to take a drinks break here, speaking of drinks, and we're going to be back shortly in a few moments' time. Don't go too far. You're watching the Central Europe Cup, match 5 of this Women's Central Europe Cup. We'll take a drinks break. I'm going to grab a drinks break. You grab one as well. I'll see you back here in a moment. Welcome back to the continuation here as we're about to start. 7th over. 6 overs gone. Drinks break's been taken here. Making sure players are fully hydrated. There's been a chat going on well, there's been conversation going on in the chat with Helix, Thomas, and myself about hydration as well on different levels. And Kanpal's been cut away for just the one. Nice quick run between the wickets. These two are running so well between the wickets. I don't want to jinx them, but I'm loving their work so far. Erika Kuntseva and Raquel Pavlichkova. Erika on 21 from 16. Raquel's caught up to her now, 21 from 22. And they're doing very well. Came together with a score on 4. So it's been a 49-run partnership in very quick time. Kanpal with the ball, trying to make some sort of impact here. Hit uppishly, one bounce, and to the player there in the mid-off position, no run, sent back. Erika sees the problem and says, Raquel, no, not on this occasion. We're not going to take something then. Kanpal in again. And this time it's allowed to go behind the batter. Raquel just weaves her body slightly in to let that ball go past for a wide. Doesn't get tempted to go after it. Both players, as I said before, on 21 have done well. That's a 50-run partnership between these two. Came together to score on 4 when Katarina lost her wicket by skying a ball to the wicketkeeper. So a 50-run partnership between these two in quick time and pretty much put everything back on track for the Czechs. Perilously close to an edge again there and fumbled by the keeper again. Agrawal in this heat just struggling slightly. I think it's going to be excused for a lot of the players just slightly struggling. There's that. That's the third one. It looks almost a carbon copy, doesn't it? That's the third one. Actually, the previous one, not the third one. But it looks similar. Oh, hit straight back to the bowler who puts it down. Sharp, sharp chance. Really sharp. Watch this one more time. Crash. And snatched at it again and doesn't manage to hang on to it. Good replay, that one. Nicely caught by production. Good work, James. Not nicely. Unfortunately, it wasn't nicely caught by the bowler. And Divya puts that one down. Raquel gets a life. Swings hard at this one once again. So they're hitting very straight back towards the bowler, who I think might just deflect off her fingertips actually on this occasion. So she's getting a bit of a workout. Let's see this one more time. Yep. That would have probably jarred those fingertips on the left hand a bit. She's rubbing her hands into the ground. Maybe trying to contact the earthen powers to say, help me with that one. Maybe I can catch the next one. This time it's going to be Erika facing. And just flat bats this one all the way along the deck. Looks to her batting partner Raquel and says, that's how you do it. You just push it along the ground. You get a dot. A dot's fine. It's better than a wicket. It is 55 for 1 and it is 7 overs gone. So the conversation now has gone to air conditioning settings in the chat between Helix and Thomas. Interesting stuff. I have my air conditioning setting at 17. Although when Mrs. G comes in the room, she always puts it up to 22. So between you guys, you can see exactly how it works sometimes. I prefer it on a cooler setting. I used to always be like that when I used to work in an office as well. I'd always make sure the aircon was turned down a little bit. It always felt more productive in a room that was, say, 19, 20 degrees as opposed to something that's 22, 23 degrees. And also being a senior director in the previous company I worked for meant that I got the final say on the temperature. I can say that now because I haven't worked in that company for many years. Okay, we're looking to start now. It's going to be Khushbu Kanpal steaming in from the southern end. Gets a lot of airtime straight down the throat of the fielder there in the mid-on position, and that is Arti Priya, who holds onto the catch and gives it a bit of a shake as well. She's very happy with that, and why wouldn't she be? That's a very good catch. Arti Priya, the captain, holds onto that one. Let's have a look at this one more time. The catch, a good bit of work there from our roving cameraman who catches the catcher, taking the catch. Say that quickly a few times. That is a lovely bit of work there, and a breakthrough. Raquel Pavlichkova has to go 22 runs for her. She has to head off. It brings Farwa Baber to the crease. In form, Farwa as well. So maybe out of the frying pan into the fire for Luxembourg. But they do get a second wicket. And as long as wickets are tumbling, there's always hope. Where there's hope, there's always a chance. You never know what can happen. So the breakthrough comes. Raquel gets a generous round of applause from her counterparts here. Her teammates say, well done you. You've got us off to a good start. It was a 50-plus run partnership between her and Erica. So that was a bit of a saver there for the Czechs. They didn't crawl back into their shell. It's a very, very well-deserved cheer as she walks off the ground. Well batted Raquel, and she heads off to the dugout for a well-earned rest. Farwa Baber to take up the mantle now. Erica Kuntseva at the non-striker's end. Hit uppishly in the air, square driven. Sonal gets around, stops that one nicely, and they don't chance their arm. Yes, they do. Their hesitation, they do take it when they see the arm. She does not have a strong arm, and they should be aware of that she has to do relayed throws. If she's going to field it, there's definitely another run there on the arm. Easy, comfortable run on the arm. Unlike Eleanor Gebhardt, who has been fielding who's been on the outfield as well, who has a very strong arm. That's someone you wouldn't want to chance. If she gets the ball on the boundary line, she can throw on one go into the stumps. Excellent throwing arm she has. Campbell continues. A good ball blocked out there. 57 for 2 on the board. At the end of the over, I'll give you an update on the men's CE Cup game going on the other field, neighbouring us. Don't want to know that score. Maybe tune out at the end of the over. Gets through one fielder. No, just a slight little touch of the fumbles, but doesn't yield any extra runs there. Just the one. 58 for 2 now. It's been a wicket and 3 runs off the over so far. It's been a very good over from Khushbu. Looking for a couple more to come. 33 required for Czech women to notch up their 3rd win. She played just slightly uppish, but into no man's land, or no women's land, I should say. How would you say that non-gendered? No person's land. How about that? Just short there on the offside. I don't have a close infielder. During the Czech the Luxembourg innings with the Czech fielders, they had a fielder in, Erica Kuntseva, which was a great choice of a fielder in at a very close, almost a silly mid-on position. And that was a brilliant bit of captaincy there. Saved a lot of runs, affected at least 1 run out, maybe even 2 run outs, and just kept in the eye line of the batter constantly. And that was in the middle overs. And they were 4 down, and they just were dotting up constantly, unable to get anything away. It was a good bit of captaincy. This is going to run away. It's going to test the fielder here. And I think that's made it to the boundary rope. It has indeed. It goes all the way. Big cheer from the Czechs next to me here. They love that. Tickle around the corner. Gets a little something on it. It's going to be Erica Kuntseva, Farwa Baber gets that boundary off the last ball of the over. She marches up to 7 from 4 deliveries faced. Erica Kuntseva, who, as I said before, has got a hand in the air for player of the match. For me, I think she's looking excellent for that. Affected a run out. She's bowled well. She took wicket. She's batted well. Got 22 on the board. And she's looking like she's going to guide her team home here. 63 for 2. 8 overs gone. Just 28 runs more required. We might have an early finish here on the warmest day of the year. We may have an early finish. Divya is going to continue. Divya Kanpal. She only went for 3 runs of her first over, so it's good to bring her back straight away. Need wickets, need to draw up the runs. Luxembourg should be throwing all the top-line bowlers at the Czechs right now. There's no point holding them back. Only 28 runs required for this game to be over, so you want to bring on everyone, get all the big stars, all the big names under bowl. I'd be throwing the ball to Shifa Lawler right now too. Get a spin bowler on. Get someone on who maybe the Czechs haven't seen a lot of. Hit uppishly, goes through the gap. They turn, going to come back for 2 on the arm. The arm isn't good. Leo's got a little bit of a weak arm there. Doesn't get all the way. They get back for a couple. So that run rate is going nicely. Going on 8 runs and over. Complete control here. I promised you an update from the other grounds. I can tell you now the men currently. So the Czech men scored 224 for 8 after 20. In response after 4 overs, Luxembourg are 56 for 1. So 169 needed from 96. Luxembourg looking very good over on the other field. The men looking like they could be chasing that down. Czechs with a lot of work to do to defend that score. It's a good score of 224, but it's going to be a lot of work to do. Luxembourg men are looking really, really good. They're in good form at the moment. And it looks like another wicket has just fallen, so that is huge as well. I'll get back to you in a moment on who that is. I know Will Cope was batting along with Girish. I got a funny feeling it was Girish who was out and Will Cope still going. Will Cope, good mate of mine, has done a lot of work with the Luxembourg women as well over the years. It's punched out square of the wicket for a single, keeping that scoreboard ticking over. One of the other things I think that the Czech batters are very aware of here in this women's competition is to have as least amount of dot balls as possible, always looking to score one, at least score a one. I think that's Sudhir Gladson there. That's his mantra. That's the way he would like to see the runs scored. Make sure there's no dot balls. Any way you can get it. Swings hard at this one. It's going to head out towards the boundary rope. Eleanor Gebhardt gets down and protects that one. Again, someone who's got a good strong arm and does very well to get the ball back quick, smart. Can't prevent them, though, for getting through for a couple. Again, 69 for 2. Just 22 runs more required for the Czech girls to go 3 and zip with one more game to come in the tournament. Luxembourg looking like they're on the wrong side of the outcome of this game. Well, this has gone straight up in the air. It's not going to make it all the way to Cleo, who runs in and can't quite affect a catch there. So close, just from over there. Cleo, she got out of her seat pretty quickly. Cleo Bulto can't quite make it there. Picks it up on the bounce, gets a good quick throw in. Just thought she was going to come into the game there and take a really good catch. Doesn't quite make the distance. 70 on the board. 1 to come in the over. 2 down, 21 required. Vivian Canpal looking to close out her second over. And knock down the ground. Good quick running between the wickets from these two. The whole Czech team is symptomatic of quick running between the wickets, and it's been a joy to watch today in this game. They have turned ones into twos. They've taken ones where other teams haven't even tried to attempt to take one, and looking very, very good indeed. The score is 71 for 2 after 9. Arti Priya continues. Captain takes the pill and says, give me a go at this one. Go straight to the player. It's another cheeky, quick single. They're very, very good today between the wickets, the Czech batters. They're very quick. They're calling quickly. And this is a real school here they're putting on in terms of running between the wickets. It's been a joy to watch. I hope everyone watching from around the world can get behind me on that one. I think it's been excellent, excellent running. So really good. Down the ground, big chase. I think it's going to pull up. It's not the first time the ball has pulled up inside the boundary rope. Now, on that side of the ground, it does go up on a slight rise. But we've seen a few times that the ball has been pulling up slightly. There it is again. 74 for 2. 17 required now, just 17 required. We'll take a drinks break at the end of this over as well. But you kind of feel now there was only 17 required. The inevitable is near. And we will have an early finish, early lunch here today. Swing and a miss. A rare swing and a miss too, I got to say. Haven't called too many of those. RT Priya's been a little bit expensive. She's gone for 19 from her 2.5 overs. Mind you, though, trying to defend a score of 90 is tough. So on any other given day, you'd probably say she's bowled pretty well. Oh, that gets a lot of airtime. That is hit sweetly. But again, it's not going to make it to the boundary rope. They've run 2, and I think that's all they're going to get. Oh, player's gone down. I think maybe, hope she hasn't twisted something as she tries to get the ball back quickly. Keep an eye on her out there. Hopefully she's okay. Taking a while to get up. She's a bit ginger. No, she's walking it off. Good stuff. Yeah, I think just on the turn and the spin to try to get the ball back, she just lost her footing. Maybe the flat-soled shoes on the cut grass over there just caused her to lose her balance. She's okay, though. It's given that muscle a little bit of a stretch to make sure nothing else happens there. Last thing you want to see is in the final moments of a game to see someone do an injury to a hamstring or a quad. 15 required. 76 for 2. Faber up to 14 from 10. Swings hard at this one. Gets airtime again. Goes way out towards the point boundary. Sono with it all to do. She does well. Relayed throw comes in from Jagati. That's good work from Sonal too on the boundary there. Took the ball cleanly. Straight away underarmed it to a fielder who came in to assist, and that was Jagati Dubey. And between the two of them, they did very well there indeed. So good signs there for Luxembourg. That's what I was saying a few minutes ago about good signs for all teams. A whole bunch of firsts. You could talk about the Czech team at length about the fact that they've got their first wins ever in T20I competition. But you know what? There's still a lot of good signs around for both Luxembourg and Norway. We're going to see Norway in the second match later on this afternoon, scheduled to start, I believe, at 2 o'clock. We'll get confirmation of that start time, and we'll get it on screen for you at the completion of this game. Still got this game to go, but it does look like this will finish early. It's been hit. Well, there you go. It gets hit straight to square leg, and it bounces just in front of her. And that has found a way to sort of take a left turn Albuquerque and get past the fielder. They do scamper through for a single. And that is the end of the 10th. And drinks are heading out onto the ground. And it's a very, very welcome drinks break for all the players out there. Score is 79 for 2 after 10. Only 12 more runs required. I'm going to take a drinks break as well. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network says, back with you in just a moment. Chat amongst yourselves. Get yourself nice, cool and frosty. It's only 12 runs away from the finish. We'll see you shortly. Great to welcome you back here to the Vintage Cricket Ground here in the final moments, you feel, of this match number 5. We're very close to the end here as the players have just taken, the players and officials have just taken a well-deserved drinks break. The temperature out there in the centre is already at boiling point. It's, well, I say boiling point for humans. It's very, very warm indeed out there. And yeah, so it's, well, I'm going to check the temperature for you. Let me check my my little weather wall app here, the Tony Greig weather wall app, and tell you what it says. The players comfort number is, well, I'm just going to say a random number because that's what it was, 41. It's currently 35 degrees, but the feels like is 40. So out the centre, it is 40 degrees. It is 40 degrees. It's 40 degrees out there, so it is really, really warm. Oh boy, oh boy. So really, really good game unfolding before your eyes. We're just correcting a little something just in the score at the moment. So just bear with us for just a moment here. The players, I know they want to get off the ground in a few moments' time, but we're just making sure we've got everything up and running. You may have noticed on the scorecard that we've had, looks like it's been one ball just missing from the numbers there. We're just getting that corrected now. Boffins are working on that one, so just bear with us. But what a game it's been. Czechs have been all over this one, and they managed to keep the Luxembourg team to score a very, very reasonable score of only 90 after the 20 overs in the first innings this morning. And in response, the Czech women have lost 2 wickets along their way. I believe they're, last I scored, they were into the 80s. They needed, or no, low, high 70s, needed about a dozen runs in these next few overs. They got a whole 10 overs to score it as well. So Luxembourg, a bit of a hiding to nothing here. The Czech women, though, they're close, within touching distance of a 3rd win on the trot, which will be huge, absolutely huge. For a team that came to this tournament who were basically zip and 19, notched up their first win, then notched up their 2nd win the next day, and looks like they're going to pick up a 3rd win on the 3rd day. And then they've got to face Norway coming up after this one. We'll confirm the time of the game coming after this. I believe the start time was scheduled for 2 o'clock. I believe it still will be 2 o'clock, even though this game might even finish in the next 15 minutes. So it might be a bit of a lengthier break, but it will be an early finish here in this game. It does look like it. I can't see the Czech women taking all 10 overs to pick off these 12 required runs, but we will see. Erika Kuntseva has put her hand up for a play of the match. I've said it a few times now. She is batting absolutely sensational. She's bowled well. She's fielded well. She's done such a great job. Fawa Barber is out there as well. She has come out there at the drop of Raquel's wicket only a couple of overs ago. And between the two of them, they steadied the ship. Not that the ship was really rocking or anything like that. And it's looking good now for the Czech women to knock up another win. Shout out to everyone in the chat. Thank you for joining us as well. It's been wonderful to have everyone join us in the chat. Not just my good friends in blue, such as Johnny He, Helix, and Thomas Martinez, but everyone out there. Thank you for joining us. I hope you've enjoyed this match, this T20I women's match, which has been fun and a lot of excitement for the Czechs. Luxembourg, they've had a few glimmers of good fortune and a few moments that have really sort of, made you sit back and say, well, that's what they're capable of. They just need to string a few of these things together, and they are going to be quite formidable. They've got a good record already to the Luxembourg team. I think they got 8 wins from 20 starts before today's game. I think that's what Mr. Maximo Vinisandu told us. Well, that's a huge strike. Oh, that has gone all the way. The first Maximo of the innings, of the day, of the tournament has been sent out of the park. Fawa Barber, that's what she can do. She has absolutely muscled that one out of the ground for a huge 6 over deep mid-wicket, and the whole place has erupted. It's gone off. Luxembourg are scratching their heads and saying, well, why couldn't we have done that? Well, I got to say, Luxembourg, don't be upset, because nobody's done that up till that moment. Fawa Barber in her debut tournament in Czech colours, and she has absolutely muscled that one out of the ground for a big 6. First 6 of the tournament. Someone in the chat asked a little while ago, where are the Maximos? Well, there's one. And then she cautiously pushes this one for an easy single onto the leg side. There is nobody within 10 metres where that ball ended up. And the Czechs now just need a handful of runs. And they've got so much time to go. 86 for 2, halfway through the 11th. 5 required for the win here for Czechs, just 5. They got 57 balls to do it. Hit uppishly back to the bowler. They're going to chance one. They will take one. It's a well-judged single as well. Good running, excellent running between the wickets, between the Czech players. Been saying that a few times now. I can't heap enough praise on the running between the wickets. I think it's been a real highlight of this innings. I think a lot of people might even agree with me as well on that. Hello to Terry Richmond. You joined us at a great time, Terry. Great to see you in the chat. Struck hard. Is this going to be the winning runs? It's down the ground, a couple of bounces, and it is across the boundary rope. Wait for the indication there. It is 4. It is game. It is the Czech women 3 from 3 in this tournament. 3 wins on the trot, and then a very excited team are heading out to the centre to mob the batters. This has been an emphatic display from the Czech team here. They score 91 inside 11 overs with a full 9 overs and 1 delivery to go. 55 balls to spare. I'll say that again for you. They win with 55 balls to spare. The Czechs have dominated this game right from the very start. And Luxembourg, unfortunately, they're going to go winless in this tournament. They have been great competitors. They've shown good competition in fits and starts, but they haven't been able to string a big game together for themselves, unfortunately. But we love having them here, and that is the end of their tournament. For the Czechs, they get another win. And in the standings, that puts them on 3 games played, 3 wins, 6 points top of the table with a very good, healthy net run rate. So the game coming up later is going to be between Norway and Czechs. Norway would have to thrash, and I mean they would have to thrash the Czech women's team to snatch top spot. Not just to get the win, but also to get the boost in net run rate. And that may be a bridge too far. The Czechs are celebrating. Luxembourg women are waiting to shake hands. And now the handshakes are going to start. Good sportsmanship all around from all players there. They're all huddled in the centre. It's good to see. It's a very, very well-played game, well-played tournament as well. And, you know, massive shout-out to Luxembourg. They've been such good sports. It's been so tough conditions here in Prague at Vinoj. You know, on Friday when it was Vinny and Shaban doing the commentator, we talked at length about the conditions. Yesterday, Danny was here with myself while I was scoring, but Danny was talking about the conditions as well. It was really, really tough going here. And today is probably the toughest day of the lot. And right now out in the centre, it is 40 degrees in the centre out there right now. These players have toiled in tough conditions. The Czechs have knocked together 3 wins from 3 matches. And the Luxembourg team, look, they have been gallant all the way through these last few days. They are going to be happy to be walking off the field and say, well, now we get to sort of find somewhere cool to grab a little bit of grass, grab some lunch, get some fluids into ourselves, and brace ourselves for the big drive back to Luxembourg. So I believe they are driving back. And so the Luxembourg girls are working their way off now. I'm going to make sure I give them a bit of a round of applause as they walk off as well. Yeah, I'm just going to go mute for a second and just give them a bit of a round of applause. Thank you very much to the Luxembourg team as the ladies march off there. There are all smiles. They are a great bunch of girls there. They've played well. They've played out of their skin. But unfortunately for them, it hasn't been their tournament under very, very tough conditions. And we say thank you very much for the competition that they've brought. And it's wonderful to have them here as well. For the first time ever, they've toured here. And we're looking forward to seeing them back here again at some stage in the future in any kind of tournament that we have here. Or maybe the girls from Czech will head over there as well. But that's the game done and dusted. It is a big win. The Czech women chased down 91 in 10.5 overs. So it is 9 overs and 1 ball to spare. All points go to the Czech women. Top of the table on 6 points. All to play for in the final game. But it looks like the Czech women, barring a massive, massive defeat to the hands of Norway, it could be the Czech women with raising the trophy at the end of the day. They've got one hand on the trophy. Norway will be here soon to see how that goes. Next game looks like it's going to start at 2 o'clock. I believe it's going to be 2 o'clock start. I'll confirm that for you. And then we'll be back here shortly. This is Phil G for the European Cricket Network, also with a little bit of the Czech cricket hat on as well, but here for ECN. And we're going to be back here at just before 2 o'clock to bring you that big game, big, massive game. Enjoy the rest of the cricket. The Balkan Cup's still going on. Vinny's commentating, obviously, the Portuguese stuff as well. So plenty of cricket on the European Cricket Network. But join me back here in about an hour and a half's time for the last game of this Women's CE Cup 2026 edition. Phil G signing off for now.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Warm welcome back to the Vinosh Cricket Ground, ladies and gentlemen. This is the final match of this Europe 2020 edition coming to you in the Republic. It's our pleasure to bring you all the action, all the vision, all the sounds through the European Cricket Network for this wonderful showcase tournament put on by the Czech Federation. And it's the women's who are taking centre stage this whole weekend. The men's have been playing on the opposite field all throughout the weekend as well, but don't worry about that. Here on the European Cricket Network, we are showcasing women's cricket, and we're very proud to do so as well. And it's the Czech women taking on Norway in this final game, this match number 6 here this afternoon, the last game, and it's the warmest afternoon of the warmest day of the year coming. Hello there, everybody. I can see you looking at me, and I hope you're doing very well at home as well. Thank you for joining us. I hope you're keeping cool wherever in the world you are as well. We're keeping cool as well here. I've got my bottle of very warm water on the desk here. This is the setup, and it's wonderful to have your company, and I hope you're doing very well. Thank you for looking after us during the weekend as well, everybody. Wonderful to have you here with us. Anyway, we're about to get going here, and the news from the toss was that Norway won the toss, and they have elected to bat first, and happy to put the Czech into the field for this final game here for match number 6. Hope you're looking forward to it. We're looking forward to it, and we are moments away from a start. It's just ticked over 2 o'clock, so I think the umpires are going to be given the green light. They're good to go when you are. Everyone in the chat, thank you for joining us today. Hope you are keeping nice and cool if you're watching from Europe. If you're watching from any part of the world, thank you for joining us as we start with the first ball. It's a nice full toss. A middle stump can't quite get that around the corner. And we start with a dot. And of course, it's skipper Talamara opened the bowling. She's done such a great job opening the bowling as well. And she does that again. Absolute pleasure to bring you the live action here. Anushka Gorad and Kumari out there in the centre for the Norwegian team. They're going to want to get big runs on the board in this match. Big runs. Straight back to the bowler. Well bowled. Good tight bowling here. Good start. Couple of good deliveries right on the mark. And so any of the number crunchers out there who are thinking what's got to happen here, well, let me quickly take you through the standings, because the standings are very, very important right now. Czech women sitting on top of the table. They've got played 3, won 3. They're on 6 points. Net run rate, positive 3.72. Positive 3.72. See what's happening underneath that in just a moment. This time it does get around the corner, gets past the player as well who's fielding out there. Katarina cannot get down to that one, and it goes to the boundary for 4 runs. First runs of the innings of the match, off the bat, 4 runs, taken around the corner, backward a square leg. Lovely shot, well played. Just straying onto leg stump and worked very, very nicely indeed for 4 runs. So Czech women sitting top of the table on the standings, 6 points, positive run rate, good net run rate, 3.72. Norway women in second place. They've got 4 points. And they have got a net run rate of 0.417. So rough calculations in my mind with the Norwegians batting first. Whatever score they get on the board, they want to win by probably 80, 90, anything better than 80 or 90 runs will put a lot of pressure on that net run rate. And that's full. It's on middle stump and it's pulled around the corner. Scamper through for a quick single. The quick single is exactly what they get. Katarzyna, who's fielding there at square leg, getting a fair bit of work early on. So for any of the number crunchers out there trying to want to try and work this out, when we get to the halfway point, we know what the challenging score is to be chased. We know exactly what will happen when the Czechs have to bat in the second dig. But for now, it's all about Norway trying to get runs on the board urgently and quickly. And that's a lovely shot, lovely guided away. It's not going to get to the boundary line. It's going to be probably just a couple there. Good chase from the fielders. And a good throw back as well for 2 runs. So we will know exactly what the outcome is pretty shortly. Well, we'll know this at the halfway point, how quick those runs have to be done and how quick and how fast it has to happen. Bowler in again. Tossed up. Just hits this one. Looking to take it leg side one more time and just missed that. Dots up. That is going to be the end of the over and a good over there for everyone. It was 7 from it. Nicely bowled over there from Talamara. Just that one boundary off it. So Norway, steady start. 7 for no loss after over number 1. Projected score is a 127. I can tell you something for nothing, and that is that Norway will want to score 150 plus. Because I reckon that what they want to do is get a score of 150 plus on the board, then try to defend that to the tune of maybe an 80 or 90 run difference there. You need to try to keep those runs down when Czechs play, because that net run rate difference on the scheduling, on the table is really, really significant. Positive 3.7 for Czechs and only positive 0.4 for Norway. So Norway got a fair bit to do there. But this game and this tournament, far from over, still anybody's chance here. But the Czechs at the moment, they do have one hand on that trophy. Make no mistake about that. Jessica Moodley now with the ball. Pretty accurate throughout this series. And full delivery. Tries to work it around the corner. Got a little tickle on that, I think. And the throwback has, well, it's hit the stump, so that's a pretty good throw. But it was always home, though. Shout out to everyone in the chat. Thanks again for joining us this afternoon. Wonderful to have your company. Doing well wherever you're watching from around the world. If you're watching from Europe, hope you're keeping nice and cool. The heat wave is going to break sometime next 24 hours. Offensively pushed there. Quick word on conditions out there in the centre. It's probably pushing way beyond 40 degrees right now in the centre. I think the standard air temperature right now is about 38, 39 degrees. So the temperature out there in the centre is probably pushing up towards 42, 43. So have mercy when it comes to your comments on players out there. They are really working hard. And so also the officials to do a lot of content for them as well. We pushed out towards the point region. Quick signal. The quick signals when they're available. On the ground, the chase is on. I think the ball's going to win that race to the boundary line. It does win that race. It's another boundary, so a lovely good shot down the ground. Sort of cross bat swipe straight down the ground. Jessica just puts one in a bit too full, and it was given the treatment. And Anushka Gorad doesn't miss out on that one. Big shout out to Joe Foster, who's just standing here alongside us as well. Good to see you, Joe. Had a great, he's had a wonderful weekend, warm weekend of officiating on both grounds. So he's looking like he could use something cold and wet to drink, but you doing all right? Yeah, he's pointing to the clubhouse and everything. I think everyone's pointing to the clubhouse, constantly just saying, I just got to go there. Oh, the throw's on. Throw is on. It's a direct hit from their mid-on area, and that is a massive wicket, almost out of nothing. The runs were coming pretty freely there. They were sneaking those quick singles really well, and a direct hit from mid-on has yielded a wicket, and there's a bit of celebration going on as well, as you can understand. So Czechs get a breakthrough, big breakthrough as well in the second over. Proper little get around there. Oh, that was beautiful work there. Good throw, hits the stumps. Trying to sneak that run. I think it was Farwa. Batter's walking off. She's shaking her head. Either that's just shaking her head from disappointment or the fact she thinks she might have been home. I think umpire was in a very good position to see that. Oh, that's disappointing. That's tough. Really difficult. Yep, it's going to be tough for Norway to swallow. That one's a bit of a bitter pill. You see the batter. She's really filthy with herself there. Like that was Anushka Gorad, who's found herself just short, and I mean only just. It was a good throw, direct hit. When it's direct hit, you just get that feeling. An umpire who was in good position, umpire Venkatesh Magasharam, turned around and said yes. And it was Farwa Baba with a good direct hit. Side on, 1 wicket to aim at, nailed it, hit the base of the stumps, and that is a bit of a body blow for Norway. Real body blow for them. 13 for 1 in the second. Still a couple to come. Sorry, 1 to come in the over. Soft hands just plays this backward a point. Another shot at the stumps. Oh, could have been trouble. In the end, it wasn't. Front of her couldn't gather the ball and effect a stump break in. The ball had already run away from her. And that was almost another one. Can you imagine a couple of run-outs in the same over? It doesn't. It goes in as just a single. After 2 overs, it's 14 for 1. 14 for 1, and the Norway women just slight wobble, but that's okay. Got plenty of good batting here and also to come, so it's not over by a long shot. Folks, but I can tell you now, it is incredibly warm here. I think it's 40 degrees out in the centre. No, it's 40 degrees in the shade. How about that? And it's about 44 degrees out in the centre under that baking sun. I walked out under the sun for about 3 or 4 minutes, and I'm not kidding, my forearms are already burnt. And I had sunscreen on. I got to reapply it. Like they say in Australia, slip, slop, splat? No. Any Australians in the chat can help me out with what that is? Was it slip, slop, slap, wasn't it? Where'd I get splat from? Come on, Phil. Step up, mate. Although I've got to say, splat sounds so much better. Third over starts. It's going to be skipper Talamara, who's continuing. She has been a solid performer throughout this tournament for the Czechs. Another full delivery outside off. Well taken by Susanna behind the stumps. Noshkagora had run out for 10. She was looking pretty sharp too. It hit a couple of boundaries and was looking pretty sharp. And then she was caught short of her ground. Not by much at all. The direct hit that came on got her undone that previous over. So just dotting up a little bit here. It's good bowling though from skipper Talamara. She is very, very good exponent. She bowls a full delivery, and I'm watching from side on, so I can tell you now, it's good full deliveries, and she's going for that middle stump. That one goes over the top, missed by keeper, but no chance of any extras there. Johnny, he's telling me that's cooled off a lot in the UK, has it, Johnny? Okay, well, Chris did mention when he was in the chat earlier this morning about that the rains had come, so that's definitely going to help. So that's good for the UK. Get back to some normal June weather, maybe. Just the single there from that push out towards the vacant point area. A couple of players combined to field that one. Yeah, thanks for that shout out, Johnny. I just saw your previous message. We had a good rest here. Everyone grabbed a little bite to eat. Refreshments all around. Everyone getting their hydration happening. As it is, well, I can't even call it warm anymore. It is hot here. It is really hot. The breeze is almost dropped down to 0, so it is very still conditions. The cloud will build up towards the end of the day, but we're not going to have any conditions to bother our cricket here at all, as that is now going to be the end of the over. Talamara finishes her second over, only goes for 5 runs off the over. Sorry, 1 run off that over. I'm talking about 1 run off the over. It's 15 for 1 after 3. So 15 for 1 on the board. Slow start. It was a pretty good start in the first over, but then since the run out, things have really sort of slowed up. There's only been 2 runs scored since the run out and a number of dot balls as well. So that's a little bit tough. Jessica Moodley is going to continue. Bit shorter. It's been carved out nicely into the covers. A bit of a misfield there. It's going to allow for an easy single. Mari out there batting. There's a lot of hope and a lot of pressure on her. She carried her bat yesterday and made a very brilliant half century for Norway yesterday. Carried her bat all the way through. Got the deserved round of applause when she came off the ground as well. She looked like she could have drunk a reservoir full of water when she came off as well. And anyone who carries their bat, it doesn't matter, man, woman, beast, doesn't matter who you are. That is a tough, tough order during these last few days. Wouldn't you believe it? The Sea Cup happens on what is the most biblical warmest days of the year, the warmest weekend of the year. Nice shot down the ground, but well fielded. Czechs keen to field everything here. Keep just the one. That might have been Erica Kunsova, who threw herself at the ball there, as is what she does. She's been an absolute star performer this weekend. Bat, ball, and fielding has been on top. Jessica in again. Kamari watches that one going down leg side. No temptation to chase. Not even try to tickle it around the corner. If she gets a fine touch on that on a 45, it's going to run away for 4. Backward square leg. Katarzyna is in backward square leg. And then you've got to go right the way around to someone who's at a third inside the circle. So that's a massive gap just behind the pads on the leg side. If you can get a little tickle around the corner. But not tempted. Just happy to watch it go for a leg side wide. Happy to take the extra. Scores chipping upwards bit by bit for Norway. We're still inside the 4th. It's 19 for 1. Johnny here with a funny one there. Mr. Maxo, there's nobody in the chat except Spanners. Well, there you go. The Spanners enjoy Portuguese cricket. Why wouldn't you? There's something about Portuguese cricket. I love it. That's why I love going to Portugal. I love it when ECN send me over there. And Chris Smith, you're back. I think 81% humidity. Stop raining. Okay, but as Johnny says, it's really cooled off now. Jessica, continuing. Winds up and smashes this one leg side. That's coming straight to my feet. And just past me there. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. That almost got to my foot there. It just took a bit of a divot, a bit of a tortuga, and it just missed the massive water bowl. We've got like a communal big water jug here full of very, very warm water. The elements have got to it. If you want to make a cup of tea, that water is perfect for it. If you want a cool, refreshing drink, go for a walk up the clubhouse. Great shot for 4, though. Swings hard at this one. Doesn't get all of that one. Mistimes it. Maybe a slight rush of blood there. And Hassan just misses out on that one, but that was a lovely previous strike for 4 runs. Really nicely hit, middled, and gave the fielder no chance. 24 for 1. Getting towards the end of the 4th now. Projected score is a 125. And believe me, they want better than a 125. Honestly, I believe for Norway to have a chance at this, they're going to want a 150 plus. They're capable of a 150 plus. They have done that. They did that against Luxembourg yesterday. There's a chance that they can score another 150 plus here. It just sets a bit of a tough one for the Czechs. But then even if they score 150, I think if the Czechs get better than, say, 70 runs in that chase, they should be able to preserve the difference in the net run rate and still claim the trophy. But plenty of cricket to come. The women have done us proud this weekend. They have played their hearts out. They put their bodies to the test in these very, very tough conditions. Really tough conditions. Hello to Ash in the chat. Good to see you. Very good to see you. That score is 25 for 1 after 4. Yeah, Ash, great to see you again. I feel like I've missed a lot of the chatters, only because I haven't done a lot of comms in the last month, but I'm back. And the good news is that at the end of July and into August, I'll be back on the European Cricket Network doing a lot more as well. I'll be heading off to Zurich and then off to Tallinn for the relevant ECSs. So I'm looking forward to seeing you all then as well. But we'll see. We'll see. Hassan Traderana says T10 is amazing. Yes, it is amazing indeed, isn't it? But T20 is not too bad either. And the women are really turning it on here for us in this T20I. Remember, it's T20I. These are ranking points up for grabs here for all teams. And that's why these games are so vital and important, especially for a team like Czechia, who came to this competition 19 losses on the trot and no wins. And they've now put together 3 wins from 3 games. And this is their 4th game. So far, they're looking pretty good today so far. Robot's in the chat with a brief message for everybody. Please take note. Don't panic. No worries. We're gonna reset. So don't panic about the vision disappearing. The commentating will still go. You can't. Comms will disappear as well. I just got told. All right. So the game will keep going. We're not going to. I mean, Vinny's maybe written something in the wrong chat. Awesome. Audio's back. Lovely stuff. Wonderful to be back. 43 for 1 after 6 overs. The drinks break is just finishing as we speak. And that is good to be back. Apologies for that. The gear is overheating. Wouldn't you believe it? It's the hottest afternoon in this country for many, many, many years. Maybe even the hottest afternoon of all time here in this country. So please excuse our equipment. That's just ever so slightly having a few issues here, but we are back. Chris Smith of the Whizzinger there. Thank you very much, Chris. Oh, dear, oh, dear. I'm sweating from places I didn't know existed. Mind you, that I'm not sitting in a cabin. We're sitting outside in the tent. You might have actually, at the start of the match, caught the little setup we've got here with me sitting out in the open, under cover, under shade. So still sitting in 40-degree temperatures, though. It's very, very warm here. But cricket's a summer sport. Any way you cut it, this is how it is. And look, the players have got it worse. Add on an extra 5 degrees for being out there in the centre. And occasionally the air drops. There is a bit of a breeze coming through now, which is not too bad, but every now and then the wind drops to 0 and it is stifling. It is an absolute dead set oven at times. So it can be tough. We'll look at Robbie's done a great job on the scoring today. By the way, make sure the chat, you give him a proper shout out. He has done a terrific job with the scoring app. And so is Annie as well, who's here doing the scoring on Cricket Heroes, doing a great job. Annie, loving your work. I tried to tell her this morning that she is the number 1 scorer in this country, but even now she's waving at me saying, no, don't you dare say that. Don't you dare say that. She is. Just between you and me, chat, she is. Absolute gun. She has the awards to prove it. So apparently no cam, so we're back to TMS. Smacked really hard leg side. It's going to go straight to the player who's just backward a point there for 1 run. Scamper through very nicely indeed. And it's going to be now 45 for 1 after 6.4. So 2 more to come in the over. So let's go back to TMS. Some people in the chat asking for Mr. Maximo's Instagram. Well, Mr. Maximo, he is on Instagram. He's easy to find. Just search for Mr. Maximo. Nice and easy. Good bit of running there. Quick single just pushed to the onside. Keeper has to do the tidying up. There's no one within cooey of where that ball finished up. No one within a good 20 metres. Wicket keeper cleans up. Can't stop the single though. Good running. Very good running indeed. Someone complaining about the display. Yes, we have got some technical issues there. That's why we're currently on TMS. Hopefully they can hear me. I'll keep you updated. We are up to the struggling big time. Thank you to the boys in the chat, particularly you, Chris Smith, for just explaining about the equipment. I think everyone's struggling. and they're out there for every single match, and they have done a sterling job. It's very hard to keep your concentration when it's up to 43 degrees in the centre for 2 hours at a time. He's straight back to the bowler, goes through her hands. They're going to go through a quick single. Non-striker a bit late out of the blocks. Just a little bit of ball watching there, not really paying attention to her partner. Her partner had the call. And if your partner calls go, you've got to have the confidence in your partner to take that run. Vinny made a very good point of this on Friday, and that is one person should be in charge of the call for every delivery. And it's pretty self-explanatory for me who's going to be in charge of that call. Goes behind the batter, then it's the other batter who should have that call. You need to trust your partner. And that's something that just comes with practice over time. And Norway will just feel there's been a few runs they've missed here with those little errors. 49 for 1, 7.2 overs gone. I don't think my laptop's ever been so hot. If I cracked an egg on it now, I'd have a fried egg within a couple of moments. That's probably why my water is so warm. It's just, oh my God, I can't believe it. It's almost boiling. Well bowled, just pushed out for a single. Viola coming out. Hey, this is her first tournament in Czech colours, and I got to say, she has excelled. She has stood up for her team, and she has bowled her heart out. She has batted well, fielded well, and bowled well. She's proved herself to be a very, very strong all-rounder, and it just gives her captain and her manager a lot more flexibility when it comes to selecting the team. This time she pushes that one wide. It was a full delivery wide off the leg stump. 50 up for Norway women. They go to 50 for 1 halfway through the 8th. So a bit of a round of applause there from the Norway dugout with their team hitting 50 finally. Good landmark for them. Need to kick on. Need to push on. Halfway through the 8th now under lovely blue skies. A little bit of wispy cloud. Very high cloud though. As I said though, that high cloud is starting to build. I think there's going to be a few storms late tonight. Maybe sometime after 9 o'clock. So well after we've left the ground. And this ground is in desperate need of a bit of a showering. When the vision comes back, you'll think of that. Look at the ground. It's a lovely, lush green colour has long gone than it was back during the ECS, which is only, 3-4 weeks ago. It is looking like this ground is absolutely baked, which is exactly what it's done for the last 2 weeks. I think it's been a drop of rain for at least 2 weeks now. This ground could really do with a downpour. And we have vision back, which is awesome stuff. You join us back at 51 for 1. With 2 balls to come in this over. Nice shot, driven well. There is a fielder deep on the square on the offside. Tidies up and just the single. Just the one. Stakes to 52 for 1. And as I talk, I can see looks like the Serbian men are coming back from the clubhouse, which is away in the distance. They've had a bit of a liquid refreshment and also their lunch up at the clubhouse. They're making their way back. Hopefully they'll all pass behind the sight screen before the end of the over. That would be good. I hope they do realise that they're bowling towards them, so it's okay for them to keep walking. And that should finish the 8th over. It does indeed with that dot ball. So 52 for 1 after 8, as I give a shout out to the Serbian men who are making their way back across the back of the ground at the very top part. 52 for 1 after 8. Tough going out there. And it's wonderful to welcome you all back with some vision as well. So thank you to James who kept the fires burning, kept pedaling that bike and rerouted all the power and made sure we got vision back for you and we got sound back for you as well. So just in case you're interested as well, the last game for the men is going to take place on the Scott Page Field. That's starting, I think, at 3:30. So that's still 50 minutes away. Hello to Danny Hudacek, who's lurking there in the chat. Great work Danny did yesterday. It's always good to commentate with Danny. Even though I wasn't technically commentating with him yesterday, it was still good to sit next to him during the action and sort of try to chime in with a few bits and pieces here and there. But Danny's having a well-deserved day off. It was a long, warm day yesterday. Continue now. Erika Kunsova brings up a wide. A few more wides creeping into this innings here from the Czech bowlers. To be fair, it's you know, without labouring on about how warm it is, you know, I can understand why some of the players are feeling slightly lethargic. It is difficult going out there. I'm not sure if I would bowl a completely tidy over of 6 deliveries in a row in these conditions. I think I would probably struggle as well. Hit down the ground, hits the foot of mid-off, and ricochets off, going to take a quick single. $55 for 1 at the start of the 9th. Run rate at 6.7. They need to start pedaling harder. Need to get that up close to the 8s and 9s. Really got a fair bit to do here. 3 runs off the over. Just saw my good mate Shamal Joshi walking past. Good to see you. Good to see you, mate. One of the mainstays of the United Cricket Club. It's a name that I'm sure everyone in the chat probably knows. Shamal just came past and said hello to everybody. Good to hear good support coming from both dugouts here next to me. Erica continues. Goes to try to place that one a bit squarer. Hits the in front of square, the shy at the stumps, misses, not taken clean by Erica. Would have been a pretty handy run out. As it is, it goes in the books as a single, but close. Every single run is a real struggle for Norway. And this is the difference between the teams. You saw this morning the way the Czechs were scoring, that they were scoring runs pretty easily taking singles, easily turning 1s into 2s. For Norway and Luxembourg, they've just struggled against the Czechs. The Czech bowling and fielding has been good, really good. It's the most solid way to describe it. It's just been very good. Barely put a foot wrong. A couple of catches have gone down, but you know that comes with practice. That's okay. But the basics are there. The backing up of the throw to the stumps, just that knowledge of having to know what to do, what fielders have to go where, and doing it quickly and executing it fast. And that is quite an astonishing catch there by wicketkeeper Afronova, who sticks out the glove. It goes in, no juggle, straight in the middle of the glove as she holds onto a catch. And that is another wicket down. And the cheers go up from the dugout. And Norway women lose their second at a really vital time as well. It's 59 for 2. Still 2 balls to come in the 9th. And a few drinks are being rushed out there. Need to keep these players nice and hydrated there. Just looking to see who's going to come out next. That is going to be the end of Aisha Hassan, who scored 18 from 20, a couple of boundaries in that 18 as well. Batted pretty well, was looking pretty solid. Unfortunately, she's chased a wide one. She's got the faint edge. And luckily for the Czechs, and maybe unluckily for the Norwegians, Susanna Afronova is a little bit taller than most of her counterparts. And she ends up taking a catch right at the top part, right at the top of the glove. But a catch nonetheless. Trying to find a way to keep all this gear covered from the direct sunlight. Oh, we'll work it out. Okay. Oh, boy. The sun has got such a kick in it. I just put my hand over some of the equipment that's sitting in the sun just to move it out of the way. And I just felt the back of my hand got burnt in seconds. Looks like we're going to go for another reset. Don't go too far. We're good to go. We're back. Excellent. Thank you, James. 60 for 2 after 9. Norway women 60 for 2 after 9. Wicket in that previous over. Like it's number 33, Viola. Commodore is going to continue the attack for coming from the northern end this time. Yamadi facing. Pushes this one through the extra cover region. There is a sweeper coming off the boundary line. Field that. Just the one. Once again, apologies for just taking us offline for a moment. Once again, we just need a quick little restart, that re-jump, and hopefully we're all back and all good. And Johnny He doing the right thing as a moderator in the chat and just reminding people that swearing and abbreviations to swearing is not allowed in the chat room. And he is 100% correct. That's why Johnny gets to wear the badge and have his name in blue alongside a couple others as well, like Chris Smith. So please, I would advise our chatters to pay attention to the messages from our moderators. That way you get to stay in the chat and we get to keep engaging with you. Otherwise, you will get sent out of the chat room. Chat room rules always supersede anything anyone else has to say. And the moderators are the kings of the chat rules. Yeah, Vinny in with a good comment there. What a fantastic catch from wicketkeeper in front of her. It was a great catch. Stuck out the mitt and it stuck. Even for a moment, she couldn't believe it actually held. But it was a good catch. And as I said before, luckily she's one of the taller members of the team. Might have gone over the head of anyone else. I know if it had been me, I would never got near it. This has just been delicately dabbed down. It's going to go very fine. Looking for 2, coming back for that second, and going to get 2 quite comfortably in the end. Suzanne in front of her with the gloves behind the stumps has done a great job for the team. I think she's had a really good tournament, taken a couple of good catches on Friday, learning as she goes, she takes instruction very well, and I think that what she's done so far for the team has been fantastic. Wicketkeeper's a tough job. I've never done it myself except for an indoor cricket, so I'm not going to talk from experience here. I ain't done it at indoor cricket level, but I know Vinny has a lot to say about this being the high-level wicketkeeper he is, and nothing but praise for Susanna's work with the gloves behind the stumps. Absolute praise. 63 for 2. Getting towards the end of the 10th. 1 more to come. Just plays with soft hands. Good anticipation there from the fielder in close on the offside, just behind the wicket there. Gets around, dives down, stops it from getting anywhere for a quick single. And that is going to be the end of the 10th. There's going to be a drinks break and a chance for the players to rehydrate at 63 for 2 after 10. I'm going to take a short break as well. I'm going to try and find something cold because my bottle of water is blisteringly hot. I could make a cup of tea that I wouldn't be able to drink for probably about an hour. I'm not kidding. That water has not been in the sun. It's just the air temperature has cooked my bottle of water. So I'm going to try and find something cold and wet, and I'll see you back in a few minutes. This is Phil G for the European Cricket Network saying don't go too far. At 63 for 2, halfway through the Norwegian team's innings. Let's see how many more they can get in the second half. Welcome back to the Vinosh Cricket Ground. The drink bearers are just starting to make their way off the field. Some well-needed hydration out there to all the players and the officials as well. And maybe a few little messages also going between some of the players and the players out there in the centre from the coaching staff on the current state of play and the current situation out there. Current situation is this. Norway, they are currently 63 for 2 after 10 overs, having won the toss and elected to bat first. Need a big score on the board. To the Norwegian women need a massive score on the board, and they need to look to defend that with plenty of runs to spare. If any chance to try to bridge the gap in the net run rate between these two teams on the standings. Currently, Czech women are sitting top of the table on 6 points. Norway sitting in second place on 4 points. Norway need the win to get the 2 points to get them up on 6, and then they need to get that really good net run rate difference change. So that means with them batting first, they need to get a big score on the board and then defend it and try to keep the Czechs at least 80 runs away from that total. And right now, based on that assessment, to get your hands on the trophy, I think you have to say the Czechs are looking like they're in the driver's seat. Oh, a bit of a fumble on the boundary rope there. Don't think it got through. But a fumble nonetheless. Just took the eyes off the prize at the last minute. So it's not enough for Norway just to get the win. They need to get a big win over at the Czech women. And they've got just under 10 overs to try to find as many runs as possible here. Hopefully before all of our equipment goes in a complete and utter meltdown. That would be important. 64 for 2 on the board. Kontova continues with a wide delivery. Martin are suggesting that Norway's not doing bad here so far. They just need runs. You're absolutely right. Look, they're not doing too bad, but they need a big proper score. The fact that what's at stake is that they need to win by a big margin. That's for them the tough part. And you know what? This is the worst conditions of all the matches we've had this weekend. It's the warmest. It's quite glary out there in the centre as well. And the centre's probably pushing like 40, I think 42, 43 degrees in the centre easily as a minimum. Hydration breaks are coming in almost every couple of overs because whatever's going in is just coming straight back out again. But take out the fact that they need to win by a big margin. I think Norway are holding a good account for themselves against a very strong Czech team. And we continue. Erika Kontova, very stump-to-stump bowler. The fielder just at square leg there. Tried to throw the ball before she had it in her hands. Never works. I've tried it. I think we've all tried it a few times during our cricketing careers. Great bit of fielding off her own bowling from Erika Kontova. She is an absolute champ of a player. This tournament, she is really stuck. I've been so impressed with her with the bat ball and with the fielding. She is lightning fast across the field. She has got no problem throwing herself full length to try to save a ball from getting past her. She doesn't like anything to get past her whatsoever. She's batted well, she's bowled well, and she's in all the time. So impressed with her this weekend. Looping delivery struck on the pad outside the line, says the umpire. And that is a dot. And I think there's still maybe one more to come. 66 for 2. Well, the umpire was going to come forward and hand the, can't hand the cap back. She's bowling with her cap. I'm not sure what he was going to do then, but one more to come. Last ball of Erika's spell. It's a full delivery. Gets Wallet back down the ground. Well, attempts the soccer-style dive, does Viola there at the mid-on position. Long on, backs up, and a good throw. Erika takes her eyes off the prize just for a second, but she's got backup. And then the backup needs backup. They're going to go for another one. That's really slack from Czechs. You know, I've been praising them all weekend for their fielding, and that's just a moment of just not realising what was happening there. Umpire hadn't called over. The ball was not taken cleanly by the bowler. The backup missed it as well. So then poor old Raquel Pachlakova had to go and chase it. And by then, they decided to take an extra run. So that was just a gimme extra run there. 69 for 2 after 11. Good anticipation, good vision there from the Norwegian batters to sneak that extra run. And why not? It was just a little bit of sleepwalking there from the Czech fielders. Maybe they thought the over was called. It was not called. 11 overs gone, 69 on the board. So what sort of score can Norway get? At the current rate, which is 6.3, you just feel they're not going to get a score big enough to defend, which will allow that change, that difference in the net run rate to come a bit better there. Start off the next over with a dot ball. Just reminder, Erica Conserva, she finished her 4 overs. She ended up with 1 for 30 from her 4 overs. Viola's continuing. She's got none for 7. This is her 3rd over. It's an outside edge. It flies away. There's no one back there, so the backward point has to do all the running, all the chasing, and can't stop from a couple of runs. Good running. But there's no one back there for a streaky little edge shot like that. And maybe that's something that maybe the skipper might want to look at and think about plugging that gap, because behind the keeper, after the keeper, you've got 2 fielders behind. You've got Katarzyna, who's backwards, deep backwards square leg, but on the offside, you've just got that fielder inside the circle at a backward point. Well, actually, almost very square sort of point, actually, not even barely just backward, maybe 1 step of backward point, but nobody behind her, behind the stumps. So if it gets past Susanna, the wicket keeper, it's runs. So I think they're anticipating the batters to be hitting straight down the ground, which is what Imadi has been doing. And Kumari, well, we saw Kumari batting yesterday, brilliant innings, and you know, she's a 360-degree player, so they might change up when she's on strike. Viola having a good turn here. None for 9 from her, 2.5 overs so far. Only 2 runs so far from the over. And that one drifts down leg side and allowed through. Doesn't chase after it. And once again, I'm kind of thinking if the Norway women need plenty of runs, and they do need plenty of runs, they're the kind of deliveries I would have thought they'd step out and try to go for. I remember in Sweden last year watching the Sweden women play, especially Albizami. They were drilled so well in chasing the ball that going down leg side. A slow, medium pacer bowling down leg side, they didn't care. They went after it. And more often than not, they were hitting 4s and 6s backward a square leg by chasing those deliveries. And rather than take the wide and then just get the ball re-bowled, which probably ended up being just blocked for a dot, they would actually chase that wide delivery, wide of leg stump. And it was causing headaches, so many. Albizami in Sweden did that to great effect, the women. And that is why they are a champion side. They just saw the advantages and just went after it. And I think that maybe Norway could probably just maybe pinch a bit from that playbook and maybe have a think about going after it when it's drifting down leg. This one has been picked up on the full. It's been hooked out towards deep mid-wicket. 2 fielders converge, protect the boundary. And that is pretty good work indeed there. They've kept it to 1. Well, that is really terrific work on the boundary up there. A good strong arm. And maybe a little bit of anticipation from the 2 batters thinking that was going to run all the way. It doesn't. Just a few little moments there where a couple of runs weren't picked up. It happens. He makes up for that blue at the end of the previous over. That is the end of the 12th, 74 for 2 after 12. Norway with 8 overs left to try to mass as many runs as possible. They got wickets in hand, but the bowling's pretty tight. The fielding's pretty good. They are trying to pinch runs wherever they can. They would love to get a score pushing beyond 120 because they need to try to get a big score on the board and try to defend that with plenty to spare to bridge that net run rate gap. Anything's possible. Czechs will be batting in the hottest part of the day on the hottest day of the year. So don't you worry about that. It's going to be tough, a tough run chase when that time comes around. Really, really tough. Goes for the swing. Must have heard me. I swear to God, I swear sometimes I'm mic'd up to the middle of the pitch. Because there you go. There's Kamari trying to go for that shot down leg side. And misses it. 75 for 2. Start of the 13th. Alamara bringing herself back on. Only 2 wickets down, Norway. They can afford to really sort of maybe try a few risky things here. I mean, you might as well. There you go. That's a good intent there shown from Kamari. Comes a few steps down to meet the ball. And just little things like that is something that I think the batting time needs to do. They shouldn't be looking to preserve and protect. They really need to be looking to get into the attacking mode. Switch from defence to attack. Get after the Czech bowlers. If it was simply the win to get the trophy, then I would be saying this differently. But because it's the win plus a big win, you might as well try for it. You might as well go for it. Alamara in again. It's full. It's wide down leg side. Batter wants nothing to do with that. On the leg side deep, they do have a fielder. That's Katarzyna, who is at deep backwards square leg. Quite a fair few steps around. There's a regulation square leg stand next to the umpire. Then deep backwards square leg is right back on the boundary line. Not quite on a 45, but on a good angle though. Good ball. Just a good delivery. Talamara bowling a hard at here. She's gone for only 11 from the 2.2 over she's bowled. And she is leading this team to what looks to me already like a very, very good competitive game here for this team. Norway. I'm not sure what Norway's got left. Ooh, goes to drive the quicker, fuller delivery there. Well bowled again. Shouts from the Czechia camp saying looking good. I got to agree, they are looking good here at the moment. Czechs are looking very good. Norway looking like, well, the question for me is where are the runs going to come from? Unified Solutions in the chat says, can they score 125? It's a good question, Unified. It's a very good question. I'm not too sure if they can. I think the Czech bowling's too good. Attempted throw down the stumps. Don't think that was out. Wide is shown, of course. Chased the wide, missed it. Suzanne had presence of mind to try to throw the stumps down. She does throw the stumps down. I believe the batter was home in time, though. So, yeah, question in the chat, can they score a 125? It's a very good question. I don't know the answer, but I can tell you something. I'm not sure they've got it. I'm not sure that's something that can be done. It looks like a bridge too far already, even though there's still plenty of time. What are we, halfway through the 13th? Another 50 runs, at least a minimum another 50 runs required. But they can't keep expecting the extras to boost up the score. They've got to start swinging the blade. Even down leg side, Imadi and Kamari, they can't afford to keep letting these dot balls go past and these wides go past. They need to get these runs on the board. A big win's required. I'd love to get in the head of the Norwegian coach here and find out what his battle plan is. Obviously, he's not going to tell me anything. Why would you? But I'd love to get in his head and try and find out what the batting plan is and how they're going to get runs. Swings at this one, almost, hits it straight down and goes straight through the fielder there at mid-off. The chase is on. I think the ball is going to pull up, though. It does. It pulls up. It pulled up, and there's some good fancy footwork there as they step over the ball, but it already stopped. So Imadi with a good strike there, but didn't have enough on it to get it to the boundary line. But they did run 3. That's going to take a fair bit of energy out of them as well, running 3. 82 for 2 now. 2 to come in Talamala's over. There you go, plays at leg side, but Katarzyna is going to come into play here. Comes off the boundary rope, just guided it leg side. Probably would have been a wide, but played for it. And only just tried to guide it. Didn't really try to put the real big smack into that ball. And finds itself a single. 83 for 2 now. One more to come to finish the 13th. 83 for 2 on the board. Imadi on 12 from 16. Facing up. And it's a wide, so we'll have to have that one again. Unified Solutions, keeping those comments coming in. Remember, Unified Solutions, these are amateur players. They do have jobs and other things going on outside of cricket. They play cricket because they love it, not because they get played. These are not professional athletes. Not professional athletes. They play cricket because they love the game. So that's the difference. Appreciate your comments, though. That's going to be the end of the 13th. 85 for 2 after 13. Marty and Kumari putting a good partnership together here. Stopping the rot for the Norway women. But the springboard that they're setting up for themselves, at some point they're going to have to launch and start to really get amongst their own and just get after a couple of these bowlers. Don't let them dictate terms. That's what's happening right now. The Czech bowlers are dictating all the play at the moment. Looks like it's going to be Raquel Pachlikova is going to get the ball. It is indeed going to be Raquel. Raquel's been very handy with both bat and ball for the Czech team as well. Someone who's come through the academy. So 13 overs gone, 85 for 2 on the board, still 7 overs to come. Raquel Pavlichkova with the ball. Kumari and Imadi, as I just mentioned before, have had a good partnership so far. Come together when things were a little bit wobbly, but they need to kick on now. This is the launch pad. This is where they got to go. Hits high. It doesn't go very far though. It just bobs its way down towards deep mid wicket for just a single. But the intent is there. Went for the shot. Didn't quite pull it off, but still managed to get runs. So these two need to show a bit of intent now. Need to start muscling their way. The projected score is a 130. For the win, that could possibly be enough, but I feel that the Czechs can chase anything of around a 120, 140 mark the way they're playing at the moment. They will be batting, though, during the warmest part of the day, on the warmest day of the year. So there's that to figure in as well. Steps forward to meet the ball. That's a really lovely bit of footwork there. Oh, Viola almost goes to do the long barrier. Then it takes the Tortuga as it gets to her. She's got the presence of mind to stick out the mitt and stops the ball getting past. Great work on the boundary rope there. Got confused there with that funny little twist, but she did very well with the recovery, and she had backup as well. Katarzyna was backing her up there, skating around from the deep square leg. That's really good teamwork on the boundary rope here, just in front of us. Very good work indeed. Keeps it to 2. Kumari now, 23 from 37. This is her chance. This is her turn to unlock a little bit of the beast here. Walks forward and swings us around the corner. It does go straight to Katarzyna, who's fielding down here in front of us. They're going to go for a dangerous 2. It was a slight fumble. There could be a run out. Oh, it's hit. Can you believe it? The throw from the outfield. It was a throw of 55 metres. And can you believe it's just hit the base of the stumps and dislodged the bails? The run out is in effect. And Katarzyna cannot believe it. She has toiled in the outfield all afternoon and all day yesterday and the day before, swapping sides constantly, and she's thrown it from the boundary rope and she's hit the stumps and affected a run out. Raquel Pavlichkova let the ball go through and hit the stumps, and it is a run out against the runner play as well. That is a terrific throw and perseverance from the outfielder. Well done. Absolutely incredible. So Imadi is a run out, going for that run, coming back for that second run. So they do manage to pick up 1 run, but on the second one, it was a bit of a chance. It was a bit of a tough chance. They had to go for it. They had to get the runs on the board. It was on. The second run was on, but they didn't expect that throw to be as accurate as it was. It took a couple of bounces, but it beat the batter home. So the ball wins that race. 89 on the board for 3. They do get 1 run, but they also the wicket falls as well in that run out. Well, Norway still got wickets in hand. There's no despair. Keep it going. No time to keep bow the head, as it's going to be Razwan. That is Mirab Razwan is the new batter out there in the centre. Comes forward, spins us around the corner. Will they take on Katarzyna's arm again? No, they will not. Once bitten, twice shy. The throwback not quite as accurate, but it gets back to the bowler. I think now that they've seen Katarzyna and her throwing arm on the boundary rope from the deep square leg area, they're going to probably think twice before trying to chance it again. 90 for 3 on the board, 2 to come in the 14th. Goes to play his leg side. It gets through the keeper. That's got legs. That's going to run, and it's going to find the boundary rope as well. Well, it's going to go for 5 wides. It's a mini-mo. Big runs. Big runs for Norway there with a mini-mo. 5. That's big. That's the wide plus that boundary. So that's 5 runs. 5 runs penalty. Not penalty, sorry, but 5 runs. It's a mini-mo, as we like to call them. 95 for 3 now. Projected score jumped up now. It's up to the high 130s. Tip and run. There are gaps very close in now. The fielders are rocked back a little bit now. And so there are gaps now on the off and onside for just a drop and run if they want to. If they can't get the ball away, that's what they can do. 11 runs off the over so far. 1 to come to close out the over. Been a good over for Norway. See if they can finish on a high. Oh, Kamari. She's hit that nicely and sweetly. Oh, Viola gets around and gets down to it. They're going to take one on the arm as well. It's risky. Oh, they get home in time. It's well run. It's a well run too. They had to go for that second run, and well run indeed. That score is going to bump up there nicely. It's 98 for 3 after 14. 13 runs off the over. Norway just starting to accelerate at the right time here. Really good to see from these two. Kamari is doing very well. Imadi, who lost her wicket during the over. It'd be so good if she was still there. She was looking solid, but unfortunately she had to go with an amazing run out. So Razwan and Kamari now with a lot of work to do. 14 overs gone. 98 for 3 on the board. Czech still in control. But Norway with a couple of big overs here, just to set the tone a bit for the run chase that's going to come your way in probably about 40 minutes, say 30 minutes time possibly. And as I keep saying, the Czechs are going to be chasing in the warmest part of the day, on the warmest day of the year. Ismark Girish. Hello to Ismark Girish. Good to see you. It's Phil G here. I know you've been on for me on commenting. Well, I've been commentating a few times in Portugal and also during Czech, so it's good to see you again. Oh, no, it gets through the fielder. That's going to the boundary for 4 runs. 100 up. 100 up at the start of the 15th. 102 for 3 in the 15th. 100 up for Norway. But yes, there you go, it says Ismark Girish. There you go, dear commentator, 125 on the cards. Now indeed 125 on the cards. Indeed, maybe a 140 on the cards. I did say about 3 overs ago, and you're absolutely right to call me out there, Ismark Girish. I did say where the run's going to come from. And guess what? Kamara is standing tall here and looking the goods. Razwan, no slouch for the bat, looking good as well. And suddenly, with another boundary, those 5 wides in the previous over, runs starting to pick up a little bit here. Razwan pushes this one up in the air. It's going to feel safe. It does feel safe. 3 fielders get around and combine. It's a relay throw. Captain Talamar with a very good arm. Really good arm. Can't stop the runs though. It was in the air for a bit of hang time as well. So yes, I did ask the question where the run's going to come from, and the answer's been given. It is going to be from the blade of Kamari and Razwan. Razwan's looking very comfortable and looks like she's gone out there with the red helmet on. That should be signaling alarm bells to the Czechs. This is a danger player. Need to get rid of her if they can. Again, goes aerial. Goes towards that mid-off area. Talamar with the shy. Oh, there is backup, but backup's a bit off the boil there. They're going to probably look for another one here. No. Oh, could be sold in a bit of trouble here. There's trouble. Can you believe it? They went for a cheeky third, and that is going to be a shocking run out at the non-striker's end. Razwan said there's never going to be a third on, didn't want to take it. And unfortunately, oh no, Kamari, who has batted so well, Kamari has to go. She was halfway up the track, and Razwan turned around and said, no, no third. It was a shocking third run, never on. So Kamari attempted that third run. She had to turn around and go back. She didn't. She just stopped and said, I know I'm run out, and just left the centre. Had to go for it, though, on a hiding to nothing. Cannot blame her for doing that. She's played a terrific innings, though. 27 of 40 deliveries. Well done to that woman just there, Kamari, who's coming off just here in front of me here. She gets a fist bump from her coach and a pat on the back. Excellent innings. Really well batted from her. Norway still with a job to do. The 100's up, though. It's 106 for 4 with that run out. Razwan is on strike. And it looks like it's Vijay Viala is at the non-strikers end. Probably a bit of a chat about running between the wickets and about whose call is it. That's pretty much the basics right there. Whose call is it? No, Razwan got a bit to do here. I wouldn't say it was her fault for that run out. I think it was simply Kamari overcommitted on that third run. Swings hard, goes in the air, should be taken, is taken. That's the catch. 2 wickets in 2 balls. Czechs getting back on top here again. It was a rush of blood from Norway over the last couple of overs, but now that rush of blood has been stemmed and Razwan has to go. So 2 wickets in 2 balls, a run out and then a catch. And we've still got a couple of deliveries to go in this over. So more drinks being rushed out onto the field. I think there's going to be a drinks break maybe at the end of the 15th, so I think they're calling for a drinks break now. I think I'm going to take a drinks break as well. So just going to sign off for a second. Don't go too far. The score is 106 for 5. 2 to come in the 15th. We're going to take a short drinks break. Back with you in just a moment. Welcome back as we continue with only a couple of balls left in the 15th over. 106 for 5 on the board. And you do feel that the Czechs are right back on top here with 2 wickets in 2 balls, a run out and then a catch. Viola coming up, getting reward for effort there. She continues. This one going to go leg side. And once again, the batter just weaves in the line, doesn't attempt to go after it. And I feel like that's something that Norway women have kind of missed out on. The opportunity to go for a real proper spank around the corner on the leg side. Any ball down leg side, I'd be saying to him if I was their batting coach, go after it. We've got 5 overs to get as many runs as possible. We need to win by about 80 runs. And right now, it's not looking like we're going to be able to do that against this side. So get the runs on the board. Got 5 wickets in hand, 5 overs left. Just go for it. Try to hit the leather off the ball. And hesitation on the run. It's going to be another run out. Oh, no, it's not. It is going to be another run out. I thought for a moment it wasn't. Viola hits one stump from 3 meters away, and the umpire says, absolutely fine. She is gone. She is cooked. She is done. And that is another wicket to fall. That's 3 wickets in just a handful of deliveries. And that is tough, tough viewing if you're a Norwegian women's cricket fan. If you're a Czech cricket fan, you're going to love what you're seeing. But unfortunately, Ravindra Kumar has come undone here. And that's really tough going for her. It was a run out, then there was a wicket caught, then there was a wide, and then there was the run out. So it's tough. 3 wickets falling in the over. Ravindra Kumar finds herself run out. That's disappointing for her. Tempted to get off the mark. The run, she was hesitant right from the very start. As soon as she hit the ball, she didn't go straight away. If she had gone straight away, she would have been fine. You know, it's one of those things which I've said a few times now, and I know Vinny talked about this on Friday. Danny's talked about it yesterday too. That is, believe in your partner, believe in your batting partner. Your batting partner says run, run. Unless you can see a really good reason not to run and you need to quickly scream, no, no, no. That communication's got to be better. If you hesitate, well, you know, you're going to cough up a wicket. That's just the law of the jungle, unfortunately, folks. And unfortunately, the girls have just discovered this. Interesting conversations in the chat. They're just reading comments from Ismar Girish and Thomas Martinez. I can tell you now, the girls love their cricket. I was talking to the Luxembourg team when they left the ground. Now, they left here having played 4 games in extremely oppressive heat. They didn't pick up a win, and they were in such good spirits, in massive good spirits. 107 for 6 after 15 is the score. So just to that point there, I can tell you now, here at the ground, I'm talking particularly to the people at the ground who are maybe saying, you know, what's going on, the girls here are not good enough, blah, blah, blah. No, you know, those sort of comments don't fly. And I'll tell you why. They love playing cricket. They're amateurs who don't get paid to play cricket, but they play it because they love the cricket. They've taken time off work to come here to Prague to play in this championship trophy tournament. The Luxembourg women's team has already headed off home. The men have also headed off home as well. So I can tell you now, when they left the ground, they all came together, and I had a good chance to have a chat with them with a few of the other officials, where we thanked them, we wished them well on their journey, and we said we hope to see you back here again. And I asked them, have you enjoyed your time here? And every single one of them gave a cheer. They all gave us a little fist bump or a high five, said thank you very much, look forward to coming back again. They didn't win a game, didn't win a cracker. They didn't really have milestones to cheer on as well. But they love cricket. They love playing. The Czech team are the same. They love playing. The Norwegian team, the little wins they have get-arounds. They love the wickets. They love the runs. The yelling out from the sideline isn't just it's not just tinsel. It's not window dressing. This is genuine emotion and fun and enjoyment. And you watch when the Czechs here do well too. How about that? We continue 108 for 6 in the 16th. Hit down the ground. Going to be just the one. So yeah, hopefully I've just explained there a little bit about how the women enjoy playing the cricket here and about the enthusiasm they see. They are different to you, dear viewer. And this is what I'm trying to explain. the viewer, you watching the cricket there on YouTube in the comfort of your own home, having a nice cool glass of something, watching the game and typing the comments, you don't have the same experience that the players here have. The players here have a very unique and in-depth experience of the game. They're immersed in the game. They're part of the game. So they are loving it more than you are. And I can tell you that for nothing, more than you are, because they are here and they're involved. So when people write comments such that, well, how can they be enjoying the game? I could tell you now, of course they're enjoying the game. They wouldn't be here otherwise. It's as simple as that. It's really as simple as that. And remember, they enjoy so much about the game that you don't see. So the camera only shows you certain actions, certain points in the game. There's so much more going on as in any other cricket game. So it's all good. Umesh Yadav. Give a shout out to you, Umesh Yadav, in the chat as well. If you want fun, just watch the Women's World Cup, bro. Well, you know what? Women's cricket is coming on leaps and bounds, and the best place to be is right behind it and behind the girls. They're doing a great job, and they're loving the game too. Look at that. Someone running hard for the ball in 42-degree temperatures, trying to pick the ball up, losing it, picking it up again with a smile on her face. You know, it's all happening here. Now, Norwegian running, they need to have a look at themselves, Norwegian running between the wickets, because there's so much hesitation here. If one batter's saying go, the other batter is not, and they're ball watching, that's how run-outs do happen. You need to be careful there. Thomas Martinez with the perfect comment there. If you've tuned in to watch 11 Elise Perry's play, you've chosen the wrong channel, Umesh. You need to go find somewhere else to watch, because this is not where you'll find it. This is grassroots, entry-level cricket, and this is people enjoying playing cricket and enjoying being on the European Cricket Network. If this isn't your cup of tea, we understand that. This is not for everybody. Some people don't quite get it, and we appreciate that. We acknowledge that, and we love that as part of our audience. But if you love it, and you watch it, and you're behind it, then we're all for you to enjoy it as well. That is the end of the 16th over. It's 114 for 6. Projected score of a 143. If they can break the 150 mark, it gives their bowlers every bit of work to do, and also a really good score for them to defend as well. So the bit here for the batters to do in these next 4 overs, let's see how they go. Let's see how they can do here. Smart Girish saying, what should I do to become a coach of these nations? You'd love to make sure they love and evolve with the game. Well, I can tell you now, they already love the game. So your job's half done. Smart Girish, the job is half done. They love the game. As far as you being a coach, well, firstly, you need to reside in the countries. You need to get involved with the local federation, and you need to prove yourself to that federation. So that's the starting point. You can't just turn up and expect to get a job. Work at it. Got a lot of work to do. Thomas Martinez with a good comment there too. If you go back to 2025 and you watch the CE Cup action from 2025, compare the Czech team then to the Czech team now, you'll see growth of immense proportions in the fielding, the batting, and the bowling. And I guarantee you that. It's an ironclad guarantee. That's comes straight from if Vinny's lurking, he'll love this comment. That comes from the business model from Jeff and Terry. Jeff and Terry, we will give you an ironclad guarantee. That's ironclad. Nod to G generation there. $116 for 6. Projected score still in the 140s. Every chance they could get a 150 here. Jessica looking to put the brakes on though. Bowled from the northern end the entire tournament. Now she's going to get an over from the southern end. See if that can change her fortune a bit. With the Norway batters looking to get amongst the runs, quick, smart. Good full delivery. Well taken by Ifranova. Done great work behind the stumps. Getting better and better she is with the gloves as well. Absolute pleasure to see her play. Arishik says they should learn more. Well, that could be said for everybody. That could be said for me. I could learn more as well. It could be said for you as well, and everyone in the chat. Everyone has the capacity to learn more. It's about where the instruction comes from and how the instruction's delivered. And instructions, how it's delivered, is more than simply just being told something. It's about retention of instruction as well. And times over equals certainty. The more times you do something over again, the more certain the outcome will be. So there's a lot of prep and a lot of work to be done on these sorts of comments. So appreciate the comments coming from the chat, but it's a lot more than simply saying, I want to do this, I want to do that. There's a lot more behind it than simply that. And these girls have been toiling away for many, many years, as indicated by the umpire as well. Been toiling away for many years here, especially, I can talk about the Czechs. I can't talk too much about the Norwegian team because I haven't seen a lot of the Norwegian women's team, but talking about the Czech team, they've been toiling away, firstly, in the cricket academy, and also more recently, under the close watchful eye of their coach, Sadir Gladson, who is a player who's been around for a while. And Jessica's been around for a while as well, completes another caught and bowled. Not her first one, not her first rodeo. She takes a very good catch indeed. And that is going to be the end of Razwan, who has to go. Some drinks are coming out onto the ground as the wicket falls, just getting towards the back end of the 17th over. In fact, I think that was the last ball of the 17th over. It was indeed 118 for 7 on the board after 17 overs. But Jessica there takes a good caught and bowled. She's got herself a wicket to her name after 3 overs from her. Erica's bowled out. Erica Kunzema's got 4 overs bowled, 1 for 30. Talamara's got 1 more to come. She's got none for 19. Jessica's got that 1 for 20. Farwa Barber can bowl again. She went for 7 off her single over. Viola's bowled out. She got 1 for 21 from 4 overs. Really good bowling from her as well, by the way. Raquel has got 2 overs to come as well if she wants to. She's went for 20 of hers 2 overs. Smart Girish, thank you for your comments. I really appreciate it. And you have got my respect as well. And I love that you are standing tall for the women and you would offer your coaching services to women's teams and players. I thoroughly appreciate what you're saying. I really, really do. And people like you, we need more people like you in the chat and also people on the ground, boots on the ground, who are prepared to spend time with women and teach them not just the basics, but then refine those basics and move them into more smarter things, shots that can be played, you know, the fielding positions that should be done for each bowler, for each batter, you know, what to look for in weaknesses in the opposition, how to approach certain batting techniques, certain bowling techniques. You know, these are the things which come over time. But firstly, now down the basics, which is what the Czech team has done, and now they're refining these moments. And you're seeing the proof here. Well, just on that note, just gets through, player takes their eyes off the ball. And that's going to sneak through for a cheeky little single there. So yeah, iSmart Girish 2551, I appreciate your comments and you have my 100% respect as well. I know you're fighting hard for these girls to do well out in the middle as much as we are as well. And we enjoy women's cricket on the European Cricket Network. That's why we were very thrilled to be invited by the Czech Cricket Federation to come and televise the Central Europe Cup. ECN and Czech Cricket have a partnership that go way back, way back, all the way back to 2020 when the Czech Super Series was played over a 4-week period, both here and also down at the ground at Brno. And then there was an ECS later that year as well. That was my first involvement in ECN. And at that time, we were playing the Central Europe Cup. We were playing it every year, pretty much. We missed the 2020 year because of COVID. I mentioned this in the game previously. We missed it in just that 1 year. That's only due to COVID. $119 for 7, halfway through the 18th. 2.5 overs to come. Projector scores dropped a bit with a couple of wickets. And a couple of dots as well. Raquel bowling nicely here. Just 1 run off the over so far. A very good tight over this one. Sahu's gone. Another wicket falls. big cheer from the dugout, the Czech dugout. They feel they're 100% on top of this game, and I would agree with those sentiments. They are right on top here as the 8th wicket falls in the 18th over. It's 119 for 8 with just one more to come to complete this over. Projected score of 133. Even that's looking a bit shaky now as it's time for Raquel Pavlichkova to get amongst the wickets as well. She's got 1 for 21 from her 2.5 overs. Still got one to come, and that is, well, reward for effort for the bowler there. And Sahu has to go for a duck, unfortunately. It's a 5th ball duck for Sahu. As the new batter is coming out to the centre. New batter running out to the centre there looks like it was Alina. See, comment there from One and Only Muffin. One and Only Muffin, thank you for your comment there. I've passed that on to the scorers. Thank you for your comment. I will see if we can try to get that rectified because I believe you are 100% correct. And it's the end of the 18th. It's 119 for 8. That was a great over from Raquel. It went for 1 run, picked up a wicket as well. She's got 1 for 21 from her 3. 119 for 8 on the board. 2 overs to come. Unified Solutions Connect says, respect others' views. I get their amateurs, but after 5 years of cricket, they should improve running between the wickets. Well, in running between the wickets, I can't speak for other teams, but I can tell you now for the Czech team, their running between the wickets is exponentially better than it was. So they have gotten better. If you have a look at the cricket 5 years ago, and I'm talking to you, Unified Solutions Connect, have a look at the cricket 5 years ago, you will see a remarkable difference. Mind you, though, the Czech women weren't playing cricket 5 years ago. They only started, I think, maybe 3 years ago. But the running between the wicket has gotten exponentially better, way better. And you're right, it's not about running fast, it's about running smartly. It's knowing when to run, when not to run. That's the key to running between the wickets. You are 100% correct with that comment. Jessica, I think it came off the boot. Going to watch the umpire here. Got a funny feeling it didn't come off bat. Oh, the umpire's in agreement with us there. Says, yes, it came off the boot. Indeed, it does. But at this point, it doesn't matter if it comes off boot, bat, body. What else is there? Backside. It can come off anywhere, as long as it's runs. 122 for 8. 10 legal deliveries left in this innings. Yeah, Danny Hudacek, who's lurking in the chat. Thank you for your message. Yeah, Danny, you're absolutely correct. The first CE Cup all the way back in 2014. For a moment, I thought it was 2013, but Danny, you're 100% correct. It was in 2014. And there's another little bit of trivia there that Danny's given me, which I do remember as well. Struck nicely down the ground, straight to the player, chance to run out. Oh, I think she's home. I think it's okay. Good running. Alina gets her skates on and gets home. Wasn't a bad throw, but Jessica, who took the stumps, had to throw it off or take the throw and then throw it onto the stumps, and that's probably why they got home in time. Yeah, Danny Hudacek, who's just messaged me just privately on the side, who's lurking in the chat, just reminded me that, yeah, the CE Cup started in 2014 as a 50-over competition. Yeah, started as a 50-over competition in 2014. And I know for the first couple of years, Poland were very successful in the first few iterations of the Central Europe Cup. I know Danny was a part of that quite a fair bit. So, yeah, you're absolutely right, Danny. Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, CE Cup started in 2014. It was a 50-over competition until 2019. Then it became T20I. And when it became T20I, we were unable to invite Poland because they were not part of the ICC affiliate setup. And if they're not part of that group, then obviously we couldn't involve them in T20Is. It would have been only T20s. And because ranking points being available in the Central Europe Cup, it makes it such an attractive proposition for teams to come over to Prague and play the Central Europe Cup. If you take away the I and it becomes not for ranking points, it just makes that a little bit less attractive. We wouldn't get as many teams interested in coming and playing. Oh, Desi, that would have stung. She takes it right on the fingertips on top of the bales as well. That would have absolutely smarted. I think we're going to make a bit of cold spray here. That would really have stung. Ooh. 125 for 8 after 19. I think there may be a little bit of attention given there to Desica's fingers. She's giving them a bit of she's smiling, but she's looking like she's in a little bit of discomfort. Oh, that would have stung. Oh, dear, oh, dear. So, yeah, Central Europe Cup, the history of Central Europe Cup started in 2014 as a 50-over competition until 2019 it became a 20-over T20I contest. When that happened, we were unable to invite Poland along, and Poland and Czechia have got a wonderful history going back playing cricket. We have players coming down from Poland playing here in the Czech Republic all the time. A lot of Polish players play around Europe as well. There's Noah Babu, who comes to mind. I've seen him play in Croatia. He's played in Cyprus. He's played everywhere, pretty much everywhere. So wonderful guy as well, and a really good ambassador for Poland cricket. Really good ambassador for that. And then, yeah, we changed the Central Europe Cup to a T20 situation, T20I in 2019. And that changed the complexion of quite a fair bit. So able to play over 3 days, invite a couple of teams along, possibly even play over 4 or 5 days, even get more teams along as well. Because we've got 2 grounds here at the Vinosh Cricket Ground, the Scott Page Ground. Of course, this ground here in front of us, what we're playing on, the Hugo Banks Ground as well. Smart Girish, yep, absolutely murdered her with that throw. That was a hard throw to watch. You got to admit, and Desica took that in good spirits, right on the fingertips. And yes, let's order some new nails, as Thomas Martinez says. Oh dear, oh dear. I hope she's okay. I don't think she'll be, unless she has to bat. I don't think she'll bat. That's just a feeling I've got. Anyway, Raquel is on to bowl the last over of the innings. Starts us off with a bye. 126 for 8 projected score in the 130s at the moment. Feel it's not going to be enough to get the trophy. It might be enough to get the win, maybe not the trophy though. Bang! Hits the stumps. You miss, I hit. Pavlichkova picks herself up another wicket, and it is now 9 down. 126 for 9 as Viala has to go 7 from 9 deliveries. And Raquel just too quick, too straight, and the stumps are rattled yet again. Been a good display here from the Czech girls. It's not a bad score on the board from the Norway team, I've got to say. 126 looks not a bad score. It's probably about a par score. So in any other circumstance, you'd say this is setting up for a really good run chase on the hottest day of the year, on the hottest afternoon, during the hottest time of day. The Czech girls have got a lot to do. They're going to love getting out of the sun in about 2 minutes' time with the end of this innings, regrouping, and then getting themselves back in the centre for this run chase. For Norway, they've got a little bit of soul searching to do, and the bowlers are going to have to be really on. There's every chance they could pick up the win. We'll do some quick maths during the innings break. We'll work out what has to happen in order for Norway to get the win. Dot ball. Oh no, given. It's not a dot ball. It's a wicket. It looks like it's a run at it on the striker's end. Well, how about that? That was against the runner play. And I think that was actually scored by a bit of a misfield there. Unfortunately, I don't have the screen to show me the replay. I lost the screen, unfortunately. But that is all out. Norway are going to be all out for 126 runs in the 20th over. I think they've left probably 3 deliveries on the table, which is probably not the worst outcome in the world, but still, they left a couple of deliveries there. Looks like she did not slide the bat in time. Oh, dear. Well, that's what happens, kids, if you don't slide the bat, and that's why we try to practice to slide the bat in, just to sort of amble it. And that is a run out, almost against the flow there, but a run out nonetheless. And so Norway find themselves all out for 126 with 3 balls left on the table. There's already a few hugs going around for the Czechs. They're feeling very, very accomplished with that effort there, and it was a very good effort all around. The fielding and the bowling has been excellent from the Czechs as they all walk off together in a huddle there. Very well done for them. Keeping the score down to a 126 for 10. 3 balls were left on the table, and so it's going to be the Czechs to come out, try to score 127 when it's their turn to bat, and they're going to be back in about 15 or 20 minutes' time. Probably take about I'd say between 15 20 minute run, but come back and see us at the top of the hour. I think we'll be back on by then. This is Phil G for the European Cricket Network saying you've just seen that first innings in the final match here. Join me in the run chase and see if Norway can contain the Czechs and maybe push this along to be a close photo finish for the trophy. We'll see shortly. Thanks for keeping us company. We'll see you here for the run chase.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
And it's a warm welcome back to the lovely Vinosh Cricket Ground here for the final time in this wonderful Central Europe Cup competition. That's the Women's Central Europe Cup. And what a tournament it's been. It's been a terrific tournament under tough, oppressive conditions here. Weather-wise, it has been the warmest 3 days that I can remember in a row here in Czech Republic. And it's been the warmest days here for cricketers as well. The women here have toiled under very, very warm blue skies, hot conditions in the centre, probably around about 42, 43 out there in the centre right now. And I got to tell you, they are standing tall, all the players. They're doing so well indeed. I've really enjoyed the competition from everybody. That includes Luxembourg, who've already gone home. Luxembourg have already packed up the bags and headed home. Maybe they're listening in as they're heading back. If they are listening on YouTube, thank you so much for joining us here for these 3 days. It's been a pleasure to watch you play again. It was great to see a couple of familiar names also playing in the team as well. I'm talking about people like Shifra Lawlo, who I saw play last year as well in Belgium. And it was wonderful to see you again, Shifra. It's a shame you didn't get a chance to bowl in that last innings. I was really looking forward to seeing you trying to do that as well. Johnny Hissom in the chat saying, Phil, put that cold drink down and get ready. I can tell you, Johnny, in all seriousness, I'm drinking lukewarm water, which is really tough. Tell you what's also tough is the run chase, which starts right now. And it starts with a lovely strike through that backward point region. And just for one. Chance for another run there was turned down. So we start off with just that single. So as I said before, thank you to everyone who's watching and listening to us on the European Cricket Network YouTube channel. It's wonderful to have your company. Really enjoy your company throughout the last few days. I've been scoring the last couple of days, get a chance to commentate today and get a chance to commentate to see if I can bring home the final game here. As that's been pushed down the ground, they're turning for two. That may go all the way for four, actually. Does indeed. It's gone for four. That is deceptively quick down in that part of the ground. That is a really lovely shot, and that tantalizingly gets across the line. Tantalizing because it really teased the player out there. He was chasing the ball all the way to the end there. Can't quite reel it in. So that is now already up to five. The Czech women with that boundary. Lovely shot. And of course, it happens to just be one of my favourite players out there on strike at the moment. Tap this one out on the onside. Easy tap and run stuff there. Just the single. They think about two. Raquel Pavlichkova opens the batting this time around, giving Katarzyna a bit of a rest. I think that's fair enough too. She has put in some pretty hard yards and hard work for the team, so I think it's fair enough that she gets a rest from the top order. Raquel facing now. Got her. Top of the stumps, rocked back, just swings at the ball. Didn't really pick the length on that one, and that has crashed into the top of the stumps, and first wicket falls. Norway get an early breakthrough, and maybe that is a good sign for them as they lose first wicket in the first over. Raquel Pavlichkova is out bowled. She has to walk off the field with only a run to her name. And it's going to be, watch and see who's going to come out. Looks like it's going to be the skipper. Tamala looks like she's coming. She's just got a bit of a shoelace situation. Needs to be careful though, because there is a time consideration to get out there into the centre. So hopefully she's aware of that. I'd run. She is running. Good stuff. Need to watch out for that. And Talamala quite rightly runs to the centre. Doesn't want to have any time penalties against her name as she joins Erika Kuntseva. As the Czech women are now 6 for loss of that 1 wicket. Raquel Pavlichkova can now relax at the back of the tent, put her feet up, have a nice ice cream, and say my job here is done in this tournament. As skipper Talamara comes out to take control of the innings. Thomas Martinez suggesting I'm thinking about the next drinks break. No, I'm not. Although my throat is getting a bit parched, I got to say. It's getting quite dry. I have to just go on mute and try and find some water. Well, sadly, I found some water, but it's a bottle of hot water. I don't know why on earth. Oh, that's my bottle of hot water. Why on earth is that the case? I don't know. That is first over gone, 7 for 1 after the first over. 7 for the loss of 1 wicket. Talamara, Captain Talamara with Kunsova. They've got to steady the ship after Alina Aslam opened the bowling. Picks herself up a wicket. Let's see if the Norwegian bowling attack's going to do. I'm thinking we might see a couple of surprises after a couple of overs. They've got 1 wicket already. I won't be surprised if Norway they're going to be looking for a win here. They would need a massive win. The feeling I got, and I think Vinny quite rightly has nailed it with his mathematics. I feel that for the Central Europe Cup to go to Norway, they would probably need to keep the Czechs under a score of 50. That's what the maths is telling us. So thank you. Big shout out to Mr. Maximo for those numbers. Obviously, a wide delivery is going to help things along for the Czechs. For Norway, to try to defend a score of 50 against the talented side of the Czech women is going to be a tall order, a big ask. Imadi continues. It nicely. That's going to run away to the boundary, all the way down the ground, across by a long way. That was hit and middled beautifully. What a cracking shot that was. Captain Talamara leading the way here. Score matches up to 12. The loss of 1 early on in the second over. Looks so comfortable with that shot as well. Short in stature, but she swings a mighty blade and absolutely middled that one all the way down the ground and slightly uphill. As it gets towards that part of the ground, it does go slightly uphill, and she's done an absolutely terrific job there. Has really muscled that one. Bowler Imadi with a bit of work to do here. How does she come back? How does she respond? Just a bit of a grubber there, just outside the off, let go. Maybe Tamala was looking for a wide, but also it didn't really bounce very high, and I think she didn't want to get out or get anything crazy there on a rough old delivery. Just allows that one through. Ooh, that one gets up a little bit high, but it is a wide ball. Pulls out of the shot, doesn't get tempted by it. There is a deep point on the boundary, and you've got a backward point inside the circle and a player in the third position also inside the circle. So that is your behind the stumps on the offside field. 3 players. And as I speak, the point, deep point, comes into regulation point, and mid-on drops back to a long-on. Marty in again. Time she hits this towards deep mid-wicket. It's going to get past 2 players. Has it got legs? Don't think it's got the legs. It does have the legs. What do I know? It's on the furthest part of the ground to where I'm sitting. So that's my excuse and I'm sticking to it. But that is a lovely shot for another boundary. Talamala doing well here. So a couple of boundaries there to Talamara. Looking good, looking strong, looking comfortable as well. Racing along. Get a couple of boundaries in this over. Looking very, very good. Marty storming in from the southern end. Keeps down a little bit, that one. And dots up as that's cleanly fielded. Keeper has a very straight and fine third player, almost a backstop position there, almost a backstop. Probably lucky to have her there too. Just managed to cut that one off. So 17 for 1 with still 2 balls to come in the second over. Good start here for the Czechs despite losing that first wicket in the first over. And again, slashes at this one. Takes a bad bounce, does the cover fielder, and it allows it through for 1. Shy at the stumps. Can't stop the single though. Sound like a line from Serenity. You can't stop the signal. No, I said can't stop the single. Anyone who's seen the movie Serenity will know exactly what I'm talking about. If you haven't seen it, it's a great sci-fi film. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you might have heard of the TV show Firefly. It was the movie based on the TV show. Definitely worth a look at. Can't stop the signal, Mal. Good delivery. Full length, Yorker length, and dug out there by Erica. Sees it off for a dot, and that's going to finish the second over. It's 18 for 1 after 2. Still 109 required off 108 deliveries. But a good over nonetheless. 11 runs off that over. So these two, Erica and Saljana, looking pretty strong, looking pretty solid. They have lost the wicket, have the Czech women. As I said before, if my calculations are correct, and I hope that they usually are because I used to work in finance, it looks to me like the Czech women need to score around about 50 runs to ensure that they don't lose on net run rate to the Norwegian team. Even if they lose the game, they need to make sure they get a score above 50. And by my calculations, if they get a score above 50, I do believe that the net run rate will not be such a concern. And obviously, they don't want to get blown out of the water by getting bowled out immediately for anything less than sort of like 5 overs or something like that, which I doubt would happen. But hey, this is cricket. Anything can happen. Norway still well and truly in this. Punch that towards that extra cover area. And just the single. Johnny here suggesting, sorry, John, I just saw your comment from a little while ago talking about it being flavoured, the hot water. It's true. If the hot water was flavoured, like, say, coffee flavour, I'd be absolutely ecstatic about that. And actually, my hot water thermos, I'm not kidding, the top is stuck. I got a feeling the top of it may have melted. It had a little bit of direct sunlight. So I've got hot, fizzy water, which I'm drinking from. I don't know if that's supposed to be good for me or not. I'm sure it's not good for me. Shot down the ground. Good slide, manages to take pace off the ball, back up from another fielder. That's Razwan there with the slide and the save. And a good backing up there from her counterpart. Yeah, surely drinking hot water on a hot day is not correct, but it's the only hydration I've got, so I'm going to stick to that. My voice might get a bit rough as the day goes on. Chops down on this one. That's going to be a dot ball. Doesn't really go anywhere. At the conclusion of this match as well, just for everyone watching, just so you know, there will be a trophy celebration. There'll be a trophy ceremony. And, of course, there'll be a massive celebration for the winner of the Central Europe Cup. We have a trophy to present, and we have an MVP to present as well. Have a think about your vote for most valuable player and pop that in the chat for us. I'd like to get that conversation going sometime during this innings. Have a talk about who we like, which players have you thought have done enough to deserve an MVP. That looks like it's been helped around the corner. It's desperate chase. Kicked over the line in the end. Kicked into touch. It does go for wides. There was no tickle on that whatsoever. And that has gone for 5 wides a minimo. And there's a few Norwegian players who have just sunk a little bit on their haunches with that as well. And that is telling. Absolutely telling. Johnny, he's drinking hot coffee. I tell you what, Johnny, I would, if I had some coffee here, I would actually tip it into that bottle of water I got and I would drink it as coffee. I really would. Because that's not a bad shout. I'm not a tea drinker. I've never been a tea drinker. Even when I've been sick with flu, which I had a flu 3 weeks ago. I only just got over it last week. I had to cancel one of my events because I couldn't talk. Imagine. I mean, without my voice, I'm nobody. As they say in sneakers, my voice is my passport. There you go. Another movie reference. Oh, that hot water is lovely. It doesn't matter. Everything I'm drinking is just coming straight back out again. it's just not sticking at all. Struck down the ground nicely. It does go straight to the player, Razwan, who gets down to this one, knees it back into touch, and keeps it down to a dot. Good work. Thomas Martinez is also drinking hot coffee. All right, who else is drinking coffee in the afternoon then? It's 4 o'clock here. It's past my coffee time. I don't usually drink coffee after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I find it has a ridiculous knock-on effect. And you think of someone at my age, it shouldn't have that kind of effect, but it really does. I am one of those people who, when you go out to the restaurants, I take out Mrs. G to our local dining establishment, and the waiter very kindly asks us if we'd like to have dessert and coffee. I always go for, yeah, I'll have a dessert. Look at the dessert menu, but coffee, are you kidding? Are you crazy, man? 27 for 1 after 3. They're always very nice about it, though. They're always like, Mr. Gowers, I know you don't want a cup of coffee, but Mrs. G might want a coffee. And Mrs. G very confidently says, nope, I'll have a look at that dessert menu. Don't know where she puts it. I mean, she's a size 8 rake. I don't know where she puts the desserts. Incredible. I do tend to share it with her, though, so maybe that's where it gets put. Johnny, he says, I only drink 1 cold drink a day, and that's a cider with my dinner. Well, that's a good time to have a cider as well. I'm a fan of ciders, Johnny. I'd love to enjoy a cider with you one day. That's definitely a drink of choice for me. I'm not a big beer drinker. I know Danny loves his craft beers. It's something which I don't mind sharing with him because I just like a cold drink, but I'm not as into it. My wife works for a very, 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 very big brewing company, one of the biggest on the planet. That is actually a conglomerate that owns many other breweries. I won't name the name because they don't pay us any money to name their names. So we do have quite a fair bit of beer in the house, but that's only because she gets it as a perk of being a senior person, a senior finance person in that company. But I'm not a beer person. I do love cider. I do like ginger beer. I love ginger beer. Non-alcoholic, of course. Ginger beer is good. I wish I had a couple of cans here today, but I don't. As it is, we continue. Nicely punched out. They're going to just touch down for 1, and that's all they're going to get. Nice bit of fielding down there in the outer. Score is muscling its way along here. 29 for 1. A wide and a single to start the over. Talamara winds up and goes down the ground straight through mid-on and backed up by a second mid-on. How they get 2 mid-ons there, I don't know. But they've got him. I think that was mid-wicket running around to provide a little bit of backup. So good work there. Fiala continues. Plays a nice late cut there. Doesn't get the gap though. Really good bit of fielding. Excellent bit of fielding there. That was really good work. That looks like that was Anushka Golrad there who managed to do the slide and save. Good work from Anushka. Score goes to 31 for 1. Boundaries are dried up, but there are still plenty of ones, plenty of gaps around the ground as well. A lot of commotion and shouts, but that was an easy single in the end. 32 for 1. Still got 2 to come in the over. It's, 95 required from 98. And as I said before, if Vinny's calculations are correct, and I've got to say, they usually are, they usually very much are correct indeed. He believes, and I concur with my calculations as well, I think the Czechs need to do better than 50 runs here. I think Vinny said 49. I'm putting it at 50, but then again, I always have an error, a margin of error. But I think if they score better than 50, the Czechs should do enough to get their hands on the trophy, even if they lose the match. If they win the match, obviously, it's clear cut that Czechs will win the CE Cup for the first time ever, this women's competition. If they don't, they just need to make sure they don't get put away there. That's going to be the end of the 4th, and it is 33 for 1. So to get the score above 50, I do believe calculations prove it as well, according to the net run rate calculations. They get a score above 50, they will have both hands on the cup no matter the outcome. Teams will finish on the both amount of points, and it will go to net run rate, and net run rate will be the splitting of the difference between the two teams. It won't be any kind of head-to-head situation, because obviously head-to-head they'd be 1 apiece. So that will go to net run rate. Johnny, you're on. It sounds like a date to me. He says, one day I'll pass across and I'll bring the cider. I would enjoy that. Very much so, I would enjoy that. Just make sure, Johnny, if ever you find yourself coming over to the continent, please, please, please find your way over to Prague. And Danny and Vinny and I would love to have a sit down, chat with you in one of the beer gardens, enjoying a nice cool cider with you as well. We'd love to do that indeed. And also the same goes if I manage to get myself over to the UK. I haven't been to the UK since, 2019. I've been well away from that country for a long time. I didn't realize it's been that long. Yeah, there you go. But yeah, thank you for that. And yes, that would be wonderful if that can happen. Starting the 5th. Razwan, very dangerous bowler, very capable bowler as well. Enjoyed watching her play in this over the weekend. Norway have got some real talent in the bowling department. This one's pretty full, but it was dipping, so no chance for no ball there, and it's played away on the full to the point fielder. Picks up himself another run there. Good play there from Erika Kunsava. Doesn't get too carried away, doesn't get too try to get too hitty about it, just guides it. Picks herself up a very valuable single. She moves to 10. Talamala is on 15. Score is 34 for 1. Halfway through the 5th. Shobat Barcha in the house, just passes me by, says hello to everybody. Good to see you there, Shob. Oh, the chase is on. I think the play will overhaul this one. Does indeed. No problem at all. They touch down for 1, and that's just going to be 1. They don't try a second. That is buys. Nothing on the blade of the bat there. So since these two came together, things have quietened down quite a bit. We lost Raquel Pavlichkova in the first over. She was bowled, clean bowled for just 1 run. And since then, it's been all these two for the Czechs. So 1 more to come to complete the 5th. Been a long, long weekend for these players. Really long weekend for these players. You got to feel for them. And that is going to be a dot ball to complete the 5th over. So 36 for 1 after 5. 91 required from 90 deliveries still. They're getting closer and closer. 36 for 1, yes. Tiba Chowdhury looking after the scoreboard for us here next door. Doing a wonderful job as well, can I just say. Right, 5 overs gone. We'll take a drinks break at the end of the 6th over. And also that'll be at the end of the power play as well. So still only 2 fielders allowed out. So for Captain Tamala, we have, looks like it's a long off. And we have a deep, well, not quite point, probably deep extra cover. And wide down leg side, which doesn't affect any of the players on the ground. Swivers on this one, hits this past square leg. The chase is on. The ball versus the fielder, fielder versus the ball. The ball wins that race. Tends to win it more often than not. Goes for 4 runs. Massive cheer from the dugout next to me here. The Czechs are feeling the love as that score goes up now into the 40s. It's now 41 for 1 at the start of the 6th. And remember from my calculations, they get into the 50s and then some. Then the trophy is going to go to them, win, loss or draw. Still going to get there. And they would love to complete the win as well. The Czechs have come into this with a score of zip and 19 in T20Is. They've won 3 on the trot, and this match will make it 4 on the trot. And that starts to become a little bit of a legacy situation, doesn't it, when you win 4 in a row? They still got to get there, still got a long way to go. This one's been carved out towards extra cover. They'll touch down for just 1, and just 1 only. 42 for 1. Just into the 6th over now. Erica Konsova, who is probably one of my picks for MVP. I'm not voting on most valuable player, but I can tell you now, she'd probably be my pick. I don't know if the stats would back that up, but I just feel that she has been a solid performer for the Czechs in every game. She's played every game. She's been absolutely super. That ball field been really, really reliable. Love to know what your pick is for MVP. Love to know what the people who are voting on MVP, what they think as well. There's a number of players who've been so impressive. Still drinking that warm water. Takes a bit of getting used to, but you get used to it after a while. Better than no water, I think. I think it's the point about hydration, isn't it? That even if the water's warm, it's okay because it's still water. It gets in the body and it does the right thing. I'd rather be drinking something than nothing on a day like today. I know Mrs. G would not be happy she found out I wasn't drinking any water. She'd be down here quick smart. Put me on an IV drip or something. Not to be. Goes for a tickle around the corner. Doesn't connect that one, but it is a wide nonetheless. Score goes to 44 for 1. Still 2 away from finishing off the over. And it looks like I'm pretty sure there'll be a drinks break at the end of this over. So I'm sure that the dugout's going to be ready to run drinks out at the end of the over. We'll keep an eye on the umpires. I'm sure they'll call for drinks in a couple of deliveries time. Let's see. Hit uppishly down towards that mid-on area. Run is turned down and very quickly tell you what, Erica had her back on the play there. Barely scraped home and almost could have found herself short of a crease there. Smart from I think it was Razwan there who collected the ball and tried to throw it in the stumps at the strikers end. Almost caught Erica Konsova napping there. Last ball, the 6th coming up. Chopped down into the covers. Quick single. It's a risky single. Stumps to aim at and missed, but backed up nonetheless. It's going to be a single to finish the 6th over. 45 for 1 after 6 as drinks will be hastened onto the field for the players as they need a bit of a refreshment break. And I can understand that too. I'm going to grab a quick break as well. This is Phil G for the European Cricket Network and for Czech Cricket. We'll be back here in 1 minute's time with a resumption of play as all the players take a quick refreshment hydration break. Back in a moment. And we are back. Drinks have been taken. We start the 7th over. Power play has also been done and dusted. So some players have dropped back onto the boundary rope for a bit of extra protection. Largely kept a pretty attacking field though. Deep backward square leg, deep mid wicket, deep cover. And there's the only 3 players that are currently out on the boundary line. Everyone else is up inside the circle. I don't see anyone else out at the moment. As Mirab Razwan continues. Erico gets to the pitch of the ball and pushes that one out towards the cover position. They're going to turn and take an extra on the fumble, so they're going to come back for 2. Good running from Tamala. Skipper running to the danger end, says, yep, go, go, go. Gets a couple of runs to Erica's name. Nicely done there. So Erico Conservat goes to 13, and Tamala moves she's on 20 from 14, has been leading the way there. The captain leading very well. Score is 47 for 1. Gives a bit of a dance down the pitch, slashes at this one. It comes off of an edge and just goes to that player just in close there in that point position for a dot. Trying to get to the pitch of the ball to try to nullify any kind of spin here. As Razwan's trying to give it a bit of a tweak. Full delivery, up in the air, gets a bit of hang time, and it takes a bit of a turn. It bounces, pitches, and turns away. They're going to go back for 2 as the ball eludes 2 fielders who really chase hard for that one. And the score gets to 49 for 1. And if Vinny's calculations are correct, and they normally are, that tells me that's all gold. It's all gravy. I think that the Czechs may have done enough here. May have done enough. We'll see. We'll do the final calculations. Still a game to be won, though. Punches it. Does not take the single. Hesitant. Doesn't take it. Bit of FIFA World Cup action out there as the ball gets kicked along the deck, but nope. Dot ball. Run rate required from here on in is 6 runs per over. It's 49 for 1 after 7. 49 for 1 after 7. 78 required from 78 deliveries is what's needed for the Czechs to pick up their 4th win on the spin. And 4 in a row for them. Like I said earlier, when you start getting sort of 4 wins in a row, it starts to become a bit of a legacy conversation. And you start to remember these little moments about notching up wins together one after the other. Obviously, teams have had many, many wins in a row. Think about locally here, I'm talking about the Prague Cricket Club, who I think in ECS action had 24 wins in a row, I think it was, before that was broken. And was broken during ECS finals in 2024, funny enough. So a winning streak, obviously you'd rather than a winning streak than a losing streak. But the losing streak of 19 gets broken, and now they're currently on a winning streak of 3. And they're looking solid to maybe make that 4. And that wide is going to bring up the 50. It's 50 for 1 at the start of the 8th. 50 for 1. And I think if my calculations and Vinny's calculations are correct, I think that the engraver can start the work on the trophy. Punch down the ground. Ooh, takes a nasty little Tortuga bounce just in front of her face there. Good recovery, though. Good recovery from the fielder there. That could have been a little bit nasty. I'd hate to see something like that happen. It was Imadi there who's doing the fielding, and suddenly the ball just reared up and almost caught her on the noggin there, but I think she's okay. Bowler in again. Dances down the pitch, smacks this down the ground. Oh, it was a tough one. That's going to go for 4. That's all the way to the boundary. All the way along the deck. What a lovely strike. That is crashed downtown. So it's that captain, courageous Talamala, who is doing such a cracking job for the team. Her experience and what she's brought to the team has been quite something. I think she's been amazing. She's been a bit of the difference, really. And maybe, you talk about MVP, she has to be part of that conversation. I wonder if the officials are thinking about the diminutive form, but the huge heart of that woman right there. Saljana Talamala, she definitely deserves applause and praise. If she gets it from her team, she should get it from the officials as well, I think. Just another name I want to throw into the mix for MVP. The dot ball pushed out towards the short cover fielder. Thomas Martinez talking about significant wins because of net run rate. Well, yeah, in this situation here, the net run rate is very, very strong on the Czech side. And that ball shown there by the umpire. So yeah, the Czech's net run rate was positive 3.7, and the Norwegian net run rate was positive 0.4. So really what had to happen in this match for Norwegians to have a chance to get hands on the trophy, while the game itself is still up for grabs, the actual trophy itself looks like it will go to the Czechs. Looks like they've done enough. Chasing the score on the board, they pretty much had to get better than 49 to ensure that they would get their hands on the trophy, and I believe they've done that. Score is 56-1. 2 to come in the 8th. Cut in front of point. No chance for a run. Yes, chance for a run. Just takes a bad little bubble there. Does the close infielder. That's Razwan. Not her fault. It just took a bit of a Tortuga. The ground's very dry. It's a little bit rough in a few patches as well. And every now and then, and Razwan's pointing right at that part of the ground where it bounced. And she's absolutely right. It hit a divot. It hit something. And unable to control it. Last ball, the 8th coming up. 57-1 plus this. Smacks this one. It was short. There is a fielder down there to protect the boundary. Gets everything behind it. Well done. Keeps it to just 1. Captain Talamal moves up to 26. Erika Kuntseva, she is on 16. The score is 58-1 after 8. Still 69 runs reader from 72. That run rate required is now below a runner ball. 58-1. Game's still well and truly up for grabs here. Could be a really, really good tight finish coming up, actually. 69 required from 72. Okay, so if I pour this water into a small cup, the small cup tends to cool it down. Okay, good to know. It's actually drinkable now. I really need to invest in a cool box, or an esky, sorry. You go anywhere in Czech Republic, ask for an esky, they just stare at you. They go, oh great, another tourist, doesn't know what they're talking about. Fair enough too. A cool box. I should do that. I should try and find something like that. Clubbed down the ground. Couple of bounces straight to the boundary rider. Didn't have to move a muscle. Just managed to get down and prevent that one getting through. And just the 1 run. Alamala moves on to 27 from 20 deliveries faced. Kuntseva, she's on 16 from 27 deliveries faced. Really anchored things. It's straight back to the bowler for a dot. So, checks 68 off 70 for the win. Hitting this a little bit too straight at the moment. Just needs to sort of try to go a few more degrees to the left or even to the right, possibly for these straight balls and get it past the bowler. Start Erica getting bogged down, but there's no need for panic. They've got the run chase in hand, 59-1. Still not even halfway through the innings yet. Watches the wide ball goes past and not even remotely interested in chasing after that one. So halfway through the 9th, still 3 balls to come. Scoops this one up. It's going to bounce a couple of times before it finds the fielder. Mid-on, scampers round to mid-off to collect that one. It was in the air for a few seconds, but there's no real threat there. Gorad continuing here. Trying to get a bit of a rip on the ball here. Unfortunately, she's pushed that one wide. Goes for another wide delivery. Unfortunately, from the angle I'm standing on, without the luxury of seeing the screen, which has actually gone down here, can't quite see if she's getting a good rip and purchase on the ball. Short, waits on this one, punches it out towards extra cover. Boundary rider there makes the long barrier and says, nope, just a single. And a pretty good throw back towards the bowler as well. And just cautiously punch back for the last ball of the over to finish with a dot. That's 9 overs gone, 63 for 1 on the board. 5 runs from that over. Current run rate is at 7. That would be enough if Czechs keep that going to pick up the win here, and that will be 4 wins on the trot if they can do that. But right now, it looks like there's not going to be enough damage done to the net run rate, and Czechs are going to get their hands on the trophy. 63 for 1 after 9. Talamala and Kuntsavar are doing a fantastic job. Great partnership between these two. Came together early and really just stopped any chance or any little spark that the Norwegian team needed just to get things going there. It is very, very warm conditions out there in the centre. Everything is warm. We had a few issues a couple of hours ago with equipment going down, getting burnt out, having issues left, right and centre. So 10th over about to start now. We'll grab a drinks break after the 10th. Looks like it's going to be Nayab Razwan. Ooh, a bit of a grub of that one. Tried to give it a rip, pitched it a little bit early, and it didn't really get up at all. And it's going to go through for a couple of... let's see if the umpire says leg buys or buys. No, came off the bat, he says. Okay, a little bit of a feather edge on that one. Thank you, umpire. All runs, all good. 65 for 1. Razwan continuing. Just pulls out. Talamar apologises and pulls out of that shot. Wasn't quite ready. Maybe not sure what that was. There's a couple of Norwegian players sort of swap field positions. I think Anushka comes to the boundary line just to get a little bit of treatment on her left hand. Looks like she's done a little bit of mischief to her left hand. Nice shot down the ground, but just for one. Go straight to the lone boundary rider who's literally got a paddock to cover down there in the long off area. There's nobody within 40 metres of her, and Talamala has managed to pick her out perfectly. Could have gone 5 metres to the left or the right, could have been a boundary, and she's hit it straight to her. But I'm not kidding. That fielder down there in the long off area, there is no other player. Almost 45 metres is the closest player, and that is the player in the mid-on position. Lonely out in the field. Chris says, looks a great 9th hole there, Phil G. It does indeed, doesn't it? It's a very good venue, actually, too, I got to say. We do enjoy popping up there after every game and just enjoying a quiet little Pilsner Urquell in the clubhouse. I don't have any aircon inside the actual restaurant area, inside the bar area, but there's a terrace you can sit out and catch a bit of breeze. Otherwise... well, they've always got something cold on tap, which is also lovely too. And a very good 0 alcohol, grape and melon flavour, which is wonderful stuff. Oh, a bit of World Cup action here as Razwan tries to kick that into touch. That was a absolutely dead set attempted kick there. 10 overs gone. Drinks break happening. 67 for 1 after 10. 60 required from 60 deliveries. That's the equation for the win here. I'm going to take a short break as well and get some fluids into myself too before I run out of steam. I'll see you back here in about 60 seconds. Welcome back after the drinks break. We're looking to commence again. I just saw some interesting news coming through on the chat. Thank you to Chris Smith. So the England captain Ben Stokes has made a stunning announcement to end his international career at the conclusion of the ongoing third test against New Zealand. Announced at the ground. So he announced his retirement, and the first delivery after the news of his retirement, he went and got a wicket. He's such a show-off. He really is. Announced his retirement, then gets a wicket very next ball. Typical Ben Stokes. If he's not defending the innocent in nightclubs, he's getting wickets after he makes major announcements. Now that is the end of quite a career, an international cricket career for Ben Stokes. Obviously, he's going to keep playing in some capacity, but he has officially announced his retirement at the ground during that third test against New Zealand. Anyway, back here to the important game, which is the final game here of this Central Europe Cup for women. Ben Stokes' announcements can wait for another time. This is much more important. Talamala, 31 from 24. Konsavar, 19 from 36. These two came together early on. They've been together ever since. Out there in the centre for the Czechs. Oh, now, I think she's got the bat down in time. Got the bat down. I think her momentum took the bat around. I can't see a replay, but see someone who does. I'm watching the facial expressions. Oh, yeah. Closer than we thought. Okay. Millimeters in it. Well, I guess sometimes luck runs your way, doesn't it? It's one of those things. Interesting stuff. Thank you, James. 68 for 1. Talamala gets a life. Good glove work too behind the stumps. This time she stays in the ground and just pushes it for a dot ball. So it's 59 required from 56 deliveries at the moment. Oh, good work on the boundary rope. Get something behind that and make sure that doesn't get through. That may have been, who was that? That might have been Amadi down the note. It was Vidya Viala, who did very well there. Now, no ball indicated there. Now, with someone like Talamala, you've got to be careful because she's not tall in stature. So it's pretty easy to have a no ball scored. You guys have seen the no ball? Signal to the umpire. Oh, stumping opportunity missed there that time. Well, a shot at the stumps. Probably should have just thrown to the keeper. She was in a better position. The shot at the stumps misses by about a metre. Makes it tough. So 73 for 1. End of the 11th. 54 from 54. We're going to come down to a photo finish here in the oppressive heat of this Sunday afternoon, the last day of the Central Europe Cup for women. 54 from 54 is what's required. So, with the news that Ben Stokes has made a stunning announcement to end his international career, it's also going to be stunning when it ends up being the Czechs to raise the trophy. Probably about half an hour's time, I estimate. Actually, probably a bit more than half an hour. It might take a bit longer than half an hour to get there. We'll see. We'll see. So, looking to start the 12th. And, oh, leg side misses everything. Misses everyone. That's going to run away. And that's just found the boundary rope. It has. So, that's another mini-mo. That makes it really tough going there. So 73 for 1 becomes 78 for 1 with those 5 wides. Tough going now here for Norway as the equation swings very heavily in favour of the Czechs here. 49 required of 54. Very heavily in favour here. Well, just gets through one fielder there. Tries to hop, skip and jump and try to knock that one down. Unsuccessful. Players get through for just the single. 79 for 1. 11.2 overs gone. So we started with a minimo 5 wides, dot, and then a single. Continue there with Razwan. Looks to work at leg side, and that is shown as a wide ball. Didn't go too far wide at all. But it's still strayed. Score now gets up to 80. It's going to be 40, what's that, 47 needed from 52 now for the Czechs to get a 4th win on the trot here. So Norway still well and truly in this. Swings hard at this one. Chases on, gets past one player. Boundary rider comes off the boundary deep and just keeps it to single, just the one. And Talamara put together a really good partnership here. Score now up to 81 for 1. Halfway through the 12th. There's still people there in the chat. I think they are. Good to see them. Ash is still there. Good to see you still there, Ash. Giving us a very animated update about Ireland at the moment, so thank you for that. I think everyone's getting behind the Irish at the moment. Why wouldn't you? Chance of run-outs on. No. Quick single. Nicely taken. Like a little bit of singles under the game. I don't know why. The game's still well and truly up for grabs here. 44 required from 50. Still anybody's game. Czechs have only lost 1 wicket, but they're getting really bogged down here. Haven't seen a boundary for a while, apart from an extra boundary. Nonchalant stop with the boot there. Nice, easy as you like. Well done from Razwan off her own bowling. What's in again? Should be the last ball of the over. It's straight to the player. The other Razwan who fields it, underarms it back, and that's the end of the over. 12 overs gone. 83 for 1 after 12. 83 for 1 is the score after 12. $83 for 1 after 12. 44 required from 48 for the Czechs to get their 4th win on the spin. And all from this weekend in very oppressive warm conditions here. It's been a real test for all teams, all players, and even for the officials as well, the conditions here. And it looks like the Czechs are going to come out on top. And that's testament to their fitness and also to their resolve as well. They've really dug deep, the Czech girls. Been so impressed with them. Such a contrast to the Czech team we saw this time last year. To use the phrase leaps and bounds would not be out of place. Almost lost the gear there. Everything's gravy. Hope you're doing well out there in the chat as well. Let us know you're still there. I know Ash is still there. I'm sure Johnny's still there as well. Hope you guys are all keeping cool. T5 for 1 now. It's halfway through 13th. Straight back to the bowler again. Can't seem to get it away. Just a metre to the left or the right, possibly get some runs, but it's straight back to bowler. It's good bowling from Anushka Gorad. Trying to give it a bit of a leg spin rip here. There you go. That's nicely picked up. That's a test. Outfielder gets around. A touchdown for 1. Happy with just the 1. And that is going to be the end of the over. That was bowled very quickly as well. Seemed to go very fast. 13 overs gone. 86 for 1 on the board. 41 from 42 deliveries is what's required for the Czechs to pick up their 4th win on the spin. And they're looking pretty good to do that as well. And of course, if they do that, that means the trophy's all theirs. And I think pretty much the trophy is already well and truly in the Czechs' hands. Looking forward to that trophy ceremony. At the end of this match, we will do a quick trophy ceremony. There'll be an MVP award as well. So I can't wait to see who's going to get the MVP. It's looking like the Czechs are going to get the trophy. For the first time, the Czech women are going to raise the CE Cup as their own. The home team are going to score a memorable win here. 86 for 1 after 13 is the score on the board. 41 needed from the next 7 overs. Looks academic, but a couple of tight overs here or there, maybe a wicket or 2, and things can change pretty quickly. Still want to get the win. Norway want to get the win as well. Hit straight down the ground. Gets through 2 players. Well, the race is on. This is a proper foot race here. The ball's going to win that one across the rope for a boundary. It's a boundary off the bat too. We haven't seen one for a few overs, but there you go. Finds the gap, punches through, and finds the boundary. That's an excellent shot there from Erika Kuntsavat. She is now up to 27 from 46 deliveries. Really anchored the innings here. Talamala, 36 and 32, has been a real bright spark. Really punching very, very hard. It's striking above 100 at the moment. But it's Erika's innings of that 27, just taking her time and holding down one end has been really, really valuable for the Czech team. I think her batting has been fantastic today. Her bowling and her fielding, actually, she's had a terrific day. All up has Erika Kuntsavat. Loving her work. Czech women up to 90 for 1 at the start of this 14th over. 37 required off 40 deliveries. Wide shown, make that 36 required off 40. There are very quick singles all around the ground, and these 2 batters could really just bring this one home with these cheeky little singles here and there. There's no real big pressure on them. They'll put away the loose delivery, and they keep doing that. Loose delivery, at least 1 and over, put towards the boundary line, plus singles here and there, and plus the extras. They could wrap this up in the next 4 overs. Struck well down the ground. Well stopped. That's, I think, Vidya who's out there. Well done. Hits this one around the corner. Umpire Venkatesh has to get out the way as it skips past him. They touch down for 1. They want 2. They want 2. They're going to take 2. That is smart, intelligent running there from Captain Talamala. Talamala knew that there was 2 on. She watched the throw come in, saw it was weak, and knew immediately there was plenty of time. She'd backed up, and she called Erika through. That's what we call intelligent calling, intelligent running. Knew that there was 1 on the throw on the arm, and completes, in the end, an easy 2 runs, and that's how you do it. good response from the bowler to have a quicker one that just pushes through a bit faster and a bit flatter. Razwan is a very smart KG customer there. And that is going to be the end of the 14th over, and score is going to be 94 for 1 after 14. 94. Anushka Garrard continues. She's going to bowl herself out here. She's gone for only 13 from her 3 overs. She has bowled fantastic economic spell and a quick spell as well. Very fast with her deliveries, short run up, and delivers the ball quickly and unable to get her away. And that's probably one of the reasons. Well, there's one shot that gets through the infield, gets past a couple of players. Turning coming for 2. It's not a dangerous 2. It ends up being a pretty comfortable 2 because the arm of the fielders out there is not strong. And so end up turning for 2 pretty comfortably and pretty confidently. Alamala's just sucking in the big breaths there. I know that this is very oppressive heat at the moment. I should get a drinks break at the end of this over, and that's going to be well-deserved as well. Tossed up, dance down the wicket, punches this one out to a vacant mid-off area. They could go for 2 again if they want. Talamala wants 2. She says, we've got all the time in the world to run 2 there. That's another couple of runs to the score. So 98 for 1 now. 29 required off 33 is the equation for the win. Captain Talamara is sucking in the big breaths. You can see her leaning on the cricket bat and just really sucking in a lot of breaths there. She's probably really cannot wait for that drinks break. Erica once again gives a charge. It's an awkward bounce. The fielder in close just loses sight of that one, but gets enough on it to stop it getting through. But they can't stop the single. And no, are they going to go for 2? They are going to go for 2. Well, there was almost a discussion there between batter and captain about should we go for 2? Yeah, let's go for 2. In the end, it was pretty untidy. There's a lot of tired people out there in the centre. They can be forgiven for, any little mishaps that happen right now. There's a lot of tired people. It is tough conditions as well. Score is 100 for 1 in the 15th. 100 up there for the Czech women. Well done to them. And a dot ball to continue. 6 off the over so far. So by my calculations, there's 1 more to come to complete the 15th. Driven and past the bowler. They're just going to jog through for 1. They don't need to do more than that. Talamara looks absolutely exhausted. She is just struggling to get to the other end. She touches down now and she says, please, do you think I can have a drink? I think it's time for some drinks here. 15 overs gone, 101 for 1 on the board, 26 runs required off the last 5 overs. It's still anybody's game, despite the fact that Czechs have only lost just the 1 wicket. It's still anybody's game. Could be a photo finish here. 101 for 1 on the board. Talamala on 38 from 35. Erica Kuntsava, 35 from 54. We're going to take a short break. I'll be here after the break. So we're back now with the news that Captain Talamala has retired herself out. And she's put a Herculean effort into 38 off 35 deliveries. You can see there she was really struggling towards the end, sucking in the big breaths, running hard for her other batting partner there to get through for a couple of runs. But she has retired herself out now. And it's going to be Fawa Barber who comes in to replace her. So 101 for 1 at the end of it becomes 101 for 2 at the start of the 16th. 101 for 2 now. She is retired out. Not retired hurt, retired out. So she will not be able to come back in case she is needed. And I think she has done more than enough. And she's getting a fair bit of assistance and help there from the people at the ground. It's good to see. She's having a few people getting around her and making sure she's getting a lot of cold water and cold presses put on her. She has led this team beautifully. And she's almost led them to a 4th win on the trot as well. So I think it's fair enough that she comes off and turns it over to the rest of her team to negotiate the rest of the runs required, which is only 26 required from 30 deliveries. 101 for 2 on the board. Erica's still out there. Erica Kunsava is 35 from 54. Our Barber joins her, yet to open her account. She'll be at the non-strikers. Just clear. Captain Tamara has been out. She's retired herself out. Completely fair enough. Fantastic job. Thomas Martinez also. And Chris Smith all saying exactly what I've been saying as well. So 103 for 2. Imadi coming in again. Got her. Top of the stumps, knocked back. Well bowled, good persistence there. Keeps the line, keeps the flame alive for Norway here in this match, as that is completely clean bowled. And it's going to be Erica Kunsava who has to depart. 37 for her off 56 deliveries. She has to depart the scene. But that brings another fresh batter to the scene. Viola Commodore is going to head out there. So with her and Fawa Barber, you like to think that with 2 fresh people out there in the centre, that the Czech women are still well and truly in control, but still, you got to get the runs. Norway, their body language is telling me a story. They're slightly slumped here, and they need to make sure they don't drop themselves here. There's still a game to be won. Let's face it. There's still a game to be won. They're not going to win the trophy. Czechs are going to win the trophy. That can't change, but they can win the game, and it will be such an important game. Well batted to Erica. Erica Kunsava gets a very healthy round of applause as she walks off there. 37 off 56, really anchored the innings there with a couple of boundaries. Excellent bit of batting from her. Got her team almost to the line. And now it's left for the middle order to step up and guide the team home in an amazing historical win here, if they can get there. Norway still with that flame burning, still with a chance to pick up a win, and still really searching for maybe another wicket. Swing and a miss there. Just beaten for pace. Viola Commodore has had a pretty good tournament as well. Sang her praises in the previous match. I thought she bowled really well and batted really well too. She's been very handy in the field. She's got a good throwing arm and very quick around the ground as well. Crouch stance, looking for the next one. It's this one out towards the point area. They won't take a run. Despite the missed field, there was already the hand up saying wait. And then a firm no run. Score stays on 103 for 3. 24 required. That's 26 deliveries. Well, she goes to step in the line here and it just strikes her on the body. I was going to say a bit of tiredness, but she's only just come to the crease. She maybe just didn't quite pick the correct line there on that one. It just hits the body, doesn't go for a wide in the end. In fact, saves the wide. Imadi steaming in again for the final ball of the over. This has been popped up in the air. It's going to fall safe. Oh, a Bermuda triangle there as 3 players converge. No one can get to it, though. So a little wobble here towards the end from the Czech girls. I don't think there's anything to worry about, though. The women are still looking like they're in control. It is going to be 104 for 3 after 16. 104 for 3 after 16. So 23 required off the last 4 overs. Amada and Beba are out there. Still with a bit of work to do. Let's see who's going to finish off the bowling for Norway. 4 overs left. I think it's going to be Alina Aslam, which is definitely a good move. She's been a little bit tricky, not easy to get away. Picked up a wicket, gone for 16 off her 2 overs, but I think those numbers don't really tell a story about how difficult she's been to get away. I think she's been excellent. Could cause some headaches here. Viola facing up here, 4 overs to go, 23 required. That ball hurries on her pretty quickly. Good change of pace. Straight away, just puts pace on. Viola was barely started a shot before the ball was already on, almost on her gloves. Lena, in again. Hit uppishly, but safely heads out towards extra cover. There is a boundary rider there who picks up and throws in. Just going to take the one. Not looking to take anything on the throw there, and I'd say that's a pretty wise decision. So the Czech women on the cusp now of snatching a pretty good victory here against a very determined and focused Norwegian team. They've been really good, Norway. I've really enjoyed their cricket throughout the tournament. I think it's fair to say that everyone's really enjoyed their work. The Razwan sisters have been fantastic. I think Anushka Gorat has bowled really well. Alina Aslam has been impressive with the ball. Also, shout out to Mirab Wasman just one more time. I think she's captained the team expertly, so well indeed. Vijay Viala has been amazing. Kumari, wicketkeeper, and also big run scorer, has been fantastic. There's a lot of names they want to give shout outs to. I can't shout out the whole team. I could be here for a while, but they have been fantastic, very competitive. Well, a bit of a grubber, that one. Doesn't really sort of get up after it bounced. Lucky to get away with that one. It just comes off a bit of an edge and skews away, but no run. That's going to be a dot. This game is probably going to go to the last over at this stage. Could be a very exciting finish coming up. Czechia just need another 22 off 20 deliveries. The run rate required has gone back above 6. Up in the air. Catching opportunity. Through the player running in who's completely lost sight of it. Going to go back for a couple, I think. Oh, the throw. If the throw had been direct, that could have been problematic. But it wasn't. It missed. So Barber gets a couple of runs. Umpire's just checking on the player, making sure she's okay. That's good work from Venkatesh Magasharam, standing umpire. Just to ask the fielder down there, you okay? Saw that she copped a nasty bounce there. Made sure she's all right. Good on you, Venki. Well done. 2 runs there to the score. 107 for 3 on the board. 20 from 19 is the equation. Oh, it goes for a slash here. This one goes over the top. It doesn't go where it's supposed to go, but nonetheless, there's runs. There should be 2 here, at least 2. In the end, it's a very comfortable 2. There was always 2 runs there. It's also... Oh, now shown as a short. There you go. Good eyes there from Venkatesh Magasharam. It's a short run, so just 1 there. Not 2, just 1. Well... Good sharp eyes there. Umpire calls short run. So at the end of the 17th, it's going to be 108 for 3. 108 for 3. After 17, with the short run there. So one short. Don't often see the short run called there, but it was indeed 108 for 3. It's 19 required off 18. It's coming down. It's going to probably be a final over finish at this rate, unless these runs can be knocked off in the next 2 overs. It's going to be a very, very tight finish here. It's anybody's game. Czech women currently with the noses in front at 108 for 3. Norway pressing hard, trying to find a way to defend these 19 runs. Oh, it's just gone wide. It's not a good delivery to start off the 18th over. Bit of pressure off there. Imadi. Just not getting quite the right line there. Viola and Farwa, the 2 batters out there for Czechs. You think they should be able to get them over the line, but bring some good bowling. Bit of luck running there as well. Hit hard, down the ground. Going to go for 1. Will they touch down to go for 2? I think that may be a little bit too far. It's a good, strong throw. Not backed up, or the backup needed a backup as well. So there you go. It was a good, strong throw, though, from the deep, and there was no chance of a second run there. So just the 1. 110 for 3. 17 from 17 is the equation. Great game to finish off this fantastic CE Cup. This women's T20I contest is coming to a header here. Really simmering along nicely in this final game. Hit up in the air. She's gone aerial. It's going to land safe, I think. It does. Lands between a long off and a long on who are very deep. Turn and they go for the second. Throws coming in and they're back for 2. Oh, had to get on the skates a bit there, but Viola completes the second run. And Baber looking for a big 6 there. Doesn't quite make it all the way. It's a long boundary just straight down the ground. And gets back for 2 nonetheless. 15 off 16 now with 112 for 3 on the board. Goes leg side towards deep mid wicket. Fielder's out there. Gets a favourable bounce and gets the throw back quickly. That is very good work on the boundary rope there from the Norway players. And a generous round of applause as well. I can't quite see who it is out there. She's about as far away as player can be from the central commentary position. But that was excellent work. Got a good bounce and got the throw back very quickly indeed, just for 1. 14 off, 15 required now. 130 for 3 on the board. Halfway through the 18th. Wrapped on the pads and given. Well, there you go. Caught plumb in front. Viola has to go. Caught leg before wicket. And there's a muted celebration from the Norway team. But they've got a wicket. And importantly, it's a dot ball. And I think that's more important, the fact that it's a dot ball. Looks like it's going to be Katarzyna Tesarakova. Goes out to the centre. Big hitting. Katarzyna heads out. So Viola has to step aside. She gets a fist bump from the incoming player. But it's going to be Katarzyna Tesarakova who is going to try to take up the attack here and get back after the bowlers just to make sure that the Czechs get this win. It's still a bit of work to do for both teams. 114 for 4. 2 to come in this over. 14 off 14. That's what's required. 14 off 14. $113 for 4. 113 for 4 at the moment. 113 for 4. And it's 17.4 overs. 2 to come in this over. Katarzyna Tesarakova is facing Farwa Barber at the non-striker's end. Imadi steaming in. Still got 2 to come in the over. Hits this one hard, straight down the ground. Have to take evasive action, does Farwa. It goes straight to the player who's got a good arm. Just going to take the 1. Just the single. 114 for 4 on the board now. It's 13 required from 13 balls. Let's see who can get their noses in front in the final couple of deliveries here. Bowler in again. Smacks this one. It could be a catching opportunity. Oh, it hits the hands and bobbles back out again. That could have been massive. Gets the ball back quick, smart as well. It's just a single. Probably should have been a wicket. Oh, that could be telling. That's the end of the over. It's 115 for 4 after 18. 12 required from 12. This is set up for a photo finish, folks. Do not adjust your sets. Do not move out of your seats. Don't even go get a drink. If you need to go, hold it, because this is coming right down to the wire now. Great game. Great game. A fitting final game to this tournament. $12 required off 12 is the equation. 12 from 12. 115 for 4 after 18. Two batters having a chat in the middle there. Alina Aslam's going to come on to bowl her final over as well. So they're throwing all the big guns at these big players as well. Fawa Baba, she's out there in the centre. She's being told the equation. They now know what's going on. It's a runner ball to the end here. 12 from 12 was what's required. 115 on the board. 4 wickets down. 18 overs gone. 2 overs to go. This is what it comes down to. What a fitting end to what has been a fantastic tournament, a fantastic CE Cup. Women in action here on the Banks field here at Vinage. And this has been a very fitting display of cricket here in the final game of this 2026 edition of the CE Cup as we start the 19th over right now. Swings hard, gets every bit of that. It goes into space. It's going to get past the fielder who's overrun it. Can you believe she's overrun it? Oh, hands on the head of the Norway fielders. They cannot believe it. Overshot the ball. The ball pitched, landed, twisted, turned, went across the boundary line. 4 runs. Baber gets them every bit closer there. 8 required from 11 now. And all pressure now back on the bowler. Alina Aslam feeling every bit of pressure now. Baber just held her nerve. It was in the slot. It was there to be hit. And she's connected with that beautifully and punched that down the ground. Maybe they need another fielder down the ground to protect the boundary there. This should go big wicket. It's going to go into the gap. It's another boundary. Another 4. 2 fours in a row. 12 suddenly becomes only 4 runs required. Czechs within touching distance now of a memorable win in a memorable tournament for them. 1, 2, 3 for 4. Almost number wang. We've almost got it. The maths people are going to be going crazy on the chat right now. They love it when the numbers are all synchronized in a row. Alina Aslam feeling all the pressure. She's gone for a couple of boundaries in a row here. Checks on the verge. One big hit will do it. Baber on strike. Goes for the swing and misses. It's been an okay delivery. Umpire indicated that was a good delivery. Oh, just for a moment, I thought Baber was going to finish it off with another big, mighty swing. 103 for 4. It's 4 required from 9. Czechs on the verge of a massive, massive win in a huge tournament for them, which has completely changed the face of Czech cricket. Swings hard, down the ground. Will it be stopped? It is stopped. It's well fielded, kept the nerve, just the one. Oh, boy. Thought that could have been it. Just one. 124 for 4 on the board. 3 required off 8. 3 required from 8. Katarzyna Tesarokova with the chance to get the winning runs here. Norway, got to find a way to stem the flow of runs. Find a way to stop the runs. Get the dots in. Punch down. Going to be 1. Maybe just 1. The throw to the non-striker's end. Hits the batter. No chance of a second run. Just the 1. That's another step closer. 2 required from 7. 2 from 7. The score is now 125 for 4. Baber with a chance here with the last ball. 1 more to come in the 19th. Let's see if they can polish it off in this over or not. 2 required. Aslam in. Bowls the Baber. Swings hard. Goes down the ground. That's going to be it. They turn. They touch down. They're coming back for the second. The second run is completed. Czechs win. They win their 4th game on the trot. The CE Cup belongs to the Czech Republic. Well played, Czechia. It is game over. With one entire over to spare, the Czechs have notched up a memorable win here. Absolutely sensational stuff. Commiserations to Norway. I think they played their absolute hearts out. They played such a great game. But to the Czechs, how good were the Czechs in today's game? Both games today, the Czechs, they played their hearts out. So much enjoyed the game. It shows the growth that they've had in the last 12 months. That is a proper get-around. That's the celebration worth paying an entry for. I love their attitude they've got. I love the way they're playing. They've done everything right. They've barely put a foot wrong. And let me talk about Norway. Norway have been absolutely gallant here today. They've come so close knocking off the home side in this final match. It's been an absolute pleasure to have them, to host them here in this tournament. They have been gritty. They've been determined. They have been absolutely sensational here. So don't take anything away from that Norway women's team. They've been coached to perfection. They've been managed well. I think they are a team worth watching, definitely. Strong outfit, but they've come up against a team who just would never yield, would never say die, would never say no. And this has been a memorable, absolutely memorable trophy award-winning celebration happening right now. The two teams are now shaking hands, but what a tournament this has been for the Czechs and even for Norway. And also, let's not forget Luxembourg as well. The three teams have combined to make this a fantastic tournament. My congratulations and hats off to all players and, of course, all the coaching staff as well for all three teams, as there are high fives all round, handshakes all round as well. But it's going to be the Czechs who are going to get their hands on the trophy in about 10 minutes' time when we do the ceremony. So, just to recap for you all, 127 for 4 in 19 is exactly what happened there. So just in case you missed it, that's what happened. It was grit and determination by the Czechs. Norway, they're going to walk off. They're going to feel dejected, but they should hold their heads high. I've been so impressed with the Norway women throughout this entire tournament. They've come so close to knocking off the Czechs on their home turf here, and this has been a fantastic performance for them. They've gotten within one over of knocking off a team who's in really good form. So my congratulations and shout out to the Norwegian team. Well played to you under what has got to be the most oppressive conditions ever here at Vinage over a weekend. Big shout out to the Norwegian women. What a fantastic effort from them. They should be proud. We're proud of them for the efforts they've played. Really well done, Norway. Congratulations on a fantastic tournament. And thank you so much for the competition. The Czech women are out there in the centre. They've just been congratulated by the Norwegian coach and manager. And that's really good sportsmanship. Really, really great sportsmanship. So in the end, let me tell you what happened here. Farwar Baber here finished with 18 off 12 with a couple of big boundaries. Katarzyna Tesarakova had to come out and negotiate a couple of deliveries for 2 runs herself. But the partnership between Erika Kuntseva, 37 from 56 for her, and then Soljana, the captain, Talamala, retired out on 38 from 35. She was looking an absolute mess. She was in strife and trouble, and that's why she retired herself out. So fair enough that had to happen. But that is an amazing scene. The Czech team are camped out there in the center of the pitch. They're still having a bit of a debrief with their coach and also with the crew out there. And I think that's a really good signs out there as well. But you know what? We're going to take a short break here. We're going to be back with a trophy ceremony very shortly because the Czechs are going to get their hands on the CE Cup trophy. We're going to find out who the MVP is as well. And we are going to love you and leave you just for a few minutes. But don't forget, you can join me back here in a few minutes' time. I'm not sure how long, maybe 6 or 7 minutes. Keep your eyes on that if you want to see the Czechs and their trophy. And, of course, you want to see yours truly doing a presentation for the first one for the year for me, isn't it? Oh, that's going to be exciting. So tune in for that if you're keen. But for those who are departing right now, thank you very much for joining us here on the European Cricket Network. And thank you from everybody here at the Vinage Cricket Ground, the crew, the volunteers, the officials, the umpires, the scorers, Danny, Vinny and Shoban, who've been doing the commentary for the previous couple of days as well. Thank you on behalf of everybody here and on behalf of the Czech Cricket Federation as well. Thank you for joining us on the European Cricket Network for another sensational Central Europe Cup. Congratulations to the Czechs and commiserations to Norway then, and of course to Luxembourg as well, the third team who are already on their way heading home. We love their competition, and we will see them again very soon. This is Phil G for the European Cricket Network, signing off just momentarily, but I'll be back on the screen shortly for a presentation and to give away the trophies. But I'll see you in a moment. Don't go too far.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, good.
Best scorer in Czech Republic. You good? I'll wait for James to give me a thumbs up, then I'm going to start. Oh. I got the thumbs up. That means we're ready to start. It's time for the trophy ceremony celebration here at Vinoj under baking hot conditions here at the cricket ground here in Vinoj. But first, can I say welcome to the trophy ceremony here for this CE Cup here in Czechia. And what a tournament it's been. Can you believe the weather gods have waited till this particular weekend to hit us with what's probably the warmest weekend on record in this country? Prove me wrong, but it has been absolutely sweltering conditions here. So briefly, before I get into the proper presentation, I want to say a brief shout out to everybody here at the ground. Players, officials, crew, lock, stock the lot under oppressive conditions. Well done everyone for toiling away. Well done to you. Thank you so much. And to Luxembourg ladies already on their way, to them as well. They're probably in air-conditioned cars. And I'm sure we all can't wait to get into air-conditioned cars as well. Thank you to everyone for putting up with the heat, and well done, just as a stop on that one. Well done. Brief shout out to our sponsors. Want to give a big shout out to Rado, Bizaway and a Cricket for the European Cricket Network, of course, who've been doing the presentation here during this ECN, during this Czech Cricket event. So ECN obviously love collaborating with Czech Cricket, and we thank them again for inviting us along to present this women's cricket event here, the Central Europe Cup. While the men's competition still goes on, it was the women taking centre stage on the European Cricket Network, and how proud is ECN to have women's cricket on our channel. Big time, that's a big thing. It's also, there's another women's cricket event, the Balkan Cup, going on down there in Bulgaria. Rico Full looking after that one, and I'm sure a lot of people have been watching that as we've been going along as well. To our partners, well, you've got to thank the Czech Cricket Federation, led expertly by Prakash. Where is he, Prakash? Big shout out to you, my friend. You've done a lot of heavy lifting. You deserve a massive round of applause. Well done to you. Well done, mate. Great organisation. Well done. And also to Mike and the rest of the crew as well. Please pass that on. To the umpires, let's thank the umpires and the scorers who've done a great job under tough conditions. Umpires and scorers done a great job. To the crew who've been here, the small crew for ECN, but also the larger, wider volunteer crew from Czech Cricket. Thank you so much to the crew for all the hard work over the last 3 days. They've moved heaven and earth to make sure every single player is hydrated. They've got exactly what they need, and I'm sure if the Luxembourg team were here, they'd probably say the same thing, to say thank you very much. So thank you to the crew. Very well done to the crew. And I know he's listening. He's always lurking. I need to give a shout out firstly to Danny Hudacek, to Shoban, and of course to Mr. Max and myself, Mr. Vinny Sandu, for their work on comms over the first couple of days. Thank you so much to them for presenting as well. So well done to that part of the crew. Alrighty, let's have a big talk about that final game. What a fitting end to the CE Cup. That was such a fantastic game. It was anybody's game up until the start of that 19th over, and then it all just went Czech's way. So let me firstly look towards the Norwegian team and say thank you so much for the competition that you brought to this tournament. It's been fun to watch you play. The growth in your team has been absolutely fantastic. You've led well by a great coach and a great manager. You see what's happening on the field there. It's been a pleasure to watch you play. Commiserations on not quite getting a hand on the trophy, but the 2 wins you had, and even the games you didn't win as well. Absolute pleasure to watch you play. We look forward to seeing you back here soon. Thank you for the competition that you brought this year round. Thank you so much. All right, it's time to talk about a most valuable player, an MVP. I'm going to ask my good friend Samira to step forward with the trophy. Going to have a brief chat about an MVP. Make sure you stand on your mark, Phil. There it is. Good stuff. Right, so a few people to talk about here. I want to firstly shout out to one player on the Norwegian team, and that is, of course, to Kamari. 120-odd runs, high scorer in the tournament. Well batted, very well batted. That 68 not out carried the bat all the way through in a 42-degree day. Mind-blowing effort there. Well batted, well played. Thank you very much. It was excellent stuff. One of the shout-outs. Was definitely in the conversation for MVP, but doesn't quite get the MVP. I saw you step forward there. Had to stop you there. The MVP, after a bit of discussion, we had a look at an all-round performance, and with 81 runs scored, with 7 wickets as well to her name, a run-out, and some excellent fielding over the last couple of days, it goes to one of the champions, the future champions of Czech player, and that is Erika Kuncová. Erika. Punch that. Have that. Congratulations to Erica. Thanks, buddy. Very well deserved. An excellent all-round performance. I thought your innings yesterday was amazing. That 68 not out was something special. When we looked at the numbers, it was a juggle. It would depend on a few angles you looked at it, but it said something about the Norwegian mindset and the way you guys went about your business. That was amazing. And the round of applause you got from your teammates as you came off was something else too. So that got you close to MVP. Erica just pipped you. Probably would have been maybe some of the fielding effort that she did. Unstoppable in the field. Erica, congratulations. It now leads me to the big presentation, and that, of course, I'm going to look to Uncle Roy to actually come forward with a very large trophy there. Right. Does he pick up the small one or the big one? Which one does he pick up? Yeah, get the big one over here. Go on then. We know him as Uncle Roy. I've known this guy for many, many years in Czech Republic, and it's an absolute pleasure to introduce him to deliver the trophy to the captain of the winning team. Now, the Czechs went into this tournament 19 and zip and 19, sorry. Winless after 19 games. They now have got a 4-game winning streak under their belts with some amazing batting performance, amazing bowling, disciplined bowling. But the fielding, oh my goodness, the fielding went up 5 notches compared to what I saw over the last couple of years. And that man, Sudhir Gladson, takes a big round of applause for the effort he's put in here. Well done, Sudhir. Well done. And, of course, a big shout-out to Chris Pearce from the Academy for all the work he's done in the background over the years as well. But I'm going to ask Suljana to come forward. Right there, you're so small. You're right there. I didn't even see you there. Please come forward and accept the winning trophy from Uncle Roy. Help her out. Go get her. Go get her. Well done. Well done, ladies. Well done, everyone. So that's it from Vinoj. That's it from the Banks field here. Thank you for another sensational Central Europe Cup. Congratulations to the Czechs and to Norway. I'll say it one more time. I really hope we'll see you back here very, very soon. If not, we're going to send our ladies over to your hometown because you probably don't want to play in these conditions again in an awful hurry. But we hope that happens very quickly indeed. Keep your eyes on the prize. Prakash will be talking about that later. But that's all from the Banks field on behalf of ECN and on behalf of Czech Cricket. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Thank you, all the players. The Luxembourg team are on their way home. The Norwegian players still here, got a flight to catch, and the Czech players going to party on till the night. It's goodbye from me, and see you later from ECN. Don't forget, more cricket next week. ECS Bulgaria starts tomorrow. Rico full in the house on that one. I'll catch you later in the month, maybe at another ECS. But for now, see you later. Bye-bye.